All right, guys. Today we got a special guest in the house. Me and his brother been talking behind the scenes for a minute, and I'm glad to finally have him here on the platform. Some of y'all might have known him from back in the days in the underground battle rap scene, maybe 106 in Park, maybe FYL with Nems, or maybe, the last 10 years of being a Christian rapper or so, whatever, how long it's been a long time, man. I'm talking about the one and only Datin.
Yeah. What up, my bro?
It's good to see you, man. How you doing?
Good to see you too, bro. Yeah, been looking forward to this, bro.
For sure, man. Yo, man, damn, like I was so excited for this one, bro. Like, you know what I mean? Because we've been talking for a minute about doing it, and I'm so happy for you with the new album out and everything. Make sure you guys go ahead and check that out. Where can they get that at?
Everywhere on every streaming platform, from Spotify, Apple Music, all that stuff, bro.
All right, for sure, man. But I want to start at the beginning, and then we could go ahead and talk about the new album, after. But all right, so you're originally from Newark, New Jersey, right?
Yep, born and raised.
Born and raised. And you're Puerto Rican?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Your grandparents are from Puerto Rico, right? But like your dad was born here?
Yeah, my dad was born in the States, never been to PR. My mom was born in Puerto Rico.
Oh,
and then,
okay.
Eventually moved. My dad born and raised in the projects out in Newark, Grafton Ave. So he died and never got to go see PR, but yeah.
Wow.
So super American. I say that because super Americanized. He ain't even really speak Spanish well. So of course that rubbed off on me.
What about your mom though? She was pretty traditional?
I mean, traditional, yet speaks English very well. She doesn't have an accent because she came out here when she was young. So both of my parents were very Americanized, but I guess my mom was a little more cultured than my dad was,
Got you. Okay.
Yeah.
But you got ties to the Bronx, right? Like, did your parents go there first, or how did that work?
No, they moved to Newark, New Jersey, but I got uncles, aunts, my grandparents for my mother's parents for a second after like my mom moved out and did her own thing. They were in the Bronx. So when I was born, I was making runs over there because that's where my grandparents stayed. That's where I just got mad relatives in the Bronx.
Do you know why they chose Newark?
I never asked that question, bro. I don't know, bro. Of all places, and then it was like terrible too when they were coming up. So, it always was terrible, but it was real bad. So I have no clue why they chose Newark, but they did.
And did you grow up with any siblings?
Yeah, I have one sister.
One sister, older or younger?
Younger.
Younger. Okay. How would you describe the dynamic of the household, like your guys' relationship with each other?
Loving, man. Really loving. Both of my parents were very present, very active, very intentional about nurturing talents that they saw. My dad was a first generation DJ. I'm talking about as far as hip hop goes. He started with disco and then transitioned right into that. So I say that because when I grew up, I'm just hearing all different types of music and hip hop being blasted. And, I picked up my father's passions. And when they saw that, they nurtured that. They did a really good job at oh, you want to sing? You want to do this? You want to play instruments? And they definitely created a safe space and an environment, and they encouraged me. So I will pursue those things. Though we were extremely poor, I kind of feel like there was so much love in the household that, it went unnoticed. You know what I'm saying?
Right. You guys were rich in other ways.
Yeah, we were rich in other ways. Exactly, bro. Though we weren't rich as far as finances, we were rich in other ways. We had each other, and it was dope.
For sure, man. Your dad is actually known as the first DJ to bring hip hop to Newark, right?
Well, that's like the Al Bundy story. I can't confirm that, but of course, And it wouldn't even be my father's Al Bundy story. It would be my uncles, my older cousins. They'd be like, you know, your dad is the first one to play break beats. Nobody was doing that, da-da-da. So, and that's stuff he picked up from the Bronx. Now, they grew up in Newark, New Jersey, but you know, like the Bronx and just New York, period, the city was just where everything was. So, and most of my dad's gigs, and they would be out there. So he's spending all this time out there. He's picking up what's going on over there and he's bringing it to Jersey. So that's the rumor, that my dad was the first DJ to bring hip hop and play it at a club from the Bronx.
Wow. So your dad was doing it professionally, or he had like another job?
I mean, he always had a job, and then, you know, he got paid by doing, you know, but you ain't make that much.
Right.
It's not like he was on and on the radio and stuff like that. He, at one point, before I was born, my mother and him had a club. So they were renting the club. They didn't own it, but my dad would spend there every weekend and, you know, have that joint packed. But this is disco days before hip hop. And yeah, so he did that on the side, and of course had regular jobs to supplement the income.
Got you, man. What about your mom? Was she a stay-at-home mom, or
Yeah,
she worked?
stay-home mom for the most part. I feel like 95% of my life growing up, she was stay-home mom.
How would you describe your relationship like with your sister?
Oh, it's dope. She's my everything. I feel like I was a piece of crap brother, and I've spent half my life apologizing. You know what, you beat up your sibling and all that. She's a female. She's the only female I've ever put hands on. But like, yo, we would fight. She'd take my stuff, and then, you know, I pick on my sister. But, you know, grew out of that. And like, even though we would have those fights, man, I'm super tight with my sister, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Still to this day. You know what I'm saying?
That's beautiful, man.
Yeah.
How would you describe like yourself as a child though? Like, were you like quiet, you know, social in the sports or school?
As a child, I probably was quiet at school. For the most part, really ain't. I messed with who I messed with, but on my block, definitely wasn't. You know, full of energy, popular. The kids on the block would fight over hanging with me. There was this thing that they would say, like, if I say, okay, I'm about to go home, they would be, whoever would say, yo, I got you first. I had to chill with them the next day. So they would just fight over hanging out with me. And then my dad had all the DJ equipment in his office. So my friends would want to come over. My dad was mad cool. So sometimes I would get mad because they'll come over and then they'd be like, yo, what's your dad doing? They wanted to go to his office and listen to him spin records. So, but yeah, as far as a kid, I probably was quiet in school. I ain't mess with everybody, but around my dudes, I wasn't. I was turned up.
So would you consider yourself like a good student though? Like you like school, or you were just never?
Was never a good student. I think I just had like an undiagnosed ADHD. It was hard to pay attention. And bro, I was a daydreamer. And those daydreams though would, you know, bear fruit later on. It's the reason, you know, it's my profession now. But as far as the scholastics, being in school, I would always get called motor mouth. I've had teachers lay hands on me. My second grade teacher slapped me in the face. And just, yeah, my second grade teacher, her name is Miss Foster. She probably most definitely dead now. But
but at the time we're talking like teachers weren't allowed to put hands on the kids, right?
No.
Because you're not that old.
I'm not that old. I ain't ancient. Yeah, this is in the 80s, like late 80s, yeah. Probably. Is it early 90s? Probably, probably early 90s, super late 80s. Yeah, my second grade teacher slapped me in the face. It's just because I would talk so much.
I'm assuming, what, you born like 82, 83?
Let's not talk about that. I don't want to age myself. But let's leave that out the interview. But
well, you lucky I didn't say 70, late 70s.
Oh no, definitely not in the 70s, bro. Let's not go that far back. But yeah, Yeah, she put hands on me out because I would run my mouth. They would call me motor mouth. So it's like, you know, like I said, I might have been quiet. I ain't mess with everybody. It's just like my neighborhood, the area was real territorial. And for whatever reason, like the projects was down the street. They ain't mess with us. The other side ain't mess with us. So it's just like I knew even as a kid, and I wasn't even like that. It's like I really wasn't on some rah-rah, let's beef. That came later. I would consider myself a good kid. Even trying to avoid fights, you know what I'm saying? But I already knew, even in elementary, like it's territorial, so I don't mess with y'all. I mess with my man. So I have one of my bros from my block or just somebody I made friends with, and I'll be yapping my mouth. And one day the teacher called me forward and she asked for work that I ain't turn in. And she made somebody, it was the desk that you would like, it had like the compartment to shove papers in. And my desk was messy. And they found the work that I was supposed to turn in. She made like a girl. She was like, yo, go through his desk and look for it. And she had me standing,
What?
yeah, she had me stand in front of the class. And when she found it, she grabbed the paper. She was like, all you do is talk. She said, bah, to my face.
What happened to her though? Did she get in trouble for that?
No, man. I mean, she got in trouble, yeah, but she ain't get fired. It's crazy.
That's crazy.
Yeah. So look,
wow.
my mom's turned up. It got crazy. Of course, I minimized it because I didn't want to get in trouble. I was doing bad in school. So, and I'm not talking bad like get suspended, and I'm just wasn't doing work. I wasn't paying attention. I was bringing home D's and F's. So,
were you bored in school?
I
like,
was
were you
bored, bro. And just in hindsight, not to sound gassed, yo, I would really feel stupid. Like my face would get red when they would ask me questions. Yo, what? But in hindsight, looking back, it's just like, yo, I was too smart for all of that. Like I
That's
was
what I was going to ask you.
Yeah.
Do you think that it was moving too slow for you?
It was moving too slow, bro. It was moving too slow. So I know that now, but back then it's just like, yo, I can't pay attention. Yo, I'm stupid. And they would tell me that, bro. It was like abusive. My first couple, my first couple years in school was abusive. What's crazy is the next year, my sister, or 2 years later, my sister was about to go to second grade and get the same teacher. My mom was like, nah. So she changed her to another teacher. And that other teacher hit my sister in front of a bunch of people. So another teacher saw her hit my sister and then called the DCFS, DIFUS and all that. And they fired that teacher. So they got more stricter by the time my sister had that, she was in second grade. But for me, they just like, she was gone for a little bit and she came back and she was hella mean to me. Hella mean.
Okay, all right. I have to ask though, okay, was she white?
Nah, she was a black lady.
She was a black lady that hit you. Okay.
Yep.
So what was your mom's reaction when she went to the school? Actually, you know, what was the kids' reaction when they saw that you got slapped?
Yo, so my cousin, my blood cousin, first cousin was in class with me. I ain't say nothing. Like I didn't want to tell my mom. I'm just like, I got in trouble. My cousin told my aunt told my mom. My mom went and turned up. She called her in the hallway, and I just heard my mom raising her voice. But that's it. Like, yo, she came into class, back in the class. She was just mean, wasn't talking to me. And I just remember her disappearing for a little while, and us having a substitute. And I think
so she got like suspended.
She got suspended. Yeah, she got suspended.
Yeah, that's crazy, man. But were the kids shocked when you got slapped?
I can't even remember, bro. I just know my cousin was like, "Oh nah." She slapped me. Yeah. That lady was the devil, bro.
Wow. Yo, so your family being so loving and so nurturing and everything like that, right? You started to, get into some trouble though, right?
Yeah, I would say, bro, I got into regular trouble, like regular kid trouble. My block was full of kids. I lived on a dope block. Like every single house had like 3 kids in it. So you would just see 50 kids running up and down the block playing freeze tag, jumping garages. So we would do stupid stuff like that. We never wanted to be no gang. I mean, we wasn't punks, but we never wanted to, we had OGs on the block and they moved they worked elsewhere. It would be the street like a couple streets over, and I think that was their hub. That's where they would move weight, move work, whatever, do hand in hand, and then come back to where they live, our block. So our block I wouldn't consider it bad when I was a kid. And so I'll just get into regular stuff. Then, yo, wow, the projects would come through, the kids from the projects, like a parade, bro. So there was a bunch of us and there was a bunch of them. So what you think went down? We would have to scrap. We would have to fight. And then when I went to, I don't want to jump too far forward, but when I went to middle school, so I was in elementary school. The elementary school wasn't that bad. And then it wasn't that bad for me, especially when I beat up the biggest bully. So I got respect in that school. So I used to get bullied because I'm little, I'm small, I'm scrawny, but it wasn't bullied like I got bullied and stop. Like I would fight back. My dad, loved boxing, would teach me how to box. And then I would fight kids on my block, so I had hands. The biggest bully in the school, I remember I was trying to be cool with him. Like, oh, look, he popular, he the biggest bully, get all the girls. And I'm just like, yeah, look, they invited me to play freeze tag. We go behind this dumpster, and this is on recess. And he reaches in the dumpster. The dumpster was empty except for this one bottle. And he's like, yo, he called me. And when I look over, because I'm looking to see if they're going to find us, he hit me on the bridge of my nose with the bottle.
Oh, shit.
And I started crying. I'm like, and yo, he laughing, heartless.
Wait, is it a glass bottle?
With a glass bottle. It didn't break. He didn't hit me hard enough to bust my face. He didn't even crack my skin, but bro, that hurts. The bridge of your nose.
Hell
he
yeah.
He just went like that. Beep. And when he did that, bro, I don't know if you ever seen that old movie, The Christmas Story, when dude beat up the bully. Like, yo, I rushed, dude. I'm crying them tears and they laughing and everybody crowding around like, ah. Bro, I done beat the brakes off of this boy. Bro, so bad. I mean, if I would have squared up with him, because he was hella big, he would have beat me up. But he ain't expect me to rush him. So I go, pop, 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 and I got on top of him, boom, boom, beat him down. And after that, nobody was playing games with me. But now when I went to the middle school, we would hear horror stories like, yo, in Broadway, they shoot people in Broadway. They do, little kids, man. I heard somebody got their head chopped off in their class. So this thing was literally a war zone. I know they exaggerated, but when I went to the school, it was a literal hellhole, bro.
So Newark was tough.
Yeah.
Definitely tough growing up.
Hell yeah. Newark was very tough. And that school, it was Broadway. They changed the name to Luis Munoz Marin Middle School, and I swear that every day to get home safe was a mission. When them doors open, you already know, because there was dudes from Grafton Ave projects down the street that would come and they would just jump Puerto Ricans. So my block was mostly Puerto Rican. We had, of course, we was mixed, but it was mostly Puerto Rican. So we would link up and then it'd be a brawl. We get jumped. So backtracking, I mentioned this, we ain't want to be no bad kids. We ain't want to sell drugs. We ain't want to do none of that. But I kind of feel like we was forced to turn into, you either the prey or you do the praying.
Right.
And it made us turn up. So now when my mans and them turned up, and they started wilding, I have respect on the block. I grew up with them. It was never like I pop up, they know what's up. But I skipped all of that, playing with guns and hustling for a long time because I had, I was a little pretty boy and I had got a little girlfriend. So while they still all, virgined out and, playing the strip, I had a girlfriend, and that kept me, I guess, safe in a sense for a little while. And then, of course, later on, I come outside, I had some catching up to do. But I was like 14 with a whole girlfriend for 3 years. So
got you.
Yeah.
So like, you know, during the time that you're growing up, it's the 80s, right? It's the crack era and everything.
Well, really the 90s. Yeah.
But like, you know, you're growing up in it for a little while.
Yeah.
And then obviously, but you're really coming up in the 90s, right?
Yeah,
so
for
you're
sure.
seeing the after effects of it.
Absolutely. Oh, I mean, yo, bro, still to this day, you got like 2 spots in the country that still like crackheads. And it's Baltimore and it's Newark, bro. So
Right.
yeah, I mean, it pretty much in the 90s looked exactly like the 80s, bro.
How do you think that affected you witnessing all of that growing up?
So growing up, I didn't notice it had an effect on me until I moved outside the state. And then I start telling these stories to other people. And they're looking at me like my life is like a movie. Like, what you've been through? And I'm like, oh, it absolutely shaped the way I think. It absolutely is the reason why I feel like I need some sort of weapon at all times. It's absolutely why I want to sit down and face the door at a restaurant. And I'm non-trusting. Bro, I got robbed twice by crackheads. Like, yo, so it's just like, of course it brings some sort of paranoia and some street smarts too. Like, yeah. Like, yo, my friends in Florida, when I moved out here, I made some friends, and like, I'm just, back home, I'm normal. Over here, they be like behind my, yo, dating mad hood. And it's just like, yeah, I'm dead serious. Like, dating mad, yo, you mad hood. Like, mad hood? Like, I know people 10 times more hood. But it's just, you know, like, yo, I guess
it was normalized to you, though.
Yeah,
everything was normalized. And then you realize, though, that things that get normalized doesn't mean it's really normal, though. Like, it's healthy. Doesn't mean it's healthy, doesn't mean it's right. You know what I mean? And that's the problem, right? Until you exit out of that environment, you start to realize, like, wow.
Yeah,
because you think about I know your son is still young, right? But the stuff that you went through at a young age, could you imagine your child going through that eventually?
Over my dead body. Yeah. And that puts it into perspective also. Like, my son, I don't want him to witness the things I've seen. Dead bodies on the street. You know what I'm saying? Like, real talk. Like, people shot, bleeding out. I don't ever, at a young age, bro, walking home, seeing craziness like that. I don't want him to have to worry about watching his back the same way I had to. It literally, I'm not exaggerating, bro. Like, every single day. Imagine that pressure, Monday through Friday, for I would say maybe 7, 8 years of my life. Like, I gotta get home safe. That's the thing, because somebody gonna try to jump me. One of the ops, these dudes from this block over there, and it's just like, oh, man, I don't want my son to grow up in that environment, bro.
Right. I mean, you know, a lot of times I feel like when you're growing up, when you're living through survival mode and everything, right? You don't really realize it until you finally get out of that.
Yeah.
And then you're just like, wow, like, and it almost feels not normal when things start to calm down, when there's not chaos around you. It seems a little strange because you've been used to it for so long.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
So I'm sure like you never got like diagnosed for like PTSD or anything, but you know, I mean, seeing all of that stuff, you can't help but like develop some kind of.
Absolutely. I mean, I've definitely never been diagnosed, but I know there's a PTSD there. I know it. And it's not a PTSD that I regret though. I feel like it keeps me sharp. I feel like it keeps me on my toes. I think what I do now, not getting too far ahead, you know, with the type of ministry I do and gang ministry. I've been to the worst cities in America, Compton, the west side of Chicago, and it keeps me on my toes, bro. Like, they could see it too. It's like they know, like, oh yeah, you one of us. You know what I'm saying? I'm not out there naive and just like, I'm not gonna get caught lacking, bro. Like,
right.
Yeah.
Do you remember the first hip hop song you ever heard?
It was definitely Sugarhill Gang for sure. And then I think my dad played a bunch of Run-DMC, a bunch of stuff like that. And I think everything, bro. I just wasn't into it. Like, I was into like Michael Jackson and stuff like that. When he would play that type of stuff, I liked it. The first, I'm embarrassed to admit this, the first rap song that I liked, that I was like, this is fire. Throw that on again. Was Sir Mix-a-Lot. Baby Got Back. That's the first rap I ever learned front to back. I
Well,
like
what
Big.
you just said about you having a girlfriend, I could tell because you a freak.
Yeah, I'm like, yo, nah, that was even way before I had a girlfriend, way before. So I was like, I like Big Person. So, but then I think I officially became a hip hop head when Tribe dropped the Scenario remix and Black Sheep dropped The Choice Is Yours. I saw those videos and I was like mind blown. Like, this is what I want to do right there. Like, I want to do this. At the time I played saxophone, I played alto saxophone, baritone. My father already taught me how to mix. And it's like I was mixing stuff that I really ain't like. Like I knew how to do it, but it's not like I was super practicing. But I'm talking about when hip hop became my thing. Not my dad's thing, not my mom's thing. When it became my thing, was watching the Video Music Box, little kid, watching Saturday morning cartoons, them joints finished, and I'm just like, let me turn on the box. And I'm just like, yo, this is what I need to do. Rakim, Don't Sweat the Technique. And I know that's later Rakim. That Rakim is like goated way before that. This is the end of Eric being Rakim. But when I heard that, I was like, yo, what the heck is this? And yeah, that's when hip hop became my thing.
So what was it about like Sugarhill Gang and Run-DMC that didn't appeal to you to that level? It was just because it felt like dated to you at the time, or
it felt dated. Yeah, it felt dated. It felt like, I don't know, bro. I ain't even got the answer to that. It's just, it felt like, oh, that's my dad's stuff. Like, you know, it's his music. And I'm looking at what's current. And what's current is like, you know, some Michael Jackson or whatever. I forgot what album he had dropped. I think it might have been the Black and White album. And that's like later Michael Jackson. You know what I'm saying? The joint where he had the single Black and White.
Right. I know
like
what you're talking about.
With the little corny dude rapping on that joint. That was dope to me. Like, yo, he's nice. So I liked what my friends liked, and I can't even remember what those songs are, bro. It's just like there's timestamps in my life, and there's like before hip hop and after hip hop. And before hip hop, it's just like nothing really mattered. Of course, my family life did, but none of that mattered. After hip hop is like life turned up for me. You know what I'm saying?
So would you say that DJing was almost like your favorite, your first element? Sorry, that you got into.
Absolutely, it was my only element. I ain't breakdance or none of that. It was my only.
You ain't do the crazy.
Nah, I ain't do none of that, bro. I'm bow-legged as hell. I can't do none of that stuff, bro. So,
but
yeah.
But you were into graffiti though, right?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. So, but DJing first, because my dad would be like, "Yo, come here, like, yo, this is how you mix. You got to match the tempos," and he would show me how to mix. And I just remember everybody being at my house, and my dad would make, before a clue, before, you know, any of these DJs, my dad would make mixtapes for people with the records, with the vinyls that he had. And then not just hip hop, bro. It was salsa, merengue, whatever, bro. He played everything. He serviced everybody, and he did mad different parties. So I learned how to mix first, then came the graffiti thing. For me, rap felt like a far-fetched thing. I started to freestyle, and me starting to freestyle was really just taking other people's raps and inserting my name in it, like Snoop Dogg and stuff like that. So I would do stuff like that, insert my name, and my mans would be like, yo, he dope. And I'm just biting other people's rhymes. And then I would start to change words. Then I started to really freestyle. But it just seemed like a far-fetched thing for me. And it's just, I was going to be dating the graffiti dude. Even the DJing was like, I'm all for that. So I was that graffiti dude with the book bag with all the graffiti on it.
Well, wait, Datin came from, you needed a tag name though, right?
I needed a tag name, yeah.
And then you came up with deranged artistic talent invading
invading
right?
Newark. Yep. Yeah.
And then your friend was like, "That's Datin."
Yeah, I said something stupid. I just needed something with big words. My man, his acronym had big words. His joint was smoke. And his joint was scientific method of killing enemies. We little kids.
Well,
and
that was really popular at that time, though.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah,
like
it was. So I'm just like, yo, I want something that means. And when I said that, he was like, that spells dating. And I was like, I like that. And that's it. That turned to my real name. Everybody would call me that. Freaking teachers would call me Datin.
wait, but you forgot that transformed to Triple D, Datin the Destroyer.
Yeah,
because
yeah.
right, because of the wrestler Axe the Destroyer, right? That you was it.
Yup. Man, yep, that's exactly where it came from. The Triple D came from that. I wanted to extend my name and I don't know, little stupid kid stuff.
So how old were you when you wrote your first rhyme?
I would say 10. It was mad
Damn, so
trash.
still early.
Yeah, it was trash. It was super trash. But
Can you spit it?
dang, son, I don't even know if I want to embarrass myself. It's so
Come
bad.
on.
I said, my name is Eddie, and I'm here to say that I like this girl in a crazy way. Some crap like that. Like, I
Oh,
can't
you
even...
still rapping like that?
Yeah,
style.
yeah. Yep.
Okay.
So then, yeah, and then I left it alone, and I knew that joint was trash, so I got up off of that, and I would just freestyle, and I would record my freestyles, remember them, refine them when because sometimes you babble, and then I would try to remember those things and use them like a written. I didn't understand the concept of writing rhymes yet.
What were you recording on at that time? Just like a tape recorder?
Bro, some Little Fisher Price first. It was some Little Fisher Price
snap.
toy
joint
that my mom's bought me to play stupid tapes that came with books, but you could record. I would take the paper and put the paper in the cassettes that would come along with these books, He-Man or whatever the heck, Transformers, and I'm just like recording over them, freestyling, my man banging on the table.
Damn, that's crazy, man.
Yeah.
So then that eventually becomes early on, like you lying to your mom and taking the train to go battle in front of like Fat Beats and the New York Cafe, right?
Yeah. It started in Newark first. So I was in school and I remember seeing this dude who was still to this day one of the illest MCs, and he just never, I think he put it to the side. He never like got on. His name was Slither. And he would be in the school holding the trophy that he won at this battle. And it was like this prestigious battle in Newark, New Jersey. It was called Lyrical Combat. And I would see him with the trophy, and I'm like, man, I could do that. And I wasn't nice like that with the battling. I ain't never battled nobody before. And I'm like, yo, I could do that. And I would tell people, like, yo, there was this other dude that he would spit his verses to me. And I remember one day he slides over his desk. We got a substitute teacher. My school, now I'm in high school, and this joint is like hell. Don't nobody care about what we do. We not doing work. I'm graffitiing all freaking day. My man slides over and he's like, yo, he spit this verse to me. And I tell him, I rap too. He's like, let me hear something. I said, I freestyle. You got a beat? Like, he was like, nah, spit a written. I said, I ain't got a written. He was like, yo, that's my challenge to you. Write a rhyme. And I went home and I went crazy. I wrote my first real rap. And I took that rap. I brought it back the next day. I was preparing that joint. I was mad confident in it. Cannabis was out at the time, and I idolized him and Chino XL with the wordplay. So I'm just like, yo, I sounded like them. And I did what I was hearing, what I admired, what I esteemed. And when I spit it to bro, his name was Dramatic, he looks at me, he gets out of his seat, and this is in the middle of class, so just tell you what type of school I went to. He just walked out of the class. Nobody said nothing, teacher ain't say nothing. He walked out of the class. Bell rings, I get out of the class, and the class is by this dead end, and there's the stairwell that, you gotta be careful. You get beat up in that stairwell. And he's like, yo, come in. I go in the stairwell, and why he got like 4 or 5 people in there that I had beef with. like issues. They from the projects that was jumping us when we was kids. So now I'm like, oh, and he like, yo, spit them that verse. And I spit the verse and they all went crazy. They lost their minds. And that day made peace with all of them. We was all good. And I knew right there, it's like, yeah, this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna be a rapper. I'm gonna be a rapper. I think I was a freshman I think I was a freshman. So I'm like, yeah, this is what I'm gonna do. And I was writing every day. Couldn't tell me nothing.
Wow. So then how long after that do you start going to like Fat Beats and the New York Cafe?
Oof. I would say like a year later. So I started in the city. That battle that I seen the dude hold the trophy, I went and got in it. And I felt like, yo, there was a lot of racism in battle rap. If the panel knew, you know, they from the projects too, and you battle they boy and they boys freaking dirt trash, and you know, they'll still be like, you know, they hated on Puerto Ricans. So it was hard, but I just kept ramming the door, so to speak, like, yo, I'm gonna get in and put my foot in this joint and they gonna respect me. And so that one I got ripped off. And I was like, man, all right, cool. I'll come back next year. So I came back with a vengeance to the point where it was undeniable. I won that battle. And O Solo, who, you know, I'm pretty sure you know who O Solo is, he was in that battle as well. I won that joint. And then from there, that same dude who encouraged me to write my first rhyme, my man Dramatic, he was at the battle. He's like, yo, he was going to the city. So of course, I'm still super young. I just can't go do what I want to do. And I'm not even the age to get in the clubs. But when it came to rapping, like, yo, I managed to make my way in. I would go out, battle outside Fat Beats. I was just battling everywhere. So
did you battle like any big names at that time?
I don't think so, bro. I didn't battle just any big names. I think the biggest person I had battled at that time was some dude in Newark who was like this crazy hood celebrity. I did I feel like I would say I battled Pace One and Slang Tongue from the Outsiders. But I don't know if they knew that I was coming at them. We just caught a cipher. And
right. But sometimes the cipher transforms
into a battle, and I was trying to go at them crazy, but they respected what I did, that they were like, yo, you know, they showed me love. So I'm like, all right, cool. I was trying to, you know, get it in and battle y'all, but okay, they showed me love.
So I got to ask you, because, you know, in the past, you've talked about how like growing up in the part of Newark that you grew up in, like the Puerto Ricans, the Dominicans, the blacks were all together, right? Mm-hmm. And you said that like when you went to the West Coast, that's when you started to see like more division between the blacks and the Latinos. But in this situation here, you're saying that there was racism in battle rap at that time, though.
Yeah. There was just, maybe racism is the wrong word. It's an unfair favoritism. I would say that. Biasness, yes. Racism was the wrong term, bro. It was a biasness that wasn't fair. So they would show me love. Nobody was like, get out of here, you stupid Puerto Rican. They was just like, yo, you could really destroy one of them. And this is just in Newark, you know what I'm saying? Like, it was just real, like, oh, that's the homie from the hood. Like, I've seen them, I've watched even other people, like, I think it's the same Apollo that they was bringing up when they was when Diabolic was talking. I seen, and he's a white boy, he would come into Newark and battle, and I've seen him destroy dudes, and they'd be like, they'll give it to, oh boy, like they mans. So I'm just
wait. You saying you saw Diabolic do this, or you saying you saw
Apollo? I'm mentioning. I brought him up because I think Diabolic just brought up Apollo.
Oh,
so that kid Apollo, who he was talking about picking on him. Yeah, I've seen Apollo destroy some dudes, and they just be like, I mean, I'm talking about where ain't no room, ain't no way. It's so obvious that y'all being biased right now.
So one-sided. I got you.
It was one-sided. Yeah, racism is the wrong word to use, bro. Yeah.
All right, so EODUB, right?
Mm-hmm.
MC Challenge. You went against some heavy hitters, man. All right.
Yeah, went against them all.
Right. There's a lot to this, so I gotta address it like in order. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So you started by winning an MC challenge, to winning the challenge of the champs, to being a part of the team that won the team MC challenge, to winning the MC challenge MTV pilot that you know what I mean, like that never aired, and then representing the USA in the world championship in Spain. Like there's a lot to break down. First, let's talk about how you got started, you know, with EODUB.
Yeah, and this is a dope story. I had just won that battle that I told you about the day before. So I win this battle in Newark, New Jersey, the Lyrical Combat. It's the top of the top in Newark. Like, and matter of fact, I was saying Jersey. So I'm super proud. My man Dramatic tells me, yo, they're doing this MC challenge in BB King's. BB King's is a incredible venue in New York.
Yeah.
So we go to BB King's. So we go to BB King's, and in this MC challenge, Jin had just won 106 in Park, so he was supposed to be in the Challenge of Champs, but he didn't because he got signed to Rough Riders. So now I'm witnessing Breeze Everflowing, Pumpkinhead, CF, my Lord, it was so many heavy hitters, bro, that I'm brain farting. It might have been C. Ray's Walls. It's all these dudes. And then the host, Big Zoo is one of the hosts. And I had just recently seen Breeze Everflowing. There was like the Blaze Battles, I think it was called, on MTV. Was that what it was? No, there was the Blaze Battles in the Blaze magazine, but there was a battle on MTV that they would do. Somebody talked about it on your show.
Right. I think Penn talked about it. Yeah, that's right.
Yes. So in those battles,
Something FX, right?
Yes. So Direct Effects,
the name
Direct
exactly.
Effects, I think.
Yeah, there you go.
So in the Direct Effects battles, I seen Super Zoo. Big Zoo was the champion, and then Breeze Everflowing beat him. And I think like Breeze Everflowing like retired. So now to me, these dudes are giants. Zoo is hosting it. Breeze is in this battle. I'm just like, I wanted to take my little trophy and chuck that joint. I had the t-shirt that they gave me for winning. And like one person noticed me, yo, didn't you win the battle yesterday? But I'm just like, yo, this is it. This is what I need to accomplish.
You went from the D League to
I'm like, yo, here I am thinking I'm the epitome, the top of the top. None of y'all seeing me. And I'm looking at what they doing, and I was just mind blown. Seeing CF freestyle, seeing Breeze Everflowing, and then they were ciphering. I'm just like, this is incredible. And I made it a goal to get into an MC challenge. I thought it was gonna be this big, difficult thing. I get with my mans. We recording all day in the studio in Jersey City on a Sunday, and then we ride out and we go to EODUB. They knew where it was. My man had a license. I ain't had no license. We drive to EODUB in this van. Like I'm talking about, we fit like 15 people in this van. The back had no seats. So they just all tossed around. I'm in the passenger seat. We pull up, and my man's is super nice. Like, I probably thought I was going to get ignored. We sign up for this is when it was in Pyramid in Manhattan, in the city. So we all sign up and we go up as a group. When we go up as a group, I spit a verse, and like I'm almost done with my verse, and Zoo cuts the Scram Jones was the DJ, makes Scram cut the beat off, and he grabs me like he want to fight, bro. Like he snatches my mic and grabs me. And Zoo's a big dude. And he like, you hear this mother? Do you hear this? Who want to see him in the MC challenge? And I ain't even spit a full verse. So my man's in them is fired. Like, and I'm just kind of like, dang, me, you ain't hear them? And he straight like egged them and was like, spit another verse. And I spit another verse, and he went crazy. He almost drop kicked me. That's how crazy they was all Vice Pro. They was losing their mind. So when they was losing their mind, right away, they was like, yo, we gotta get your information. We want you in the MC challenge. And I was just like, dang, son, that was mad easy. Like, I'm thinking I gotta try out, who I gotta talk to, who I gotta impress. I spit 12 bars, and that's it. So then that's it. From that point on, it was like, yo, every Sunday we making this trip to EODUB, and it was like an amazing time because all you could imagine, Jin, In and Out, Immortal Technique is a regular. All these dudes, I'm seeing Penn every week. I'm seeing Swave every week. Iron Solomon, like it's just all these dudes that grew to be these tremendous heavy hitters was there every day, regular people, Nems, George Burns. And that's why I met them dudes at.
Right.
Yeah.
That's crazy, man. So how does the whole situation with the MTV pilot come about that never airs?
Yeah, so mad years later, I won a MC Challenger. I won an MC challenge. I won an MC Challenger champs. I got second place at Rocksteady did a collaboration with EODUB. I got second place in that. I got second place in this worldwide joint that they did, the World Challenger Champions in Spain.
Wait, so you actually went to Spain for that?
Yeah, yep. They flew me out to Spain, to Paris. We toured out there. Yep, with EODUB. I love them dudes.
Did you guys win?
No, so it was so EODUB is like a worldwide organization. They're everywhere now. And every place where they have they got one in, I think, Australia, one in France, one in Germany. So they flew all the champions, their grand champions, into Spain, and there was a Challenger grand champion. So I went to represent America because at that time I had won the Challenger champs. And some dude named Arctic. Yo, bro, I don't know what the heck he was saying, but my man looked like he was killing it. He was killing that joint. And yo, he won. So it feels whack losing to him. I'm like, yo, I don't even know what bro is saying, but son, he looked like he was killing it, and I don't know how.
It was wee.
Boo. Meet the ball, but they won. He won. And I got second place. But yeah, I did mad MC challenges at that point. With the MTV thing, I remember being a little salty, right? I went to go to the studio that they had. EODUB had this studio, and I forgot why I went. I just think I went to go do a song over there with one of them. And they're having this meeting while I'm there. It's CF, it's Swave Sever, it's George Burns, it's Chocolate Tie, it's forgive me for forgetting names. It's a lot of heavy hitters, bro. I think it's even the dude that won the first MC challenge, and I can't remember his name, bro. Anyways, they all there, all these vets. Was Iron Solomon there too? It might have even been Iron Solomon. I had already beat him in the Challenger Champions that I won. So they all there, and I'm like, what's this about? They like, oh, they pitching this pilot to MTV. So they want to pick up EODUB, the MC challenge. And I'm like, nah. But they had already took me to Spain and to France. So I just can't, expect to be included into everything. So I'm not.
What year is this?
Was it 2006 or 7? 2006, I think.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, I think it was 2006. So, was it 5? I don't know, whatever. Just from either 2005 or 6.
Around there.
So,
I got you.
Yeah, around there. So long story short, I don't get included, and to prepare for an MC challenge took a lot of practicing, a lot of, I would have to like super prepare. They hit me last minute and they like, yo, Swave Sever can't make it. So, he has a funeral. So can you take his place? I said, absolutely. Yo, it was a different event. It was invite only. It wasn't open like, every Sunday at EODUB. Bro, I bring like 100 goons with me. I'm talking about, we had like 3 train carts full. I bought out the whole hood. We get over there, we show up. And then an exec from, the TV show was like, yo, oh man, Swave showed up. So, man, we don't need you. And bro, I look like a parade, bro. And I'm like, all right, so you saying I can't be in this joint? He like, yeah. I said, tell them I can't be in this joint. And it was just the wolves. They looked bloodthirsty. They was like, oh, okay, we're gonna have to figure out how to. So they made. I'm dead serious, bro. I'm dead serious. So we're gonna have to figure out. So they had to change the show so that we didn't go in there and light stuff up. But I would have never did the EODUB brothers like that. Never. But they don't know that. And they like, oh man. So they make an extra round. Zoo comes out, and they weren't hosting this one. They had like a female host. They were trying to change it up. And they were like, look, we gonna fit you in this joint. So, bro, I get on. Mind you, I think all of the contestants had already did like interviews. If I'm not mistaken, they followed them around the hood, stuff like that. I got none of that because I got included last minute. I go in there and I hit a ant with a sledgehammer. Like, I don't know if the pressure made everybody off their game. And these are, nobody freestyles better than CF. Swave is a absolute animal. This MC challenge, they were doing like a process of elimination. So it wasn't like regular, like, yo, if you didn't get, they would have you advance to the next round. In the end, it was just me and Swave. Bro, I think it was just my best performance ever. Like, nothing was bigger than that. And I won. I felt the energy, had the whole crowd, Jersey. And
wait, so was it a battle? Like nah, you guys were like,
it's an MC challenge.
Just a challenge. Got you. Okay.
So I win that joint, and then now I gotta work backwards. So now they're interviewing me, and they came through to my hood, and I'm telling my man, like, yo, I got MTV coming through. And they came through and they trying to interview me, and they want me to be humble and act like I'm scared, and I'm prepping, and I'm just like, you know what I'm saying? It's about to be nothing. Watch how I destroy this joint. And they'll cut the camera. Look, Datin, you need to sound more humble. Everybody likes the underdog. I was being too cocky. But that was mad hilarious. And then I film all that stuff. I go to witness to see the footage. And when I went over there to see the footage, bro, it was not a good look because, and no disrespect to my brothers, yo, it literally looked like I went to kill an ant with a sledgehammer. Like, I'm telling you, it had to be the pressure of the night. It was no competition, bro. It was that bad. And my man was with me, and he was like, dang, son, it almost don't even look interesting how much you killed it. You had no competition. And then MTV ain't picked that joint up. So I'm wondering if it's just like, yeah, who are these guys? But little do they know they're absolute monsters. It's just they probably wasn't on their A game. They was intimidated. Wow. Yeah, I had Jersey in the building.
That's crazy, man. But yo, how you develop your white man voice so good, man?
I don't know. I know, right? I don't know. Being always imitated. That's very funny.
Yo, but actually, at EODUB though, you actually battled against Aguilar like twice, right?
Twice, yeah.
Talk about that.
Yo, so in the first, once officially. Why? Because in the MC Challenge of Champions, he was supposed to be in it. But something happened. I believe he got locked up. So he wasn't in it. So Pac FM took his place. Yeah, they had Pac FM take his place. And so I won that, but he ain't take an L to me because he wasn't there. Later on in that Rocksteady EODUB collab at come on, bro. It's the world famous. Why am I brain farting? Bro, it's that club that's just like everybody want to perform there in New York, bro. And I can't. Shame on me that I'm forgetting that SOBs, bro. I can't believe I forgot. So it was at SOBs, bro. We do this thing at SOBs, crazy night, and Aguilar was in that competition, and I beat him. But he was cool. He was just very, you ain't know what to expect about Ag. He was just very, like, hey, yo, son. But he was cool. That night.
So It's an MC challenge, but at no point are you guys like trading bars back and forth at each other, though, directed at each other.
Nah. The only time that ever happened, somebody tried to like throw bars at me in the MC challenge was like Pac FM. Like that's just what he did. So yeah.
Or can you talk about that? What happened with Pac?
So in the MC challenge of champions that he wasn't supposed to be in, he took Aguilar's place.
Right.
You got your different rounds. The first round is on the beat. And I had just went, and the crowd was, it was my 8 Mile moment. The crowd was, every world 313. It's like, no, but they was just turned up. That's how it felt. Everybody was going crazy, right?
We got a new champion. We got a new champion.
I just put this verse, everybody go crazy. And then he followed up. And when he followed up, he turned to me and said some crap. I don't know. He tried to shoot bars at me. And I really, bro, I ain't wanna make a big deal about it because I had bloodthirsty animals in there and they don't play about me. So even right away, some of them caught that and was like, yo, who that? And I'm just like, yo, he's cool with Penn. He's cool with a lot of my brothers. I wasn't cool with him, but I'm just like, nah, leave that alone, bro. So I ain't made no big deal about it, man. I honestly wasn't worried about him either. Like, watch this. I was worried about our Iron Solomon. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So yeah, that's it. He was the only one that's like, he's raising the bar. What they doing over here wasn't.
Got you. Okay. So then, I recently had interviewed Diabolic, right?
Yeah.
And back in the day, there was a little static between your crew and Diabolic's crew, right? And when I asked him about it, he downplayed it a little bit. He said he doesn't really remember having beef with you like that. But Nino Bless had said that Diabolic was talking pretty crazy on the message boards back then about your crew. Man, wrote a clip.
I know who Datin is. Well, I know who Datin is. I never had beef with Datin.
I heard that you would go on message boards and talk crazy about how much you hated him and you didn't think he was that good at all.
Did I? Maybe. I mean, I was a hater at one point, competitively. But I don't remember, like, I don't know.
I think he was a part of a crew.
I remember he had ridiculous, like plucked eyebrows, though. I do know that. I remember that. But, like...
You hated the man because he had plucked eyebrows?
I know what that's from. No, he did. He used to, like, his eyebrows looked very chiseled. They were ridiculous. But, no, there was like an MC challenge at EODUB, and like Stronghold was in it, and I was the 6th man. Like it was a 5-man battle, and then you have a 6th man if you need a tiebreaker, right? So I was the tiebreaker if you had a tiebreaker. And they tied Datin's crew at the time. I remember this. And I came up for the tiebreaker. They spin the wheel. I had to do an acapella. And I fucking murdered it. They won. And then a couple days later, there was a recount and Stronghold lost. I remember that where I was like, fuck those guys. This is ridiculous. Like, what do you mean?
Can you talk about that? What happened? He said that you had really manicured eyebrows. That's what he remembers.
Yeah, so let me address Diabolic Weinstein over here. So, yo,
that's messed up.
Shout out to Diabolic. Yo, so it really it wasn't beef, like he said. I think he was truthful from his perspective. I'm gonna say this, and of course he's gonna believe that they won. Like, yo, it was close. I feel like, from being, and also like, bro, I'm the little bro. They was all the big homies. Diabolic, Immortal Technique. They, like, when I came, I'm the new dude that's hot, but I'm looking at them like they the big bros. So I'm a fan. You know what I'm saying?
This is a team challenge, right?
This is a team challenge, and they had me as a secret weapon. It wasn't no break a tie thing. It was a last round, and then the groups would reveal who their secret weapon was. Diabolic was the secret weapon for Stronghold. I was the secret weapon for Tomorrow's Weapons. That was the group name, Tomorrow's Weapons, and they had CF with them. And I came out and I did one round. I feel like with the response I got, including every other round, I feel like we won. And when we lost, we absolutely felt like, and everybody else around, maybe that wasn't like super friends with them, was like, y'all got ripped off. It was some favoritism, right? So I can't remember who in the squad. Zoo came over, was like, yo, and my man was like, yo, that y'all gave him some favoritism. And Zoo was like, yeah, I think we need to like look through those votes and count them joints. So that's how the night ended off. I wasn't salty about it. I was happy to be there. That's it, bro. So remember, still the young boy fan, they the big homies. I can't remember the specifics. I just remember my ex-girl at the time went on the message board and we saw Diabolic talking crazy. I mean, and that's something
this is after they overturned it or before?
Yeah, okay, boom. So we got a call the next day and they said, yo, we're going to make an announcement. We recounted the votes and y'all actually won. So I'm like, oh, okay. So it was supposed to be an error with them counting. That's how it happened. Wasn't no tiebreaker. I don't know about any of that. So they recounted the votes and they was like, yo, y'all actually won by a point. So they announced it and Diabolic lost his mind on the message boards and was talking crazy. And he ain't like super duper disrespecting me. I guess just at the time, I'm just young, prideful. You can't tell me nothing, feeling on top of the world, making famous friends. And I'm looking at dude like, yo, Datin messed up, Datin this and it. Like he said I'm like messed up. I fumbled a word. And I absolutely didn't fumble no word. But whatever. And then yeah, he might have said like the eyebrow thing right there. And of course, being a young dude, I'm like, man.
No, I don't know if he talked about your eyebrows then. I think he was making that comment just in the interview. He's like, I don't remember much about him.
Nah, really? I think he did say, that's what I'm saying. Yo, when he said it in your interview, I was not surprised. I'm like, I heard this before. So, yeah, he said that. And, like, I was like, I get it, but I was a little prideful kid. I felt some type of way, but it wasn't nothing to beef over about. I always respected his pen, but it definitely made me not really tap into what he's doing. And it's your interviews that like, yo, I'm like, yo, I like this dude. I like how he's blunt, says what's on his mind. I told you, I was like, yo, I like this dude. Before I would have been like, man, that's that dude who tried to play me. But I'm like, yo, I like this dude. And then I went and listened to, I'm like, yo, he's a freaking creature. He's a beast. But yeah, for the most part, I could see how what he said, he ain't downplay it. It's just true from his perspective. Of course, they feel like they won, and I get that. And it was close. It's not like they was whack. It's not like he came out whack. Like, he's never gonna come out whack. He was spitting, and it was dope. But yeah, we won by a point. And from my perspective, I feel like, hell yeah, we won by a point. You know what I'm saying?
During that time when he was talking on the message boards, did you ever respond or did your girl respond or anything like that?
Nah, not at all. Not at all.
Because he spoke about somebody said something on the message board about your guys' team, right? And I think that's what like caused him to start going crazy.
I don't remember, bro. All I know is that the two things I remember was him saying that it's like full of crap. They won. I messed up. And he was also, it wasn't just like him coming at just me. He was mentioning other things like this dude did this dude did that. And yo, we were the underdogs because they had a super group, son. They had Penn. They had Technique. They had him as there was a super group. I was fans of these dudes. They had Breeze Everflowing. You know what I'm saying?
It's like you fighting the dream team at that point.
Yeah, but Tomorrow's Weapons had a Hawk. You know what I'm saying? No, I'm just kidding. But nah, we I was fans, but I feel like we won, surprisingly. I didn't expect it either. But I was just like, Dad, we did pretty good. We had CF, bro. CF is the illest off the dome in the world, bro. I put him over Supernatural. Straight up.
Wow.
Yes, bro. Yes, bro.
Who else did you battle at EODUB?
I was in MC challenges with everybody, bro. So when we say it's not a one-on-one battle, it's but I was in MC challenges with Iron Solomon twice, with Aguilar, with Nems, with Breeze Everflowing, with Mortal Technique, with man, just Swave Sever, not Pen, Pumpkinhead, Blind Fury.
Wow.
Yeah, mad people, bro.
Mad people, man.
Yeah, mad vets.
So I want to go back a little bit. So in 2002, you did a 2-on-2 battle called Spitboxing. It was held at the Pyramid, right? Where EODUB was held, but EODUB wasn't throwing it.
Yeah.
It was sponsored by Guess. The winners got $500, 2 watches, trophies, whatever, right?
Yeah.
Who were you partnered with at that time?
Was I partnered with Axel Leon?
Oh, snap, for real?
Man, am I remembering this right? I feel like I went and he went and we didn't have partners and we just was tag partners in that joint. Oh wait, no. No, okay, I'm refreshing my memory. I went with my man Dramatic. Dramatic was the dude who I told you inspired me to write my first rhyme. Axe showed up and ended up getting with somebody. And in the end, me and Axe was like, yeah, our partners weren't good. We should have linked up. We would have won this joint. But yeah, I got in there with my man Dramatic. I don't even remember if I won or not.
You guys ended up losing to a team. Do you remember who it was?
I don't, bro. I don't.
Okay. Because then it was Swave and Ike P that was the winners of that.
Wow, bro. Yo, you want some Nardward stuff right now. Remember bringing up stuff I don't remember. So Swave won that.
Yeah.
If I would say this, if Swave won that, I probably didn't even know him yet.
Wow.
Yeah, and that's my brother. You know what I'm saying?
Because he said that he ended up battling the team that beat you.
Yeah, probably. I don't think we won that one because you know, my man is just not a battle rapper, bro. And he managed to talk me to get into this joint. He was kind of like, yeah.
Yeah, but I spoke to Swave today and he showed mad love, bro. He said that he always respected you. You were always super talented and everything. And he said that he still got the trophy from that night and everything. Yeah.
It's cool because I got him back in that MC challenge. But yo, Swave is a freaking creature. He always been probably one of my favorite people I've met at EODUB. Like back then, he just showed this crazy, genuine love. Hand pen. I made good friends there, bro.
Yeah, most definitely, man. Shout out to Swave, man. Shout out to Penn, too.
My brother.
Yeah. So, were you battling at Fight Club before 106?
No. I got my ticket into Fight Club, and this is Fight Club dead in the beginning. Like, I probably went to the second Fight Club ever held.
Okay. So, let's go into 106 first then, right? So, how do you get on 106 in Park? That opportunity came from Jen or what?
No. So one day I'm going into the city for nothing music related. I get off at 9th Street. I walk past Fat Beats, and the short Asian kid come up to me with this baggy Anichi suit, sweatsuit on.
Wait, is it Aniche or is it NYC?
Well, it's NYC, but we called it Aniche.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, it's just been the debate for a long time. That's why I'm asking.
Yeah. Well, I found out later as a whole grown man after the joint is dead, it's NYC. I'm like, oh, so we would call it Aniche. Yo, he runs up on me and he hands me the CD first. And he like, yo, boom, he passed me the CD. He's like, yo, bro, here's my CD. And I thought he was gonna give it to me. He's like, yo, it's an audio of all my battles. And I'm already like, oh, come on, bro. An audio of your battles, bro. Like, I don't want to listen to battles. And he's just like, yeah, boom, boom, boom. And then he says in his pitch, I'm about to be on 106 in Park. So this is like a Sunday. And he's like, I'm going to be on 106 in Park Tuesday and then it'll air Friday. And I stopped. And Jen being the dude he always been, bro. So helpful, so freaking cool. He stops and he's just like, yo, I'm like, yo, how you got on that joint? And he just tells me, yo, this is what you do. And like he sat there and told me, you gotta, this is the website you gotta look at. It'll tell you when's the next audition. And I wasn't computer savvy. I was broke. I ain't had no computer, wasn't no smartphones, you know what I'm saying? So he told me how to get on, how to look after that joint, and where it was located. I had a pen, and I would always keep a pen and paper because if Ideal came, I would jot it down. So I wrote all that stuff down. I bought his CD because he was mad helpful. I go back home, I listen to that joint, and I'm like, this dude is an animal, bro.
Oh, so you didn't know who he was before then?
Nobody knew who he was. So,
oh,
I mean,
wow.
he was probably at EODUB, but I had never ran into him at EODUB. So
what year is this, though? So, like, I guess that's like, what, 2002?
This is even before, you know what? This is before I ever been to EODUB. So this is 2003, I think, if I'm not mistaken. 2002 or 3. I was on 106 in 2004. So I feel like he was like either a year before that or I don't know.
2002, he was on yeah.
Okay, so this was 2002. Boom. I've listened to his battles and I'm just like, oh, he about to kill it. So then, he would go on to kill it. I watched him and then I followed his instructions. I auditioned and I eventually ended up on 106 in Park. When I ended up on 106 in Park, I won the first joint. And the way they did these battles was like, so I was the first on the line. I had just got like hernia surgery, bro. I'm with this fresh surgery, bedridden, but my man, he was just like, yo, I'm gonna pick you up and we gonna go break night and wait outside. And we did. I was the first in the line, but he ended up getting the number 1. I was number 2, bro. That's how you auditioned. And they took you in groups of 10s. So one thing I was told was like, yo, observe who's with you, because if 5 of y'all make it, you already know who you're gonna battle because they go in order. So now, boom, they take us 10, and I think there was like a bunch of people that were impressive. Of course, I'm the first one that raps, and they accepted me. The funny thing is, the next week, it's not nobody from that group of 10. Some dude, and I'm looking, and the program director is talking to him a lot. So I would later find out, and me and bro was cool, but like he had auditioned on a regular show, and the program director liked dude so much he fit him in there. So that's the second time. So when I went to defend my championship, I feel like I got jerked. Yeah, I got super jerked, bro.
Is it true that you cussed in the second time?
No, he cussed the second time.
Oh, really? Okay.
He said the N-word, and they still let that joint slide.
What?
Yeah. He said, better back. And then he said, damn, because he messed up. So he knew when he said, better back. And damn.
He actually said the word, or
yeah,
okay.
And then he said, damn, like because he messed up. And then when we went back, he was like this. Like, damn, I was just like, oh, he cursed. I'm good. Like, this is an easy win. And then they said he won, and I was like, I was floored. Like, what?
Who was the judges?
It was J Mills, it was Chingy, and it was I-20. And out of all 3 of them, only only Mills got bars. These other dudes is freaking bums. So of course J Mills was like the champion, but the other 2 dudes freaking voted for my man. So that's no shade to him because he would go on to retire and he was nasty. But that day he messed up. And I guess, bro, it was in the cards for him to win because they packed me up and sent me home.
That's crazy, man.
Yeah.
I thought they said something like they tried to use an excuse to say that you had a written or something like that.
Nah, he was doing like the written thing while I was rapping, but everybody was doing that, bro. Everybody. Yo, son, I'm not gonna drop the ball on 106 in Park with my nerve shot and try to freestyle. Like, bro, he was spitting the written. And then you spit your little fake freestyle and then accused the other person of writing. The only person that went up there and ever really freestyle was Jen. You know what I'm saying?
That's a fact. That's a fact.
That's a fact.
Well, Poster Boy kind of did it, right?
I mean, I don't know. Yeah, I know with Mortal Technique, he said, "Shave your mustache, you look like a rapist." So yeah, I think Poster Boy was doing what battle rappers do now. Like they'll hit you with a rebuttal, throw in some written, you know, some premeditated writtens.
Right.
So,
yeah, that's crazy, man. Because, you know, I had just interviewed Rusty Jux, and he talked about how he felt he was jerked on the second week, too.
Yeah, that's right. Rusty Jux was on 106, too.
Right.
Yeah, bro. Crazy times.
Yeah, man, for sure. So that must have been so disappointing for you, though, when that happened. Like, what was, like, your reaction when you left that?
Sounds the worst day of my life. Like, yo, I went from that one little week, bro. That joint turned me to Justin Bieber in the hood, bro. I remember I went to the mall and I was in a jewelry store and somebody noticed me. It's the dude from 106 in Park. Bro, the mall was turned up, son. Like, everybody was coming to take pictures with me. My man was like, yo, we gotta go. So I go being in this position that millions of other kids want to be in. And then the next week that happens, bro, I was, yo, son, I think that's probably the first time I ever experienced some depression. Like, dang, son, I was hurt. I was hurt. I don't think I said a word on the ride home. Like, I was just like, yo, don't even talk to me right now. I was mad. And then I became known as the dude that got jerked on 106 in Park. I'd rather be remembered as the dude that got jerked than the dude that got destroyed. So
right.
Yeah, I even like, yo, after the commercial break, for the first time ever, AJ had to interview Chingy and I-20 and was like, yo, you can hear right now the crowd was booing, boo. Yo, in 106, if you've ever been there, the bodyguards ain't play. If you chew gum, they kicking you out. They don't play. So turning up is out of the question. Yo, the bodyguards felt my man's pain so much, they was even shocked that, yo, Chingy and I-20 and them passed out singles and belt buckles before the joint started. Yo, my man started throwing them, all my peoples. I had got all of them up in there. My ex-girl did she was my girl at the time. She knew how to, like, you know, apply for tickets. So she was getting everybody's email, getting everybody in with us. Yo, all my mans throwing the belt buckle out. They had to bring them to the back, Chingy and I-20. They had to bring them to the back, son. And then they took and they kicked none of us out. And they were like, yo, we know y'all mad. Please calm down. So I was like, yo, chill. We calmed down. And then when they brought him out, AJ had to interview him. Like, yo, well, the crowd ain't happy. What made y'all vote the way y'all voted? And he was like, oh, we just feel like the challenger was freestyling and the champion was spitting a written. And when they asked Jay Mills, he's like, nah, I think that the champion, I voted for the champion because he was killing it.
But that's what I was just saying to you. They judged it and tried to say that you spit a written, but you didn't, though.
Oh yeah, well I guess that's what it was. It wasn't like it. Yeah, that's what it was, bro.
Yeah, that's crazy, man.
I was super tight after that.
But you know what? So to bring it back to the freestyling part, right? I think that dude that Jin beat that first week, Hassan, he was freestyling in at least their battle. Because remember, he was saying that, yo, I have you cooking up wontons and stuff.
Nah, I think that was premeditated, bro. I think that was premeditated.
Did you know beforehand who you were battling?
Well, them dudes absolutely did. Like, they had a week to remember. You got an ongoing champion, and they give you your date. They can absolutely see who, you know what I'm saying? I knew who I was going against. When I first got on, it was that dude Lecrae. I was like, oh, he had been champion for quite some time. So I was like, oh, I'm going against Lecrae.
Oh, I know, but your first week, because you're the challenger, you know who you're going against. But I'm talking about as the champion going against a new challenger, though.
So you saying it was the champion that did some type of freestyling to Jin?
That's what I'm talking about. His name was Hassan, and he was like, I have you up here cooking wontons or whatever he was saying. And I don't think that, like, he knew that Jin was going to be Asian, or his challenger was going to be Asian. So
if they auditioned at the same time and they were in the same room, then there's a possibility that you know who you going against.
But I think he was going for his 7th win that week, and Jin threw him off, bro.
And maybe he did. All right, yeah, maybe he did. Dang, Jin threw him off in his 7th win and became the greatest.
The worst.
And he became the greatest champion that platform ever seen.
Yo, there was some crazy controversial battles on 106 and Park. Remember the one where dude was like knocking the guy's hat off, and then like he swung on him and everything like that?
Yeah,
that was wild, bro.
I ain't my proudest moment, and I don't think this footage aired, but my man KM, he would go on to, this is when they was doing the 2-round things, and I think they did like a different type of champion. I don't know what it was, but he's like the first to be that type of champion where they did the 2 rounds, and it was in that little circle with Roxy and Terrence. And my man KM invited me. And I was around my man KM. I was behind him while he was battling. And in the middle of the commercial break, I'm like, I forgot. They was talking hella tough, son. And my man KM was humble, and I was like, man, was whack. And he said, what? He said, what? I said, you heard me, whack. And then it got hot, and yo, Roxy got in my face. Roxy turned up on me, bro. Little short, yeah, she turned up. Hey, yo, you need to mind your business. You da-da-da-da-da. What she said? Like, yo, just if you with your man, just sit and stand there. Don't say nothing, bro. Because I was going back and forth with the dude that my man was battling. She turned up on me. I was like, yeah, I'm never coming back here again.
Damn. You ain't trying to get her phone number? No, I'm just kidding.
Nah, I didn't try to get her phone number. She turned up on me, bro. She disrespected me.
Right. Well,
so
I mean,
like
she could have had a point, though.
I'm like,
she could have had a point.
I said, all right, shorty, my bad. Don't call me shorty. I'm like, all right, shorty, my bad. Cool out, sis. So, yeah.
So, all right. So then how does Fight Club end up happening?
So, from now on, I get ripped off, and now I'm known as the dude who got jerked at Monday Night Fight Club. My man goes... my manager at the time, he got up with International P, and International P was telling them how they had. Yeah, hold it down. International P just told them how they just did this battle with the pool tables at their studio. So my man goes, hey, I got an artist. His name's Datin. And he goes, yo, you talking about dude who got jerked on 106? He's like, yeah. He's like, yo, bring him through. I got another homie who got jerked on 106. So it was like, that was the pitch. Like the 2 dudes who got did dirty on 106 and Park. I can't remember who he was, a white boy. And
some kind of redemption now, right?
Some kind of redemption. And I packed that kid up, sent him home. And that's it. I started battling constantly every Monday at Monday Night Fight Club.
Who are some of the notable battles that you did at Fight Club?
I can't remember, bro. I don't feel like I battled anybody super notable. I mean, at the time they were notable, but then they disappeared. Some dude named Preacher Man,
so nobody that we know of today really like that had like a bigger name. No, like Shells, nobody like that.
No, none of they would all. But so all those dudes that became big names at Monday Night Fight Club became big names there. So while I'm there, they're not big names. I'm not Shells. Shells wasn't no big name. Who else? Sam Scarfo and 40 Cal, 40 Cal, yeah, because he was down with Dipset. But it's like they started their buzz right then and there, bro.
Right, but did you battle anybody that eventually became a big name? No?
I don't think so, bro. I don't think so.
Got you, okay.
Sometimes battling 3 times a night. So
were you betting on it? Were you having people bet on the battles?
Yeah, definitely.
You
I made
good
some
bread, huh?
I made some good bread off of Triple Six from Terror Squad. He bought some artists up there, and I ran through his squad. And
what?
Yeah, we made like a G off of them, like just me against all of them.
You battled Triple Six?
Nah, he had at the time
his crew.
he had his own crew.
Got you, okay.
Yeah, I took all they bread. So, yeah, it was battling a lot. Me and Nems went up there and caught rat. We definitely was wilding up there.
At that time, you become what, like the first or second like champion of Fight Club, right?
I'm like the one of the first champions. Yeah,
got you.
One of the first. Right?
And how did that feel for you at that time, man?
It was great until the politics. It was great.
What politics?
So the politics was, I was undefeated, and they took and they signed. So International P and Riggs Morales from Shady, they ran Monday Night Fight Club. International P started a label, and then Riggs works for Shady. At the time, I wanted to sign with Shady. So we talking a lot about battling, but what's really going on is I'm battling just to use it to get known. I'm really refining my song structure, my choruses. I wanted to be an artist. I hated being a battle rapper. I hated battle rap. Like, cause it's just the nerves. I didn't take losses well. It's not that I was a sore loser, but I take that joint home with me, you know what I'm saying? And feel some type of way. So, of course, when you win, you on an ego trip, but I was just like, yo, once I lose, I was gonna feel some type of way. I wanted to make music. So I was making music, and I was getting beats from people that, were already on, multi-platinum producers, because they believed in me. Now, I do this mixtape. I got beats from Heatmakers. I sat with Arsonist, and he made me a beat right there in the basement. I got a beat from Alchemist. I got a beat from Scram Jones. I got mad beats from Charlemagne, not the Charlemagne the God, but Charlemagne who used to be with, I forgot the name of the group, bro. But he produced for Jay-Z. He produced the Blueprint 2 song. He produced for everybody, bro. He had mad hits. He did the one joint on the Best of Both Worlds album with Jay and R. Kelly. So I got like an album worth of beats from him. And
this mixtape you're talking about is the Death and Rebirth, right?
Yeah, the Death and Rebirth of, yep. So
right.
All those songs that I had would become that mixtape. And when International P started his label and he offered me a deal, of course I ain't take it. I ain't take it because I was taking meetings with Riggs. And I think that caused the rift, not just me, not saying that the rift was caused because of me, but I think it was happening often. So then what happened was I'm undefeated, and in order for them to push their artists that signed with them, what do? They make him beat the freaking champion. So I battled this dude and that they signed, and Bizarre from D12 is one of the judges that night. And I know I smoked, bro. And they give it to him. Here goes that feeling I don't like. I felt like trash. Like, so the politics
Bizarre gave it to him too, or
no?
it was like...
So I'm about to get into that. So there's a bunch of judges, and boom, it happens. And now I don't know who voted what. It wasn't unanimous, but he won by a vote. So they give it to dude, and I'm pissed. Then I go back, and it happens again with another artist that they signed. And he was buns. Like the other dude was at least nice. This new dude was trash. And he beat me. I was just like, yo, I'm done. That's it. After the 2 losses, I was over Fight Club. But I get a call one day. So now I'm feeling some type of way. I'm like, yo, I'm never going to battle again. I'm just going to make this music. I was already still dealing with Riggs, taking meetings at Shady. And
but at this time is this on MTV too?
no, this is way before. This is
way before. Got you.
grassroots Fight Club starting, and of course I signed the waiver for them to be able to push it to MTV2, but I never made, none of my battles made it. So I've made like I seen like DVDs that like they were using to promote the show, and I made those DVDs, some of my battles, but not anything on MTV like Nems and them. So I take and what did I leave off? Oh, I'm home with my girl at the time, folding laundry. This is after I lose on Fight Club, mad as hell, and I get a call, and I'm like, yo, who this? He's like, yo, what's up, bro? This Bizarre. And I'm like, who? He's like, Bizarre D12, what's up? I'm like, yo, man, stop playing games with me. Who this? He's like, yo, for real, it's Bizarre. I'm like, bang, get out of here. Shut up. Like, man, Bizarre. And then he called back. And the first time it was blocked. The second time it's not blocked. It's a Detroit area
313.
code. Yeah, 313. I pick up. And he's laughing. And his laugh was so distinct. And he like, yo, man, it's really Bizarre. I got your number from, I forgot who. And I was like, yo, I went in apology mode. Yo, I'm sorry, fam. I just thought, like, nah, you good. He's like, this is, bro, I think this is like a Friday. And he told me, I never been on a plane before. And he like, yo, wait, I had been on a plane. I went to the EODUB joint. So anyways, I ain't never been nowhere else. My first time on a plane was to go to Spain. But anyways, now I'm just like, I don't even know how to buy a plane ticket. And he like, yo, we doing this battle tomorrow. First, he says, they ripped you off at Fight Club. They swayed everybody to vote for Dude because it's his artist. I don't like how Fight Club moves, so we doing our own thing because we don't want to mess with them because they jerked you. So that's what Bizarre told me. So it's not just in my own head where I'm being egotistical. They jerked me. And Bizarre told me himself. So he's like, yeah, I voted for you. I'm not even messing with them. So we gonna do our own thing. Come tomorrow to Detroit. And I'm just like, yo, how do you turn down that opportunity? But I don't know how to buy a plane ticket. I don't know none of that. I'm like a child's mind almost. Like, yo, so hood. I'm like, what do I do? My ex-girl, we had our rent money in an envelope. And she like, yo, you going. I ain't even have bread. I wasn't hustling yet, none of that. And she like, yo, she went in that envelope. She's like, we'll figure out how to pay this rent. You going. And Nems ends up calling me. They called him too. So he's like, yo, we going? We going. And we went to Detroit. That's how
That's when he battled Marv, right?
No, the time he battled Marv was probably our fourth time going to Detroit.
Oh,
the
okay,
first time he went, he battled X Factor. And who turned out being my brother too, but that joint was hilarious when he battled X Factor. Yeah, and we went out there and we caught some bodies.
Okay. It's a lot to unpack right here, man.
Yeah,
it's
a lot.
So
a whole lot.
It's a lot. All right. So let's start here. Okay, so you fly out there, and this is for the You Want to Battle DVD, right?
No, it wasn't even that yet. They was just trying something new. So
wow. Okay.
It became Who Won a Battle later, but it wasn't. It's just them doing battles in Detroit.
So who's the person that you faced the first time when you go?
A no-name, somebody that was not a no-name to me. He was like somebody over there, and we were the last battle of the night. So I was only the last battle of the night. Okay, I remember now. So Ty Ferris, I don't know if you know who that is. He's doing really well with his music right now, killing it. It's Ty Ferris and Quest McCody.
Right.
And they had issues. So I was supposed to battle Ty Ferris. And while I'm about to battle him, Quest McCody is like, you ain't got that smoke for me, though. And then the whole crowd starts, they start, so it's like an ongoing thing between them. And I tell Quest McCody, I seen him before on TV, and I'm like, yo, what's up? You want me to fall back? He's like, yeah. So
because he was on the MTV MC battle, right?
Yeah, he was.
Right.
Quest McCody. So I'm like, oh, I know this dude. And at that point I was already on 106, so they knew who I was, so I backed out. And that's like a legendary battle in like battle rap culture when Ty Farris battled Quest McCody. And I was supposed to, right there, I backed away, they battled. So they had somebody else for me at the end of the night. I destroyed that kid. Poor kid.
All right. So eventually this becomes the You Want to Battle DVD, right?
Yeah.
And you battled Scar Child. That footage is actually on YouTube.
Yeah.
You know? And talk to us about that battle, man. Who do you think won?
I give him credit because he was freestyling. I saw a lot of that bias there when he said, hit you with 57 like the exit from McNichol. Like, I guess our exit 57 is McNichol. And I mean, I guess everybody's easily impressed. I was like, boo, that joint is whack. Like, but everybody, and they went crazy.
Was it hometown bias though?
Yeah, because he
was referencing things that people knew, right?
Because he was out there a lot because he signed with the non-Porter. So he's from Far Rockaway, Queens, but he's over there in Detroit because he's messing with the non. So he's like a hometown hero. You know what I'm saying?
Got you.
So when he started freestyling dead at the end, like, yo, he killed it. He did his thing. But everything else, like leading up to it was just, it was mid to me.
Because I felt like in the beginning, people weren't really responding like that. Then all of a sudden, I don't know if it's his third or his fourth or something like that. It was like very dramatic, responses, right?
Yeah, and I was just like, what the heck, bro? I kind of felt some type of way. But I do say this. I will say this. That was my second time battling Scar Child. Scar Child was actually the dude that took the deal from International P.
Oh.
And then he ended up not messing with International P and going with the non-Porter. But anyways.
The first one or the second one?
So the first time, I feel like I inarguably smoked him.
Right.
And then they jerked me and they gave it to him. That's the one where Bizarre ends up like, yo, they jerked you. Later on now, I don't know how he gets it with the non, but he got with the non-Porter. The second time, like, if somebody said, yo, yeah, you lost that, I'm not mad. The first one was like he definitely came with it the second time. I had the freestyle because the first time, like, I mopped the floor with him. But the second time, when he did that whole, freestyling, he called out Nems and everybody overplayed the whole F your life and F him, F your life. And I was just like, in my mind, I'm just like, yo, y'all easily impressed, bro. Maybe I'm just, I don't know, bro. I was like, but it is what it is. He won. God bless him.
Got you. Okay. And then the other footage that's up there is PL, right?
Yeah.
But when you rapping, they show him on his phone like he's looking up lines or something like that.
Nah, I just think he's being disrespectful. That's
the other way I took it too. But you could argue it though. You know what I'm saying? Like either way, I think that he probably shouldn't have done that. But
I think PL nice enough to. Like, I think people that know him or familiar with him know that he just being disrespectful. He ain't looking up lines. That's not him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but that's the homie too. Yeah.
That one though, that battle, I felt like you won for sure.
Yeah, I felt like I did too, but I didn't. So that was my last battle. I was done with battling, bro. I was tired of. Like, I went from this undefeated streak, nobody could see me, and I was just taking L after L after L, and I was just like, oh, I'm done with this, bro. I'm done with it. Yeah. It's discouraging.
But, bro, like, man, that Jeffrey Dahmer line that you had in the battle, that was crazy. That was crazy. But, yo, how come they didn't even know how to spell your name? If you look at the...
Bizarre, bro. Yeah,
bizarre, bro.
Yo, son. They spelt my name wrong twice on two different DVDs and then spelt differently each time. So I'm just like, what y'all doing? But, and I signed the paperwork and all of that. They got my name, but they spelt it however they want. Some Detroit hood booger stuff, bro.
So at this time though, you're still having talks with Shady?
So, all right, Shady would be a little bit before that. So what happened was I had all this music. I have my first meeting with Riggs, and as I'm playing my demo to Riggs, Riggs is doing paperwork, being real disrespectful. That's how I felt. And he just not nodding his head, not nothing. And I'm like, all right. So I never respected celebrity. Like I always looked at it like, yo, you a human being, and just because you have more notoriety, you can't treat me no type of way. I wasn't gonna take it. I'll beat you up. So, or at least try to. So, right there, what he was doing, he was mad cool. But when he was doing that, I was feeling some type of way. And then he goes like this. He's like, yo, he shuts it off. And he's like, yo, man, everybody bought demos up here. Axel Leon was just up here, came up with some fire joint. Paul loved this demo, and he's just boasting about other people. Diverse was up here, and even Jin. He said Jin came up there. Jin was off the Rough Riders deal. And, and he goes, yeah, man, but this is the best demo anybody ever bought up here. So now my eyes open. I'm like, bro, the director of A&Rs just told me I just bought the best demo. And he was like, I would sign you right now. I was like, it's over. Top of the world, baby. We made it. You know what I'm saying? No more ramen noodles. It's over, son. So I thought that, we was about to go somewhere. He said, let me bring this to Paul. So then one day I'm at work and he calls me and I hide and I'm like, yo, what's up? And I see the number and I'm like, oh, Shady, yo, what's up? And he like, yo, I played the demo to Paul and we're not gonna sign you right now. Paul thought you were dope, but you need to make records and he starts naming like the top 10, like whatever was popping on the radio. And I had this stubborn artistic pride where I'm just like, I'm me, bro. Like, I don't want to do a What Up Gangsta. Like, that's what one of them he said. Do a What Up Gangster like 50 Cent. Do another one fast rhyming like Buster. Like, I'm not them. And that's what that was my issue with the industry. It's like I was always meant to be independent. I hate that. Give me a record that sounds like no. So anyways, I was discouraged. I was pissed. All this stuff ends up happening with Bizarre. And I tell Bizarre all of this. And Bizarre tells me, yo, I'm gonna bring you to M. And Bizarre brought Obi Trice to M, but he didn't want to bring me solo. He wanted to bring FYL because they were in love with Nems. So he said, I want to bring y'all as a group. And that's what we were working on, to get with Shady through Bizarre. And then Proof died, and that none of that ever happened.
Wow. So basically what happened was you were doing a solo thing and then at the same time went with the group for Shady.
Yeah, so I was doing the solo thing, and Nems was also simultaneously taking meetings with Riggs.
Right.
They wanted to, if you know the criteria, the standard back then, it's just like, yo, they didn't really care about how dope you were at the time. It was like how gangster you were, how, you know what I'm saying? And they liked the whole how Nems rapped, the FYL thing. They were in love with that joint. So and then Nems is just dope too, you know what I'm saying? So that's why they definitely took a liking into Nems too. So we was both taking meetings, and when we started messing with Bizarre, it was supposed to be as a group.
That's crazy, man. So when Proof ended up dying, right? That is what set it off to like, this is not gonna happen now.
Yeah. Proof, bro. We were just with them. That battle that you see where Nems battled Marv and I battled Scarchild. Wait, was that? Yeah, that's that night. Yo, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that happened on a Friday, and that Sunday, he passed away. So when we came home, I was like, yo, we was just with him. And I assumed, so that night that we was battling, he had issues with somebody he was once down with. They got into some beef, and I heard that they scrapped that night. So when I came home and I got the news when I was working, I assumed that it was that beef. Like, bro went and
Wait, they scrapped at the event?
after the event, they scrapped. I wasn't there to see that. So I heard one of the dudes got belligerent, and one of those dudes is from my city. He's from Newark. He got belligerent, and I heard Proof had to beat the brakes off of him. So I just thought that maybe he lingered around and then, caught him. But it had nothing to do with that dude. It was at this bar, and, some crap happened at the bar.
Right.
So, yeah.
Yeah. I interviewed my guy Mark Hicks, and he spoke about that in depth, and that situation is still like a real big thing, obviously, in Detroit. You know what I mean? Very sad. Who were you closest to in D12? Bizarre?
I would say I was closest to Bizarre because he's the first one that brought me in. And I feel like I spent the most time with him, but I started talking to Proof more often right before he passed, because Proof was trying to do his own battle thing apart from Bizarre on the East Coast, and he wanted me in the battles. So he was calling me often to see, like, yo, what's your availability there? If I come over here, boom, 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 would you be down? I'm like, yo, just say when. So we were talking often. Yeah, I would say like equally, bro. It's cool with them equally. Later on, I would go to rock with Conniva more. After I became a Christian, I don't know, for whatever reason, Bizarre stopped picking up or stopped tapping in with me. But yeah.
What was your reaction though when Proof passed away, man?
Man, I was hurt, bro. I couldn't believe it. Yo, I would say this, bro, and I don't want to offend anybody else. I think out of every celebrity I've ever met, I feel like he's the coolest. Like, Bizarre was cool. Bizarre was mostly quiet and laughed a lot at stuff we said. But I had a life-changing conversation with Proof, bro. That I really feel like God used to kind of like start steering me away from some of the things. Like, I remember my very first time meeting Proof. It was the first time they brought us over there. I won this battle. I had the Death and Rebirth of on me, and I gave one to the Nine. I gave one to Swifty, and they just didn't seem that interested. Everybody was very impressed with Nems that night. First and foremost, kind of got to backpedal a little bit. They was impressed because in Detroit is black and it's white. There's no Puerto Rican. So Puerto Ricans don't say, the N-word out there. It's just like, yo, if you're not black, you don't say it. But we from the East, so me and Nems is dropping M-bombs all day. Before we go up to the battle, Bizarre stops the whip, and he like, yo, 2 things y'all do you don't do when you up there. Don't bang your hood, and don't say the N-word. Because he hear us all in the back, and we, you know what I'm saying? And we go, and we do exactly what he told us not to do, and they loved it. When Nems with the whole F your life, Coney Allen and his mother, like, they loved it. So I think that's why it, like, I remember somebody saying, it was like, yo, they was laughing about it, but he said, yo, they came over here and called us, it was in our face and everything, slapped the table. Just the way he thought, I was like, dag, like, it's like that with y'all? Like, oh, we over there, we all together, we use that word. So, but it made them like Nems more. So now while I'm passing out my demo, they seem more impressed by like Nems. He was funny, he killed this battle, he battled X Factor, it was mad funny. He came with his A game. But Proof took a liking to me. So I go to Proof now, I give Proof my demo. And Proof is like, yo, come with me real quick. So we walk through this hallway, we go into this office, he closed the door, and he's like, yo, I want to give you something. And he starts pulling out these CDs, and his last album, the Where's Jerry Garcia, didn't even come out yet.
Yeah, Searching for Jerry Garcia.
Yeah, Searching for Jerry Garcia. And he gave me the CD. He said, this is about to drop. So, and he gave me one joint called the Hip Hop Shop. It was like stuff I never seen before in the stores. And I told him, I say, yo, he was like, yo, you fire, bro. Keep going. I said, yeah, man, I'm trying to get right where you at. And here goes this dude, beautiful Escalade in the front. He got the big P chain with the diamonds. They had the freaking band song on the radio. And he tells me, yo, nah, bro. He's like, yo, you don't want to be where I'm at. That's what he told me. You don't want to be where I'm at. It ain't everything it's cracked up to be, bro. It's like, yo, keep doing it for the love. Like, he said, once it becomes a job, it's nothing fun about this joint. And I'm just like, that was profound to me. Like, oh, you got everything and you don't want it? Like, all right, maybe this ain't everything it's cracked up to be, which I would soon later find out. But yeah. So I remember he dropped that nugget and I appreciated it. I always appreciated Proof. I appreciated that when I called, he picked up his phone. Yo, Datin, what's up? I'm like, I'm stunting in front of my friends.
That's crazy, bro, because I've heard you tell this story before, but I've never heard you say it was Proof, though. Like, I've heard you say, like, kind of disguise his identity as some multi-millionaire, you know.
Yep, I got a song called Long Way Down on my album called The Roar. And the first verse is about, you know, Proof. And I don't know why I didn't say his name. I guess I just kind of thought, like, I don't want to sound like clout chaser-ish. And I mentioned Pan from Total's name because I asked her. You know, Proof wasn't around for me to ask. But now I'm just like, yo, man, like, yeah.
No, you honoring him, bro.
Yeah, I'm honoring him. Yeah,
him.
yeah.
You know what I'm
so
saying?
it's not clout chasing. I'm honoring my bro.
Look, like you and I have had conversations, like, no matter what you do, somebody gonna try to twist it.
Absolutely.
Other than the way that you intended, right? As long as you know your true intentions is pure, that's what matters the most, bro.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, bro.
For sure, man. Damn, that's crazy, man. Rest in peace to Proof, bro.
Yeah,
That's
rest in peace.
Tragic loss, man.
Good dude.
Yeah, definitely. Everything that I've ever heard, like, people talk about him, like, has always been really, like, in a positive light. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yo, son, he act like a normal dude, bro. Like, I meet a lot of these celebrities and they act like they float, bro, and they walk on water. And he was normal. Bazaar was too, bro. Conniver is too. Like, yo, they three of the coolest celebrities I've ever met. You know what I'm saying? I've met people I'm just like, yo, man, this dude sucks. Like, but they was mad cool.
So then, like, there was this other story where you're, like, riding around with Bazaar and you asked him, like, yo, where's M at?
Yeah.
Like, how come M is not around and stuff? Because you had never met M at that point, right?
Never. I still never met M. So
right.
I remember we had just went to the Coney Island to eat, and Bazaar, man, me and him connected like, yo, he used to live in my hood for a little while. So we would always have these cool conversations. And I just remember once, you know, being like, yo, Busy, what's up with M? They would call him Marshall. You know what I'm saying? You're like, what's up with why he never out with us? Why he don't come to the battles? Why we never been around him? And he just said, like, yo, Marshall don't come out the house, bro. Like, you crazy? He just stay home. And I'm like, yo, so he don't enjoy his money, bro? He's a freaking gazillionaire. He don't do nothing. And he just looked at his bodyguard, and his bodyguard like chuckled, and then he looks at me, he goes, yo, money ain't everything, bro. Money don't mean, just because you got money don't mean you happy. And I was like, damn, another like disappointing. I need one of y'all to affirm my dreams and aspirations and tell me you happy, but I keep hearing that y'all not happy. And then I'm thinking,
right, because you looking at them as like, this is where I want to go, but
and none of them want to be there. So I'm just like, dang, that sucks. And shortly after, that's when you found out that he was depressed and on drugs. So
wait, was this after Proof had already died?
I think it was. Yeah, it was after Proof had already passed. Yep. Wait, did I get with? Yes, it was after Proof already passed. Yep.
Wow.
This was around the time when I had Battle PL and that DVD.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Because the PL battle happened the year after he passed, right?
Yep. Happened the year after.
Wow, man. That's crazy.
Yeah.
All right, man. Well, I want to backtrack a little bit. So you said that you met Nems during the EODUB days, right?
Yeah, yeah.
What was your first impression of him when you met him?
So I go to EODUB, and now this is after I already made my impression, and I'm a little bit of a, I'm feeling myself because I walk in there and the host will scream, oh, that was my trademark, still is, and then the crowd will go, oh, so like they know I'm there, and then I'm like not feeling everybody who's going up, and then they call these two dudes, and George Burns and Nems, and they go up there and they repping Coney Island. And to me, I didn't know nothing about Coney Island. I know Brooklyn was gangster, but I didn't know Coney Island was gangster at the time. I just knew that's where the rides were, where my grandmother would take me to play arcade games, you know what I'm saying? And it just sounded funny, and they, Coney Island. And when they rapped, I was like, yo, they incredible. They both was incredible to me. And then we went and rapped, and the reception was exactly the same. They was both like, everybody sucks but you. And I was like, hey, everybody sucks but y'all. And we went outside and we started like, yo, look, we live here, Mermaid and Surf, come through tomorrow, or I think it was the following weekend. Let's record, let's make some music. And that's it. I connected with them. I started to go do music, and it was like something I was extremely excited about because they were so dope to me. Like, and then they felt excited about it as well. Like, I don't think, I mean, I think they have said it, but it's like at that time we haven't met anybody mutually as dope. Like I was excited to listen to their stuff, and it's excited to do music, and they felt the same way. Like, yo, they in the illest, and I'm like, nah, you the illest. So that's how I connected. And then I think I have this memory where I think it's like became brothers when there was these two dudes, and I forgot their name, but they was like, their gimmick was like they were homeless, and they might have been really homeless, but there was these two dudes, they looked homeless, they repped being homeless, and then they went on stage and spit their homeless bars. And then they was wilding, like mosh pitting in the front, and they bumped into my man George Burns. And then my man George Burns and Nems like stepped to them dudes, and I think they had other dudes. And I came, the homeless dudes, and I came from across the room, and I went to set it off. So when I went to set it off, they backed down, and then that's when Nems and George Burns was like, especially Nems, like, nah, you a real one. Like, he with us. And yeah, and then it became a brotherhood.
So then at that time, he already had the FYL?
Yep, he already had the FYL. Yep.
Okay, so then you end up joining the crew pretty much, right? And,
yeah.
And what was that brotherhood like for you to be a part of that?
It was dope, man. It was really dope, man. I grew to love both of them. It was I would say one of the most exciting times for me rapping. We had a lot going on, a lot of attention. Yeah, it was fun, bro. And this dude, Nems, is just, you already know, the same presence, the same bravado, the same, like what's going on with him now. He was that then. And then my man George Burns just made the chemistry iller because he had the ill beats and the ill hooks. And George Burns is one of the illest MCs I ever heard in my life. So they just made the perfect team. And then adding me into the mix is like, yo, we was out of here. We was gonna be out of here for sure.
For sure, man. One of the memories I have is seeing that footage of you and Nems on stage, right? I think it's like 2006. And that's when you spit the bar, you know, they better hope I don't get my hands on this mic. Because it's
that's like giving Charles
Manson
Manson right, I don't get my hands on a mic because that's like handing Charles Manson a knife. It take one verse to cancel your life. It pack more venom than a tarantula's bite. I can't believe I remember that joint. Yeah.
Well, you actually said that in a battle too. I forgot which battle you said that in too, right?
With Scar Child, yeah.
Right. That's
so
right.
So here's the thing. The only footage that's out there, because when I first became a Christian, I don't know why I got like super religious or paranoid, and I made everybody wipe my battles clean, and I regret it.
That's what I was about to ask you. I was
Yeah.
like, I can't really find a lot of your stuff
because
online,
I
bro.
was a freaking moron, and I felt like I can get into that explanation. There was I started to write for, at the time, the most popular, biggest Christian, most historic Christian hip hop label, and I felt like a lot of my hooks that I was writing for the artists at the time got rejected. And I can't, there's no way they would get rejected because, like, yo, no shade to dude, my hooks was way better than his. They were them ones. And they rejected them. And I just think that they just weren't sure about where I stood. The only thing you can find on me at the time was battles. So I was just like, oh, if this is gonna ruin opportunities for me over here, I need to get rid of that stuff that don't matter no more. So that's how I thought, just not thinking it through. And I hit people, yo, could you take that battle down? Could you? And they did, except the only two that you see is the two that just wouldn't respond to me. So yeah, what a freaking jerk off I am. I wish I never did that, but I did. And what was the point of? Oh, I was gonna say, so you see me spit in the same verse. I come from the pre-YouTube era where you could get away with that. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So no cameras wasn't out. I could come through with the same 10 clip full of battle raps and just leave. And then all of a sudden, what you're seeing is me getting discovered and found out, because now the cameras is coming out, and I'm just like, all right, I can't do this no more. But yeah,
Right.
yeah.
So in 2007, you actually collaborated with Sean Price on the song "We Put It Down."
Yep.
Right. And this came out on what, the Making Moves compilation?
Yeah, yep. And that song is also, I have the rights to it. So it was gonna be, since they helped orchestrate it, and Sean P was my man, but since they helped put it together and the dude did the beat, I worked the agreement out with them, like, yo, this was gonna go on the Death and Rebirth of 2, which never came out. But yeah, that was my record as well.
How did the collaboration come about? How'd you meet Sean?
So I met Sean in a cypher in Jersey City at Ringside. I pull up and I heard that Boot Camp was out there. So I went out there and, yo, this is Sean P. This is Sean P. It's not like he was coming up. He already had hits with Boot Camp. He already had the 2 Helter Skelter albums, and now he's starting his solo joint. And yo, bro, he was out there ciphering with me. Like, he heard me spit and he jumped in. Me and him was going back and forth, and it was love ever since. Every time he saw me, he'd be like, yo, you was a freaking beast. So
You know what year this was?
I don't, son. I don't, bro. That's when
Was
I had
it just
them.
him by himself, or was just
Nah,
there was the other guys?
I feel like he had Rusty Jukes with him. I feel like he
okay.
had Illinois with him. I feel like it was none of the, like, I ain't see no Strain or none of them dudes. It was like the less known at the time, you know?
Right.
Yeah.
That's crazy, man. That collaboration is amazing. So what was the relationship like after that? Did you guys like keep in touch? You guys were cool, or?
Nah, we didn't. We didn't at all. One day I found the footage of us ciphering, and I said, yo, I forgot that this existed. I was so excited when I found it, and I tweeted it, and he was like, you know, that's the first time we had any interaction. He was like, oh, I got this footage. Like, yeah, I remember this day, bro. Like, yeah, we was killing it. That's it. I was in a tweet, and then that's it. Never heard from him again.
Damn, that's unfortunate, man.
Yeah, we ain't, cause I removed myself from the scene. The last time I saw him was at BB King's. I went for this MC challenge, and Pumpkinhead was in it with Blind Fury, and me and him was just talking in the back, real brief. Me and Sean P. It's not like we was mad tight or had this big relationship, but when we saw each other, he remembered me and made me feel good because I'm such a fan. And he'd be like, oh, and I'm like, what's up? That's it.
Yeah, man. Rest in peace to Sean, man. Much love to him and his family.
Yeah, word.
In 2008, you collaborated with Q Unique on the song "I'm Gonna Ride."
Actually, no, that was way earlier than 2008. He just put it on his
collaboration tape in 2008.
His collaboration
right? Okay.
tape, but we did that joint on the Death and Rebirth of.
Oh, right. Okay, yeah. So that's right. Because I was looking at Genius and I was like, I'm pretty sure this song came out before 2008, though, man. Like, you know, I was like, but I saw that it was on his tape, so I was gonna ask you if it was just because of that. But how did that collaboration come out?
My manager at the time, shout out to Latin, he was a hustler, bro. He made things happen. He got in touch with Q Unique, played on my stuff. And then when Q was at a show, I went to go to the show to meet him for myself. And, you know, I ran up on him like, yo, man, what's up? I'm dating. He was like, yeah, I know who you are. Like, he showed mad love. He said he was excited about the record. I don't think he wrote to it yet. And then he knocked it out. And I knew, like, we never, like, had, like, a big relationship. But I just knew he loved the record. And, you know, then he would eventually follow me on Instagram. We'll show each other love, but that's it. Like, we never had a relationship. He just jumped on the song because he liked it. And he was always, like, just super cool.
Got you.
Yeah.
So what was your actual introduction into Christian hip hop then?
So, around the time...
I know in September 2005, The Truth, he released that album, right? The Faith?
Yeah, The Faith.
And you were really into that album.
Yeah, so around after the 106 and part-time and all that, and I'm making my rounds, doing my thing, The Passion of the Christ came out, and I saw it and felt some type of way about it, felt compelled, felt like, yo, what do I do with this information? My man, who's my young boy in my rap group, because I had my own rap group back home who I started with called Divided Minds, and he was in it, and he was like, he knew that once I get on, he's on. Like, he was like 15, 16, I'm getting him in the clubs to be my hype man. So he backs away and he gave his life to Jesus. Like, he just left everything behind. I'm trying to talk him out of it. Like, yo, son, you can still rap. Like, and he's like, nah, I'm giving it up. Boom. He's the one who introduced me to Christian rap. You tell me Christian rap, I'm gonna be like, get the hell out of my face. Like, I don't want to hear none of this. And it was that dude, the Truth. He played one of his projects, and I'm like, yo, he had the multis, he had the punches. Like, he was dope. Like, he was one of us, but he was doing Christian rap. And that was my first introduction. So I kind of like, I didn't understand the content. I didn't want to understand the content because I guess it would make me think through my life and what I was doing. And I of course, I would feel conflicted. So
you weren't ready yet.
I wasn't ready yet, and I didn't want to be ready yet. But I would still, like, I'm such a student, and I like to find somebody that can inspire me. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Not that I ever bite or draw from, but if you make me feel like I got to step my game up, I'm going to listen to you. So I would listen to him, and he was nice. So, bro, I'd be smoked out and cleaning my room or something and listening with a Christian rap CD on. I remember one day, me and my manager blowing a blunt on the way to the Bronx to go record. And my man took me to the Truth's concert. And I had the CD at that point. I'm like, yo, you gotta listen to this Christian dude, son. I put it on, and we both blown a blunt like, yo, man, he need to stop doing this Christian stuff. He need to come on his side. Like, that's how we felt. Like, how could we corrupt this dude and get him off it? But yeah, his music was powerful. It was dope. It was actually very, very dope. And I had, you know, I can't lie and act like I was tapping into Christian rap and be like, he was the only dope one. It's just my man played me a couple records, and this dude stood out to me.
Right. And that was like kind of like planting the seed at that time, even though, like, you know, you weren't ready yet. Right.
Yeah, it absolutely was planting the seed. And then just what I was going through in my life started to get chaotic. And, you know, I had told you earlier that I wasn't one of them kids because I had a girlfriend. But once me and her broke up, and I'm back on the block. They already established. You know what I'm saying? So it's open for me. And so I kind of consider myself a late bloomer. And then really like, yo, man, hip hop had a really I will never ever blame hip hop as a whole, but the type of hip hop I liked really had a bad influence on me. So I come from where, you know, there's wolves here, but I wouldn't say I was one of them yet. I could be one of them, but I wasn't getting into trouble, wasn't hustling, wasn't none of that. But what do? None of them rap. I'm the mouthpiece. So now I'm rapping about stuff I don't do. And I'm like their mouthpiece, like, yeah, go and talk that. And I'm talking like slide through with the pop, and I ain't never even hold the pistol at that point. But then now it's like, yo, the way the game was at the time, it's like you had to be that. You couldn't just rap about it and not be it. Like
you had to live your raps.
You would get you had to live your raps. And the thing was, I had the heart in the hands. I just ain't really have the. So now when they just like, yo, Datin, I got this for the low, and I'm like, I don't need a gun, but you know what? Now when I rap about it, it's real. Yo, Datin, here, take a hit, and I'm like, damn, I don't smoke, I don't drink, but now when I rap about it, it's real. Now I'm smoking. And then same thing with drinking, same thing with hustling. And before you know it, it's like getting trapped in this movie role. It started as acting. Now it really becomes me. Now I'm addicted. Now
life imitates art.
And yeah, life imitates art. And then yeah, I just got so immersed in that joint and kind of like was down a dark path, was wilding, was about to shoot one of my mans over something stupid, bringing a pistol with me to go see him. I'm just like, who am I? I have this moment where I kind of always say it's like God slapping me. So I watched the movie The Passion of the Christ, and I'm just like, wasn't religious. I really didn't have a super religious background. My parents were Catholic, and of course did the sacraments, and they had you do them joints for like religious reasons, like stupid stuff. Like if you don't get baptized, you'll have nightmares as a kid. Stuff that don't even make sense even according to Catholicism, but just superstition that Puerto Ricans will have. You can't get married if you don't do all your sacraments, so you in a Catholic church, so do that. So I did that, but I never learned none of it. It never was anything to me. So now I watch this movie, I feel like convicted, like that. What do I do with this information? I'm in the back of my man's whip, they driving, and I'm with two good dudes too. It wasn't none of the wolves. And my mouth spoke for myself. I'm like, yo, I feel like God is calling me. They took it as like, I'm talking about like death. And they're like, yo, God forbid. I'm like, nah, I feel like, nah, not that I'm gonna die. I feel like God's calling me. And then from that moment on, I feel like God ain't leave me alone. Another time, I'm blunted and I got a blunt in my mouth and I got a unloaded pistol and I'm just in the mirror just clicking, clack, 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 clack. And I just had this epiphany, like, yo, who are you? What is you doing, bro? Like, and it's like I lost myself. The kid that my parents raised, he was dead and gone. Like I felt some type of way of having a reputation of, you know, I wanted to be a good dude, and it's just like, that's Datin, he a shooter. That's Datin, don't play with him. Well, I'm only 5'8", you know what I'm saying? So it's like, yo, I gotta be the first one to turn up so you don't think it's sweet over here. And yeah, it's just those things kind of made me be like, yo, man. And then now I'm trying to be famous and I'm hearing from famous people that they don't want to be there. I'm like, yo, life is not making sense right now. That's going to put you like into a depression. And yeah, that's when things started to change for me.
I mean, how did that feeling feel? Because it's like you don't change overnight. So you must have felt so conflicted. Like,
yeah, my journey, bro, you have people like my friend surrendered everything to Christ and just was over it. Like he just left the block, left everything. Not me. It was a very long process of like God even sending, bro, I couldn't escape him. I would go push up on a shorty and give her my CD. I gave this one shorty, my man invites me to his, like he did like there's like North Bear Stadium. I wonder if that thing is even there anymore. Anyways, North Bear Stadium, he was performing outside and I go to support. I see old girl from the block. I give her my CD, and my CD had my number on it. And she called me. And I'm like, oh, this is easy. Boom. What is she? She a Christian trying to talk to me about God. It's just everywhere I would turn, bro. I was having conversations about Christ. And then even like to kind of bring everything full circle, there's like one girl in the hood who was like the one. Like everybody, she was the prettiest girl in school. Everybody liked her. She was bad, but she wasn't no thotty. She wasn't out on the streets. Like she wasn't for the streets. And I end up getting into a conversation with her, and things start, we start kicking it, and boom, what do you know? Like she used to serve God and walked away for a little while. Now she's trying to get back. So we having these conversations, and it's just like, yo, I couldn't. It was slow. It was conflicting. I remember times where I would like get on my knees and beg God to leave me alone because I wanted to continue to do what I was doing. Because I thought really there would be some sort of like, all right, forget what everybody's saying about it not being fulfilling. I gotta find out for myself. But man, I felt like God hunted me down and sent different people that ain't even know each other all at one time. And I would say it probably started in 2004, and then all the way in 2007, I've just finally said, yo, I'm done. I'm done. I'm done fighting. I'm done running. And yeah.
So what does that look like in 2007? At that time, you decide I'm just going to be a Christian rapper, or like you pursue?
It really had nothing to do with rap. So I had some corny stipulation with myself. Like I was just like, yo, by 2008, I said, in 2008, if I don't get a deal by then, I'm gonna quit rap. It was stupid. I was mad young, but I'm just like, if I don't get signed by 2008, I'm over. And in 2007, all of this happens. So in my mind, I'm probably not gonna rap no more. And yeah, and I definitely ain't want to be no Christian rapper. Like heck no, I ain't want to be no Christian rapper. In the beginning, I tried to make deals with God, like, yo, okay. So, all right, I'll just say the B word and the N word, but I won't talk about killing nobody, and I'll just rap for the hoes. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'll just rap for the hoes. God, could I do that? And it's just, no, I ain't feel no peace about that. Okay, all right. So I won't rap for hoes. I'll rap for I'll do love joints and still use the N word. What about that? Trying to negotiate, and it's just, I didn't feel a peace. I just really felt like God was like, put that thing down and just to seek him. And that's what ended up happening. I just kind of, when I was like, yo, I'm done, music wasn't even in my mind. Like I was like, I'm over it. But I had, prior to becoming a Christian, I signed this contract with this studio with hustle money. My man put up, I had already stopped hustling because my manager was telling me, yo, you too close to making it and you gonna get bumped. I was selling perks. I was moving weight of weed, just weight. Wasn't doing no hand to hands. So now I'm with pounds, 2 pounds, 3 pounds, selling QPs, half a pound anyways, and then moving Percocets. You get in some big trouble. So I had stopped doing that. I meet this hustler dude. He puts up bread for me to record this album that I had been promoting forever called The Grand Entrance. As I'm recording this stuff, God is dealing with me. It's like everything that was coming out sounded like a Christian hip hop album, dog. And I had no intent to be. I was just speaking about what I was going through in my life. I had this company at the time called simplyflow.com. They were there to document the everything, me in the studio. And by the third session, fourth session, they dropped out. It was like, yo, son, we not coming no more. I'm like, why? Their videos are doing good. And they like, yo, man, you making a Christian rap album. And I was like, I'm making a Christian rap album? And I'm listening. I'm like, yeah, this sounds like a freaking Christian rap album. But so I do all the songs. It absolutely sounds like a Christian rap album. But I felt like I needed to take a break. Like, I don't get to talk about this God that I don't know like that yet. Let me put this down and let me focus on fixing my life, because my life is so screwed up. So I said, I'll put this out later, and it never came out. I'm actually gonna put it out like this year as like on even.com, this unreleased album from 2008. But yeah,
Wow.
yeah.
So wait, at that time, are you writing the hooks for the famous Christian rapper at that time yet?
That
Not
would
yet.
be later.
Got you.
That was
Okay.
later. Yeah. So yeah, I just decided to put it down, and I think that's when I felt the most peace. I always say what it felt like was, there's this scene in one of the Avengers movies, one of the Marvel movies, where the Black Widow's running away from the Hulk, and they look like they're like in a boiler room, and he's just tearing everything down, chasing her as she's running. And that's how I felt like God was chasing me down, and I just got tired of running. I'm like, all right, I give up. What do you got for me? What do you got for me? Because none of this is fulfilling me. I made a big, long checklist of stuff that's supposed to complete my life. From the girl, like who gets to say that you bagged the girl? Like I did. I got the chain I wanted. I wasn't people, and I don't want to sound like I'm boasting, but just giving you real like perspective. My clothes, just, from hustle money. I bought a house stupid young. My clothes and my chain, I would take pictures with friends in the movies and in a liner form, because I don't know who he is, but he looked famous. So it was stuff like that. And these are things that I wanted. And it's like, what's next? Because this ain't it. This ain't it. This ain't it.
It wasn't filling up your cup.
It wasn't filling up my cup, bro. Yeah. Yep.
It's crazy, man. So how long was that process until you finally decided that, yeah, I do want to be a Christian rapper and this is the route that I want to go now?
I think for kicks, I wrote 2 verses, and my man Lionel, the young dude who was my little man, is now my big bro in the faith. And he kind of was holding me accountable. And there's another crazy story about somebody else that was holding me accountable that used to be down with FYL. I gotta explain that, because that's insane. But anyway,
break that down.
It's like a full circle thing. But first, I'm gonna talk about the Christian rap thing. I wrote 2 verses for kicks, and my man was like, yo, them joints is dope. And I thought they was pretty dope too. So it went from, yo, they can sit it down, grow in your faith, to, yo, my man hosted an open mic. Yo, you should spit that at the open mic. And then when I spit it at the open mic and I saw the impact, I'm like, yo, I remember people saying like, yo, they want to, slide on the ops to my music. And now it's like, yo, this is uplifting people. Like, this may be something I want to do, not for the sake of feeling like substituting, okay, I was trying to pursue a rap career here, let me do it here. It was more so, forget the rap career. I understand that I'm not gonna make as much money as I would over here. I understand that I'll probably never be as famous as I could have been over here, but I'm speaking life into people. And I had, listening to dudes like The Truth and all that, their music changed my life. You know what I'm saying? It really, it's like great conversations on beats that brought resolve and answers to questions I had. And what I wanted to do was mimic that. I wanted to bring the same type of healing that those other guys' music started to do for me. And I found a lot of amazing, dope Christian rappers, and their music was building me up. And I said, I want to do that. Not because I want to do that because I would just want to be on and scratch my rap itch, but I want to help people. And that's when I decided it was probably like 2010. And I made my debut on the famous Christian rapper that I was writing hooks for. He ended up letting me get a verse on his bonus joint. And then my man Bizzle, who I ended up signing with, who became really big.
Right, God Over Money.
Yeah, God Over Money. He featured me on one of his mixtapes. He had heard that, he kind of comes from the same background where the industry, writing for people, messing with Chameleon and Paul Wall, and we had similar backgrounds. So he's like, yo, let's do this record. So yeah, I made my debut on their projects, and I made up my mind that this is something that I was gonna do for real.
Who's the famous rapper that you talking about?
So he actually deflected from the faith, and I kind of even don't want to say his name to give him clout because all he does is tear down the faith. So it's like, you know, he's cool with me, we're cool, but you know, he's a op. So it's like not my op, but he's a op to the faith. So it's like,
Okay.
but yeah. I don't even want to, you know, have anybody go look at. You know what I'm saying?
I got you.
At one point back then, he was famous. Now he's not anymore.
All right. So you were gonna talk about one of the members from FYL that was holding you accountable.
Yo, so when I got down with FYL, they have like this collective, but then they have the main two, like the George Burns and Nems, but there was three. It was this dude Lavoisier. He was down with FYL. It was them three. Lavoisier ends up, you know, I think, you know, 9/11 happened, and you know, emotions are high. You're seeing tragedy. They're in New York. Lavoisier and George Burns are blowing a blunt in this abandoned crack house, and they talking about like, yo, how they need God, how they want to look for God. George Burns leaves. Lavoisier says that he gets on his knees right there, and he's just like, yo, God, if you real, I want to serve you. And from that moment on, he started serving Christ. And he left FYL. So now here I come. I don't know nothing about Lavoisier. I get down with the group and I, you know, basically take his place. And I would hear stories about they man Lavoisier who left to go do Christian rap. And they didn't, it's not like they heard his music, but they ain't speak of Christian rap favorably, like Christian rap. You know what I'm saying? So I guess they must have ran into him because my man is, you know, Voss is from Coney Island. Lavoisier must have ran into them and they like, yo, you know, we got this new dude who took your place, Datin. So later on, while God is already dealing with me, that chasing phase where I'm just trying to run away from him, Lavoisier finds me on MySpace. And he's like, yo, you literally the dopest unsigned rapper I ever heard. And I'm like, oh, thank you. And he tells me, yo, I used to be with Burns and Nems. And I'm like, oh, I would hear about you. I go to check his music on his MySpace page. And what do you know? My man, Lionel, who was playing Christian rap to me, gave me this purple mixtape. And there was one song on that joint that I liked. It was hard. And it was Lavoisier's. I never knew that. So I tell Lavoisier, I'm like, yo, man, I wish I had the courage to do what you do. And he was like, you know, preach fire and brimstone to me right there. Like, yo, you know what I'm saying? So right there, I was just like, I don't even know how to respond to this message. I just, whatever, logged out. When I would finally give my life to Christ, I hit him up. So now he became a big bro. And we both came from the same camp, which is a crazy full circle moment. We both came from FYL. And
wow.
Yeah. He became big bro for many years. He's the one who plugged me with Bizzle too.
That's crazy, man.
Yeah.
So I was just about to ask you about that. Like, what made you decide to go with Bizzle?
So with Bizzle, at the time, I'm immersed in Christian hip hop. I'm listening. I'm a fan. There's actually really dope, talented MCs. And I hear the story about, you know, somebody like, yo, you heard this dude, Bizzle, who dissed Jay-Z? And I'm like, who's this? And then I listen. So the thing about Bizzle was just that, yo, he was still dropping M-bombs. And it was just, he was talking my language. It was a little more hood than what I was listening to. This is like clinked up. It's dope, but it's clinked up. What Bizzle was doing felt authentic. And he came at Jay's neck and went viral on World Star. And I just became a fan. Like I got his 2 mixtapes and I was just like, yo, nobody in this space is iller than this dude. So my man Lavoisier ends up reaching out to Bizzle and he becomes a big bro to him. And then one day I'm a fan and this dude puts me and Biz on a 3-way phone call. And, you know, I chop it up with Biz. I give him my story. And then that's when he like, yo, we got to do something. And then we did some music together, and I dropped my little first mixtape. I asked him to be on it. Him and Voss are on the same song. They jumped on it, and a relationship built like that. I started off as an A&R for his label.
Right.
And so I don't know if, you know, I guess he thought I sucked. No, I'm just kidding. He just ain't offered me a deal to sign me, but his label, he needed help in some areas, and I'm good with the behind the scenes stuff. So I'm just like, yo, let me help you here. Let me help you there. And I got down with them on that side of things, helping him with his artists. And then, you know, eventually he's still featuring me on stuff, and he's just like, yo, Datin, just come on this side. And that's why I decided to go. And at the time, I think God Over Money was like the second biggest Christian rap label out with everything they were putting out. So when I signed it, and then with my story being that, oh, that's the dude that was supposed to sign with Shady and all that, it helped build a buzz and some anticipation for what I was going to do.
How was your relationship with Nems throughout this entire experience that you guys are kind of headed in different directions, right? Because he started going with Necro and everything. You're having this like life transforming experience with God and everything. And then eventually he gets clean too.
Yeah, so Nems, and especially in the beginning, he would hit me up a lot when he was, you know, wrestling with his addiction and stuff. But eventually, it's something I always feel bad about, and I don't think they'll ever understand. Like, whenever I was still dealing with the temptation of relapsing, and I don't mean smoke, drink, I mean like relapsing, like wanting to go back to do what I was doing. When you
That lifestyle,
when you spend over a decade of pursuing something, like, yo, to deny it is to like cut an arm off. That's how it feels. So I had to stay away from them for a little bit, not because I ain't loved them or because I thought less of them or because they were sort of, look at these sinners. Nah, it was just like I'm too tempted. I start to try to reason in my brain how I could still do both. Or so I was just like, nah, I need to be a man of integrity and be 10 toes down on this here. So I feel like when he got with Necro and all of that, we were lightly keeping in touch. And then he got clean. So it's like with me and Nems, it's always love. Like he just pulled up to my album listening experience this past weekend. It's always love. But I might have as close as we were, I might have messed that up staying away. And then also, I even did some corny stuff where they had posted like an old song with me, and I threw a fit. And it's just in immaturity, like, yo, why did y'all, you know, post that? Da, 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 da. I think I like subbed one of them that released it, and Nems saw it. And, you know, I don't know if he felt some type of way. He never treated me different, but those type of things just makes things awkward. So, you know, even before the whole bing bong and before he popped off, I was being very intentional by texting him, telling him I love him, checking in on him, to let him know, like, yo, the Datin you know is back, except minus the bull crap. So, yeah, I guess me being young in the faith, me just trying to like to wing off of everything I was addicted, I had to protect myself, you know what I'm saying? And they were a source of temptation, not because they tried to be, not because they enticed me. It's just, yo, it's like, oh man, why am I, oh, they on tour and I'm over here Christian rapping? Like, I'm about to just get with them and forget all this. Like that would happen every now and then. So
right. I definitely think though, also like to a certain extent, sometimes you are the company that you keep though, right?
Yeah,
you know
yeah,
what I'm saying?
for sure,
like,
for sure.
And if you're, like you said, you were early in your faith, you're trying to change your life and stuff, you really have to change your environment. You have to put yourself in a different position, to be like, you know, to make that change, right?
Yeah, yeah.
It's so hard to do it when you're surrounded by the same things. That's why a lot of people, I think, fall victim to to their circumstances.
Yeah, you spot on, bro. I think at the time I wasn't strong enough to be able to stand 10 toes down. I was more familiar with doing what they do than doing what I started to do. Does that make sense? So I definitely had to stay away from a lot of people for some time. And now I'm rooted enough in my walk with Christ that, you know, I won't be influenced. Like, I already know what that side has to offer, what it brings. You know, I am proud of. I see he's clean. I love it, man. I've picked him up out of a pool of his own throw up at one point when we went to go for that battle, and cleaned him off. You know, like a brother. And I love to see that he's sober. I love to see him be the leader that he always was. Like, it was just hindered by his addiction, but yo, he always had these leadership qualities. He always been this. I've seen this version of Nems back then. I knew he could be all of that. So to see it and to see him living the dream, I texted him not that long ago when he interviewed Cannabis, and I was telling him, yo, Nems, I don't know if you remember, one day, like, stupid funny story, me and him just chilling, and I had this thing where I would say I would never let nothing master me. So because I sold weed, I didn't want to smoke my product. So in order to not smoke my product, I didn't want to learn how to roll a blunt. So if you rolled in front of me, I'll turn my face. That's some discipline. Like, yo, I don't roll no blunt. Don't let me see that joint. Cause once I learned, like, I knew I had goods. Like, everybody would come to me like, yo, where you get this from? So I'm like, and then I would smoke after you caught from me, and then you know, you rolled up, I'll smoke with you and be like, yeah, I had goods. So now I'm like, I don't want to smoke my stuff. I get with Nems, I bring weed, and he don't know how to roll a blunt either. So we driving around Coney Island with mad weed. We on the bus, and we can't even roll the blunt. So we both mad as hell on the back of a bus. But right then, I remember this conversation about what we aspired to do, who we wanted to do records with, and like, yo, we gonna do this, we gonna do that. And to see him, like, y'all, I mentioned Cannabis, and he's interviewing him. He's with Busta. He's with these are things that he's dreamed about, and he's making it happen. So,
you're happy for your friend. You saw the realization of his dreams, basically.
Yeah.
You know, because when I hear you talk about that time period where you had to distance yourself, I can see you feel a little guilty or conflicted about that, because it's like, I mean, who wouldn't feel that way, right? You love your brother, and it's not personal in the situation, but you're afraid that they would take it that way, that like, oh, now you're too good to be around me, or you know what I'm saying? Like,
exactly. And yo, I might have even put that energy out there, and that joint is whack. Like, I hope I didn't. You know, maybe it's myself being self-conscious, but it's like, yo, I pray I never put off that energy. Like, yo, yeah, I'm Mr. Righteous right now, so I can't rock with y'all little peons no more. And that's not.
Well, you're going through something really profound, bro. Something new, something that, you know, you don't really even know all of what it entails, or, you know, what this is going to lead to, right? Or how to do it the right way and everything. And so I'm sure they had some grace for you, you know, or try to, you know. So, I mean, but I see that in you when you're talking about it, and I could tell it's coming from a place of love.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, a lot of them dudes.
Yeah, man. So what does being a Christian rapper truly entail? Can you describe, like, does that mean that, because, you know, people have different levels of worship, commitment to the Bible, religious beliefs, have variation and stuff. Like, does that mean you abstain from regular hip hop now? Like, you can't listen to things like with cussing? Like, how does that work?
I mean, I just naturally just try to stay away from things that just doesn't edify me, or would put me. Bro, I feel like music can have a real spiritual aspect to it. And I'm a hip hop baby, bro. Grew up in this thing. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, if it's gonna put me in a bad headspace, it's not about do's and don'ts. You know, it's about me. Like, and if it's gonna put me in a bad headspace, I'm not gonna listen to it. Sometimes I'll listen to stuff and I'm just like, ugh, like, yo, if I have if my mind is truly renewed and changed, curse words start to sound like curse words. Murder starts to sound like murder. And it's hard for me, being somebody that is trying to be active in my community and in communities across the world, to get people out of gangs, to put their guns down, to put the drugs down. And then from how hypocritical of me would it be to listen to stuff that glorifies it? I feel like, and I understand why those rappers make that music, because I once upon a time did that, but it's counterproductive to what I'm trying to accomplish in life. So it's like, nah, I can't support that because I would be fake. I'd be a hypocrite. So it's not like, oh, I'm a Christian and that's on the list, I can't do it. It's more so, nah, son, like I understand what it feels like to be on the receiving end, pause, of listening to what they're saying and then being like, I gotta do this because my role model is saying to do this. So my role model is, you know, my mom and dad are telling me XYZ, follow this path, but I'm looking and our lights are cut off. And my dad is paying the next door neighbor $50 to run an extension cord, or $25, and 50 would be too much, to run an extension cord so we could keep the fridge cold because our lights are off. So you telling me stuff, but what I see you do, like, I don't want to struggle like that. But Nas said, but Jay said, and Jay said crime. I'm the example that crime do pay. I said, okay, so that's what I need to do. So to think it's just entertainment for everybody is moronic. There are people that live by it. It's the soundtrack to their lives. It would be moronic for me to say that it has that same impact on everyone. There are people that can listen to it and it's just entertainment, but there are people, me being I was one of them, where it is the soundtrack to your life. So you go and you live it out because they're laying a blueprint down for you. So that I stay away from stuff that is gonna be harmful to my people. I'm mature enough where if J. Cole drops, I could listen to it just to preview it. If the Nas dropping the King's Disease, my favorite MC of all time, I could listen to it and see, okay, yeah, what he's doing, and critique it objectively. You know what I'm saying? But I still know, like, if the message is foul, well, I'd be a hypocrite to bump that joint. You really my op. Like, you not my op, but your message is an op to what I'm trying to do. And I'm trying to build my people up. As far as now, what does Christian rap entail? I'm just trying to, I believe in my heart of hearts, and I would just say, I know that I have this real relationship with Jesus. It's changed my life tremendously in an amazing way. And I want to tell people about that. It would be insane for me to, like, all right, let me use this as an example. If there were somebody that found a home remedy with stuff in the cabinet, you know, they made a concoction and whatever they took cures cancer, and everyone on the block is, you know, you got five of your neighbors that got cancer, and you don't share your concoction with them, you're a freaking douchebag. Like, so I've tasted and seen that God is good, experienced this healing, this transformation in my life. Man, how foul would it be for me to not share that with everyone else? And he who has ears will hear. And if they don't want to receive it and go another way, it's just my job to tell them. I can't bend anybody's arm. So that's it. I'm just speaking to those who would listen. I want to tell everybody about what Jesus has done in my life and what he could do in their life.
But there's not like say a Christian hip hop book where it's like, we all identify and go by this, like, don't consume this type of music or content, or like, is there a pathway like that?
I think there's unwritten rules. Sometimes there's expectations that they'll have with and 90% of the time, those unwritten rules come from zealous, immature people with limited life experience and limited experience in their walks with God. They don't understand the nuances. It's just very black and white. So the old Datin, who had to cut, I gave you the metaphor like cutting an arm off. You're leaving it behind. Your expectation for other people now is they need to do it like you did it. This is what got me on the straight and narrow. So you need to do it. You need to leave that alone. You can't do this that way. And that's always from somebody real immature that hasn't figured everything out themselves. They're a little less merciful and gracious. They mean well, but they don't understand the nuances.
Right, for sure. So in the past, you've had people refer to rap music as the devil's music, right?
Mm-hmm.
In fact, a few years ago, Jason Whitlock, you know who that is?
No, I don't.
Jason Whitlock, he's a sports analyst formerly on ESPN.
Okay.
He said Tupac, Snoop Dogg, Nipsey Hussle were soldiers for the devil. Like he went on to compare rap music to Satanism. And he said they're soldiers for the devil. They've cut a deal for the money, for the fame, for the attention, for the women, for the girls and everything. They've taken a paycheck for this, and basically saying that they're demonizing and grooming our kids. Do you feel like rap music to a certain extent has done that?
Absolutely. 100%. And I understand why people get offended because we say hip hop, and hip hop as a whole is not that. Hip hop is beautiful. Hip hop can be life giving. Hip hop can be a tool to do good, to unite cultures, to unite people. Unfortunately, there are a lot of people using the tool of hip hop. So it's not hip hop itself, but some people use the tool of hip hop to convey a message that destroys communities, that destroys people, that keeps this cycle of death going on. Meanwhile, they're in a mansion. They sipping on something that these kids can't afford. They sleeping on pillows that cost more than the parents' whole bedroom set. Like they glorify a lifestyle that they no longer live, and it normalizes it for the listeners, and it desensitizes. They've turned like false, fake, made up lifestyles into like this, like kids really trying to live that joint. Like, yo, they was never on the block like that. They was never doing this and this and that, but you've normalized that. The whole concept of sliding on people, sliding on your ops, and what's going on in Chicago, what's going on in Newark, what's going on in parts in LA. Like, so I do believe that there are artists that have used this thing in greed to destroy their communities. One thing that we don't do, and there's somebody that right now their fingers are getting ready to comment, and I'm gonna rebuttal before they even do. The thing is, bro, is we do focus too much on the artist, even though they're grown men and they can say no, right? Even though, so I'm not completely taking the blame off of them, but it's these A&Rs, bro. It's these record execs. I went into Def Jam Records and they walked me in and they sat me down, and he spoke to me like a king. Like, yo, I'm the next big thing. And I played them some music that was almost positive. Still had profanity. I was no Christian rapper by any means. It was a little woke. Some woke music. And at that point, I already stopped hustling. I'm already seeing the negative. So I'm just like, yo, it's not like let's kumbaya, no Black Eyed Peas type music, but it's just like, yo, trying to get people out the stupor. And after all that treatment, when it was done, he's straight. And this is a white dude, and he's just like, yo, we sell guns to the hood and blunts and 40s to college kids. Like, get up out of here. And this is somebody that doesn't have to live that lifestyle. He's not in the hood, never been in the hood. And he's telling me that that's what I need to give them so that they can push it to the people. So the difference between like somebody that's willing to just, be 10 toes down on who they are, they're going to be like, nah, I'm not going to take a check to kill my people. I'm not signing a contract in blood. Other people don't have the same morals. They just like, whatever, this is rap music. Just pay me. I'll say whatever you want me to do. Oh, you got some lipstick and a dress for me? Put that lipstick in a dress for me so I could, make other little fatherless boys think it's okay to be in this lipstick and this dress. Like, I'm telling you, it really be happening. People ain't gonna like it, but tough, kick rocks. Like, it's the truth. So yeah, I think it has been used as a tool, but it doesn't just stop with hip hop. It's movies, it's rock, it's pop, it's everything. Everything that has that can influence people. If you get the wrong person, it's the right person with the wrong motives behind it, and he could take anybody with a talent and get them to do what he wants them to do. Here you go. Take care of your family. Who cares about what those kids will go through? Your kids will be all right. Your family will be all right. Yo, tell them to do this. And you don't even have to say flat out. You just need to make the lifestyle appealing and look cool. Yo, Hitler, there's a quote from Hitler like, yo, if you want the children, take control of the music. Something like that. Probably messed up the quote, but he even understood this. So it's like, yo, man, I've been to different hoods where the average dudes don't go. Doing gang ministry. I'm there, boots to the ground. And I see the impact that the music has on these kids. They really trying to imitate the art, bro. It's when people be like, nah, I think the art imitates life. No, man. It could have, it probably started that way. But
that's what I was just about to say to you, is that it seems like it was reporting what was happening in these neighborhoods first, right? But then then
until they started adding some spice on the stories. And then it's just like now they just trying to make it, they're reporting and there's exaggeration behind it. So now the listener wants to mimic that exaggeration. So it just gets worse and gets worse and gets worse. And there used to be like clean love songs. Now the R&B today is like, it's insane, bro. Like the way they be talking is like a rap song. It's almost like how Snoop and Nate Dogg and them used to be back in the day when I was a little kid and I couldn't listen to that. Everything is like that now. It's like, what do you think that's gonna produce, bro? If you hear something long enough, you will be desensitized. And that abnormal thing that they're talking about was just normal. It's just normal.
It's interesting because like if you look at Melly Mel, the message, right? Broken glass everywhere. And people pissing on, you know what I mean? Like, it's just like, these are
just don't care.
Yeah, like this is
his last verse is one of my favorite verses of all time, but go ahead.
This is actually like painting a picture of the harsh realities of that time, right? But after that, you're saying like it's when people started putting the extra sauce on it because of like I think America's infatuation with crime and gangsters and all that, right?
Yeah, but what Melly Mel did was just painted a beautiful a picture of what was going on around him. He never once glorified it. Describing it is not glorifying it. Glorifying is saying, slide and put the bullet in your head and I'll kill her, I'm dump the burner. But like, yo, you moving, you selling drugs to your own people. Like that's glorifying it. That's glorifying it. There's a big difference.
Yeah, man. It's crazy. I want to ask you about this, man. You've been a pretty big supporter of my channel for quite some time. Like I'm talking about longer than just the past 6 months where I felt like my channel really kind of made a turn and a lot of people started messing with me, but before I had interviewed somebody by the name of Tina Torres.
Mhm.
You remember her?
Uh-huh.
Right. Okay. Shout out to Tina. Do you believe in like, are you a strong believer in energy and frequency?
No, I'm not.
You're not. Okay.
Mhm.
So, cause she has said like how, the 808 drum has a dark frequency and it activates like certain chakra that promotes like this negativity. What are your thoughts about that?
I mean, I have a lot of 808s and beats in that frequency. They don't make me feel dark. They don't make my listeners feel dark. I mean, they feel life from the message. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
I do believe that there is some like there's something there about the frequencies. Like, when you put sand on a plate and at certain frequencies it causes the sand to form a shape. You know what I'm saying? There's
Right.
something there. So does that have any effect on our actual bodies? I would have to say so, yeah. But I believe me, and this is not like a hill I'm trying to die on, and it's not something that I've studied that I'm so educated I could speak on. But I believe it's really what's being poured into your heart and into your mind. That really has the effect opposed to a frequency like, that all of a sudden you heard this frequency, so now you're gonna go do some dumb stuff because of a frequency. I really believe it's words that have power more than
Got you.
a chakra. So the word that's spoken on it can make or break. There's the power of life and death in the tongue, and it's what are you speaking? You speaking life or you speaking death? And I believe if you speaking life over that 808, that's boom, boom, like you speaking life. If they listening, they gonna hear it. They're not gonna be like, I don't hear what he's saying because I'm feeling real dark because of this frequency right now. That's just my
Mhm.
thoughts on it.
So her background, she was raised in the church, but it was like a borderline cult with like her father was like kind of like pretty much like the leader, right? Um, so she's like very critical of religion. I personally don't think religion is bad, but religion can be used wrong by people, to
Absolutely.
do wrong things, right? How do you feel about that? And like, do you think that there are people within the Christian hip hop space that are not genuine that use it for the wrong reasons?
Absolutely. I would say this. If if I were Satan, wouldn't I want to use the most powerful thing in the world as a tool to if I can manipulate it and twist it and get you to see it through a wrong lens, then my mission is accomplished. So I don't it always baffles me when somebody sees any religion and they're just like, yo, how, but it's used to do bad. Like, so because someone used it to do bad, you got to throw the whole thing out. Like, no, bro, I believe the word of God has life in it. And if you give a little bit of truth out and you use that as the carrot to draw you in, then that's it. I got you with a little bit of truth, but now I'm gonna pump you with more lies and then manipulate you. So I think that's why there's cults out there. There's people that use the word of God to do foul things. There's Christian rappers who was just like, yo, you know what? I started Christian rapping because once upon a time I believed this stuff. Now I don't. Or I just don't want to live it. So, but I'm gonna keep doing it because they know who I am. I get a little bag over here and and I could, probably get some groupies at some shows and I don't know. So do I know anyone doing that? No. Would I say there's nobody doing that? Absolutely. I'm pretty sure there's hundreds. I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure. Yeah.
Got you. Okay.
Yeah.
What do you think about a rapper like NF? NF, had signed to a Christian label before, right? He came up in the Christian music scene. But he often talks about religion in his music, but he rejected the label of Christian rapper, like, because he didn't feel that fit his music.
Yeah, I met NF once. Cool. He was a cool dude. Smart, very freaking brilliant. He is where he is because he's brilliant, like on a business.
Super talented.
Yeah. But I'm even talking about how he markets himself. All of that is very intentional. He's a genius. I don't have no issue with that at all. I believe that it's all useful. If you're a Christian rapper or you're a Christian that raps, as long as when you rap, you're not contradicting your faith, yeah, I have no problem with that at all. I at one point aspired to do a project that's not a Christian rap project. That's just it'll be true to me and nothing. You're not gonna hear anything on it that's gonna make me be like, but I thought you was a Christian. But I might not be Jesus on that joint. It's just me talking about life, neutral topics. You know what I'm saying? On this upcoming album, I have songs that you can pluck out and you would, if they got played on the radio, you would never know that I'm a Christian. Like it's just a neutral topic. And I think NF is dope. I mean, I'm not a super fan because just sonically it's just not my taste. But there are songs that he has where I'm just like, that joint hard. Like I can see why everybody likes him. He's dope.
Right, absolutely. And that's dope that, you know, like you can recognize like when someone's talented, might not be your taste or something like that, but you can appreciate what you appreciate about
Absolutely,
it. Right?
yeah. If you're gonna ask me, is he dope or not, I'm gonna say he's dope. Yeah. I just have my own preferences. Yeah.
Right, for sure. One thing that he was quoted saying was that he said that, you know, I'm not a worship artist. That's not my music's purpose. I don't think I'm a preacher. I don't want anyone to listen to my I want everyone to listen to my music, whether they believe in God or not. And he said, in the Christian world, everyone wants to pretend everything is okay. Do you think that that's an accurate portrayal?
I think at one point it was an accurate portrayal. And I remember coming into this thing and wanting to hear more transparency. And then now I feel like the pendulum is all the way to the opposite and everybody's being so transparent. It's just like, yo, bring some of that life back. A lot of people are just sounding depressed now. You know what I'm saying? Like it's just in a beat down battle instead of hopeful. And I don't believe that the beat down battle, it can be like that for some people. But I believe a lot of people are rapping about it because it's trendy too right now. There's hope. There's hope. There's a lot of hope. Like talk about it all. And it makes your project more versatile too. So you can always see in any form of culture, like, yo, everybody follow the trend. At one point, it's everything is all good, and then now everything is all bad. But please, God, help me. It's just everybody trying to follow the trend.
Got you. All right. In 2015, my man Poison Pen was on tour with Immortal Technique and Talib Kweli. There was an incident where Talib disrespected you on social media or something. You went to Orlando to try to talk to him, not beat him up or anything. We're not saying that, but to have a man-to-man conversation with him. And you know, Penn is your man too, so definitely nothing would have happened. It would have just been to mediate that kind of situation.
Yeah, for sure.
What exactly happened?
With Talib, he tweeted something that, you know, he's anti-Christian. So he tweeted something that wasn't favorable about Christianity. And I tapped in and I just said, yo, yeah, I don't think that's fair. I think I said something like that. I don't think that's fair. He was critiquing somebody's beliefs. And I'm like, you may not agree, but these people are standing on what they believe. And bro, he went in on me crazy. Yo, you Uncle Tom, whatever. He called me a bunch of stuff, bigot, all this stupid stuff. He just sounded like the dumbest dude in the world, the way he was coming at me. And because, yo, he's one of my favorite MCs, bro.
Oh, wow.
Absolutely. Yo, Black Star is like a top 5 album. Eardrum is in my top 10. You know what I'm saying? Like, I love his music. So I was trying to be respectful, but he was real condescending, kept playing me. So I was just like, yo, if I see this dude, you know what I'm saying? We gonna have to have one of them hard conversations because he's gonna see he got me twisted. Like, I'm not gonna threaten, but hey, he gonna see. Everybody that had to have one of them conversations with me, they see. Like, yo, all right, bro. So,
Dane, can you push the camera back a little bit?
yeah. Can you?
Yeah. Because I don't want. Yeah. All right. Cool. That's cool.
Yeah. Word. So, anyways, yeah, man. He played me, disrespected me. We didn't get to have a conversation, and then he ends up getting banned off Twitter. But I know that when Swave went to have a conversation with him, I remember Swave was like on my side, like, yo, he a sucker. I think I had said like, yo, he run his mouth. He's a super sucker in real life, and even Swave was just like, yeah, he super sucker. And then Swave ended up having a conversation. They squashed their beef. But yeah, he disrespected me, and I pulled up by myself, the Christian, to a Mortal Techniques concert. I mean, I wanted to see Tech, I wanted to see Hassan, I wanted to see Penn. I love them dudes, love Penn, but I also wanted to talk to Talib. So when I saw CF outside, I'm like, yo, where Talib at? And I ain't even tell them like that. I just was gonna, like if I couldn't get to him, I was gonna tell Penn like, yo, son, let me talk to this dude. And he wasn't there. So I didn't get to have the conversation. And now he off of Twitter. So
yeah, I mean, did you talk to Penn about it?
Nah. I think I just spoke to Swave about it through Twitter. That's it. Never.
Got you. It's unfortunate because you know what, like I'm a fan of Talib's music too. Like, like I really rocked with his album The Beautiful Struggle back in the day and everything too, and of course Black Star always, it just seems like, and I think he does great podcasting too. The People's Party I rock with, he does great work, you know what I'm saying? But it's like anytime anybody disagrees with his opinion, it's like automatically, oh, you're a Nazi, you're this, you're that, and talking pretty crazy online where like to his own fans though, like he don't even take time for like discernment to like be like, yo, are you trying to troll me? You're trying to, it's just straight out the gate. Like, I'm like,
no, that's how he came at me. Yo, I said it as respectful as possible. Somebody that admires him, he came at me crazy from the rip. So I'm just like, yo, I told him, ease up, bro. I've been around you. You not like that. Like, I've been around him before. Like, you not like that. You used to work at a bookstore. You cupcakes off. Stop this, bro. Like, you talking to somebody who was really like cut from that. So I didn't even hit him with stuff like that until like it's crazy. I got a notification from Twitter that I was the #1 mentioned person on Twitter for that hour because all his fans was coming at me crazy. And then once he kept getting disrespectful, that's when I spiced up a little bit, but I was trying to be as respectful as possible. And
it's kind of crazy because I think that his issue with Diabolic kind of happens in a similar fashion too. You know what I mean? Just off of nothing really.
yeah.
But talking crazy online like that definitely can cause real issues in real life, man.
Yeah. Well, ain't gonna be no real issues with me and him. I let it go. This was mad years ago, but
right.
Yeah, he friggin' I have to intentionally separate the character from the music because Eardrum is a masterpiece to me. I'm telling you, Black Star is a top 5 album to me. I love it so much. I believe that Talib, first, Most Def was the star, and I feel like Talib he just kept getting better and better, and he passed Most to me. Like, he's definitely lyrically one of the illest dudes, but he's a freaking douche.
Do you think that I mean, is that hard for you to do, to separate the art from the artist?
I don't have to do that too much. I don't listen to douchebags, but with him, like I was able to. I'm still able to go back and appreciate Eardrum. I'm still able to go back and appreciate Black Star.
Well, outside of him, I mean, like in general, like, how like people will be like, oh, I can't listen to Michael Jackson now. I can't listen to R. Kelly now. I can't listen to Diddy now, or something like, are you one of those people that are like, man, the music is so classic that I can't separate the art from the artist?
Well, I don't listen to none of those people that you name, but I feel like there's some R. Kelly songs that I could appreciate them for what they were and what they are, and it's yeah. I guess I can separate the two.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, but I don't have the experience to say like, yo, I know he's a jerk, and but I listen to his music every day. That doesn't happen. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Even Talib, I will throw on the Black Star album from time to time. So it brings me back to 98. I'm young, listening to that joint with just like, bro, what is this? This is amazing. Respiration comes on. So, I mean, he's done a lot of stuff that I appreciate. I think as an MC, he's brilliant. Brilliant enough that even though he's a douche, I'll check in. But the way he treated me was it was uncalled for, and he would have had a rude awakening. Now, I'm not talking about threats. I wouldn't have even been like, yo, let's throw hands. But I definitely would have, people really don't pull up on you to have hard conversations. I'm that dude. So, and then Penn would have made it happen and probably wouldn't have made sure he mediated so nothing would have went down. And I'm pretty sure he's closer
Right.
to Talib than he is me, but he got love for me. That's my bro.
Yeah, for sure. This same year, on June 9th, 2015, Pumpkinhead passed away, and you had a close relationship with him.
Yeah.
Can you talk about when you met PH and what was that friendship like?
Yo, man, PH he was that dude, bro. He always, I felt like he did a better job with keeping in touch with me than I did with him. He will always hit my line. And he never asked me to once do a song, bro. He just was just cool, bro. I feel like my relationship with PH really started like what we was communicating often as after Proof died. So when Proof died, he would call to check in on me. And I think he assumed that I was tighter with Proof than I was, because he was like calling me like if I was like he was my best friend. Proof wasn't my best friend. We was cool, but so after that, he would call to check in. And then you know what? After I became a Christian, everybody showed me social media love. He would hit my line, but he would always hit my line to try to get me to judge a battle. Yo, Datin, you gotta come back. You gotta come back. I'm like, nah, yo, we doing a battle here. Please come judge it. So he would make me entertain the thought of at least coming back to judge a battle. I even agreed to do it once. And for whatever reason, the battle didn't happen. And then, and then he passed away, which is crazy. It was unfortunate.
What was your reaction when you got the news that he had passed away?
I was floored, and I was away at the time, like on tour, so I couldn't even go to the funeral, get the details. I was on tour, and locked in contractually. So these are things you just can't break away from. And I was floored, man. I couldn't believe it. I didn't understand. I tried to get as much information as I could on why, and it's just sad, bro. Yeah, yeah.
For sure, man.
Good dude, yo, man. I'm telling you, the three that always stood out to me, outside of my FYL brothers, was always PH, was always Penn, was always Swave Sever. They always stood out to me. They always showed this genuine love. And man, I appreciate them brothers. I really appreciate PH, man.
For sure, man.
Yeah.
How did you feel when he got his own street sign?
Yo, that was dope. I was proud. It's crazy, man. It's crazy. I still want to
Yeah.
go by and take a picture, man. I haven't got to do that, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you have like a favorite PH memory?
Favorite PH memory, man. We were in 2 MC challenges together. And I remember the one where he was going in with Blind Fury. Just me and him just had a bunch of funny blind dude jokes in the back. We were laughing, just stuff like that. I don't want to repeat, but we was hella laughing, and we was watching the dude feed Blind Fury the information. We was talking about beating Blind Fury up, beating his man up, just laughing, joking about it. But like, yeah,
Come on, man.
yeah, it was funny. Well, that was a good PH memory.
Man, well, rest in peace to PH,
Yeah.
man. In 2016, you released the album The Roar, right? When you were working on your album, you were inspired because you felt like the world was trying to silence or deter people from being open about their faith.
Yeah.
You know, like you spoke about a time when a friend or a friend of a friend had a scripture on a Post-it at their desk at work, and the boss told them, like, you got to get rid of that or you're going to lose your job and stuff like that. You know, can you talk about that time period and what inspired that album?
Yeah, I just think, you know, what had happened recently at that time was the Coptic Christians were beheaded by Islam. I just saw a lot more Christians trying to be vocal and be silenced and persecuted. There was videos at the time where people are evangelizing on the street and getting beat up. So I know seeing something like that, you being concerned for your own well-being, it may cause you to be silent. And I just wanted to encourage believers to be bold and speak up. And like, yo, man, persecution is gonna come. If they don't like it, they don't like it. My message is not to be ignorant and overbearing and just like obnoxious, but yo, be bold about what you believe. Be unashamed about it. And too many people was tucking their tails. That's it. So I never want anybody to be obnoxious. The guy on the street that's with the guy hates X sign and all that stuff. Don't be that douche. But man, be bold and share the truth in love. That was my overall message.
There was also a lot of controversy over the album cover because there's a gun pointing at the head of the lion, right?
Yeah.
And you said that the lion represented the church and what people should be doing because the lion is staring down the barrel of a gun and still roaring, still basically getting their message across.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah. A lot of people people just got nothing better to do but to whine and cry and complain about something. And I took heat for the album cover. But now, you know, if you ask, it's considered a classic in Christian hip hop. And when you ask, you know, who got the best album covers, you'll see that people will bring that album cover up. Like, they got over it.
It's funny though, right? Because like sometimes like in the moment, it's a big deal. But when people look back in retrospect, they're like, oh, it's not a big deal, you know? And it's like it's almost like rewriting history, but it's like, no, you guys gave me so much crap during this time, but it's a good thing that you stood 10 toes down on it, right?
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
For sure, man.
Yeah.
Now, even though you started doing Christian rap, it doesn't mean it wasn't edgy. In 2017, you caused some controversy when you released the song I Won't Bow off the Menace mixtape.
Yeah.
That chorus is smooth, man.
Thank you.
You sure you weren't an R&B singer in another life, man?
Well, I used to sing until I damaged my vocal cords, but yeah, I used to be in the chorus and all that in school. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, for sure. But
yeah, man, that's
my
dope.
cords, bro.
How'd you do that?
Just rapping, all the rapping, bro. Actually the first day I went to EODUB, when I told you I was at the studio with my mans. We recorded songs. Then in the car, we ciphered all the way to New York. We in the car rapping. Then I get on stage and I rap. Then we go outside and I'm catching a cipher with everybody there. I coughed up blood. I put polyps on my vocal cords.
Oh, snap.
I had to stay silent for 2 weeks. Couldn't even talk. So,
because I always felt like you had this like distinct voice, like this raspiness, this edginess to your voice, right? Whenever you rap, it was like this grittiness, like you just like you couldn't help but make that like mean face, like, you know what I mean, when you listening to your bars, not only because the bars was dope, but it was just because of the sonically of the way that you delivered it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, early in my career, it was intentional because I friggin' had a little light voice. So I had to beef it up, pause. But later on, it's natural because my cords are freaking damaged. So what sounds cool to everybody else is me suffering.
Got you.
Yeah.
So on the song, I Won't Bow, you call out the news, politics, MTV, VH1, pushing agendas, rappers that push feminine agendas, wearing dresses and all that, the Kardashians. What made you want to do that at that time?
just what I observe, bro. You see an issue, I feel like you find your purpose between what you hate and what you love. And what you do is you combat what you hate with what you love, and you find that medium. And at the time, these are things that disturbed me, and I love rap, and I'm always trying to think about what I can address to sober someone up. You know what I'm saying? I was hoping to be able to reach someone, raise an awareness in somebody that I may feel like be falling under these spells, so to speak. You know, I know it's not a literal spell, but just being duped. So I just wanted to raise awareness. That's what made me write that record.
On the song, you rap, they set new fashion rules and teach little girls to do what the Kardashians do. They teach them to reject the beauty that is natural. To be attractive, you must get some butt implants and plastic boobs. With the song now being nearly 10 years old, right?
10 years, well, it's written 10 years ago this year.
Right. How do you feel that this song has aged with the current state that we are in now?
Bro,
pertaining to like those type of things.
you don't know how many of my fans will be like, yo, that was prophetic. Like, you see it. It's everything I said. You see it all from what else I mentioned? The school shootings and all of that. I even mentioned diseases, and then what, 4 or 5 years later, the pandemic happens. Like, yo, I really feel like it was a song God gave me. And then you look, nobody was really getting butt implants like that back then, but I knew it was gonna be an issue. You put these role models in front of you, and we gonna aspire to do what they do. And now you see BBL mania out here.
It's pretty crazy how, when you look at the programming of how we normalize things, right? Because like even something like Ozempic now, like everybody is on Ozempic, right? Like just taking it, like nobody wants to work out, and there's so many side effects to that type of stuff, bro. Like it's insane, right?
I haven't looked into the side effects. I know people I love that are on that joint, bro. So yeah, I hope it doesn't have too many side effects.
There's lawsuits. There's a lot of lawsuits over it too right now. It's pretty crazy, but it's just like. But like you're saying with the butt implants, of course, the breast implants, just all the Botox, just like everything that like is so common now for like a girl to be straight out of high school almost and just already getting plastic surgery.
Yeah, dog. Yeah.
It's crazy. I feel so bad for little girls growing up in this era where it's like, because of social media, you're being trained to think this is what really beauty really is, right?
Yeah.
And not just that, but also for little boys, because you're being trained to, this is what it should be attractive.
Yeah, bro. Yo, son, like I had this thought the other day. I'm in the airport, and there's this lady in front of me. She looked like she was like no older than 23. This girl. And bro, her freaking butt looked like she literally like a joke. Like I was expecting Ashton Kutcher to pop out like and say everybody punk. It literally looked like she put 2 basketballs. It was just round and weird. And then her lips were like, bro, like the size of my arms, like crazy. And I had this thought that, like, yo, this looks abnormal to me because I know what a real woman looks like. Soon, it's like if you don't look like this, a man is just not gonna be attracted to it. They will be. It's like, yo, she looked like a mutant. Respectfully, and it's like, yo, my son may grow up and be like, oh, look at that shorty right there. She bad. Like, it's crazy, bro. And
it's just so disproportionate, though.
Disproportionate. And imagine what it does to the young lady who can't afford to get this work done. And then what, they just forgotten, left to the side, they're ugly. And then that becomes the new picture of beauty. Yeah, and it's disgusting, dog. Disgusting.
And you hear all the time about people dying on the table from while getting plastic surgery, right? But I honestly believe that eventually people will there will be a shift, and like we'll appreciate natural beauty again, in people and women. And I mean, That's, at least I have hope for that, you know,
Yeah.
because it's just like when you look at when you and I were growing up, like look at these beautiful women like Aaliyah that were just like all natural and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? Like it's just like you appreciated people's qualities just for how they came. You
Yeah.
know, like you like the face card. Like look at like a Maya or something like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like just like it's just very sad because it's like I think it starts with like one surgery for a lot of people, and then it's almost like a body dysmorphia, or you know, like it's just like they keep tweaking it their face and like or whatever, and it just looks so crazy.
Yeah, and you're never satisfied. They keep going and keep going. It look like mutants, bro.
I'm sorry to say, like, for example, Lil' Kim, right? Lil' Kim was beautiful when you and I were growing up, right? But she looked Chinese now, like, you know, and not a good Chinese, I'm sorry, but like, you know, like, you know, it's you know, it's unfortunate, you know, but it's like that shows you that a lot of these issues is stemming from someplace else though, bro. It's coming from inside the insecurity, you know?
Yeah, absolutely, bro. Absolutely. Yeah, and that's just, you know, I don't know. I think you know how they say like tattoos are addictive. Once you get one, you'll start to get a bunch. I think it starts off in, you know, something like, yo, let me just get a filler on my lip. You know what? I see this blemish here. Let me do that. And then you got your doctor telling you, and then let me lift this. And then before you know it, they're just unrecognizable, bro. And we're
Absolutely.
setting the new standard of beauty for our daughters. So
Yeah,
not cool.
it's crazy, man. In 2017, you started going through some of the most difficult times in your life. Your wife at the time asked for a divorce. You guys were married for like 6 years. What was your reaction when that situation happened?
I was floored, bro. I didn't expect it. I mean, I knew things weren't always great, but I just thought that, yo, this is what you do. It's marriage. You work this thing out. You fight, you push through, and that's what we were gonna do. But you know, she had other plans, and that's what she hit me with at the time. I didn't expect it, bro. I didn't think it was an option. For me, divorce is not an option. So I was like, nah, this don't happen like this. You work this out. You fight. I was raising her daughter as my own. And yeah, we kind of weren't established where we had property, but you know, working towards it. And just yeah, I got hit with that out the blue. And you know, yeah, I was floored.
Were you strong? I mean, was she strong in her faith
Nah,
too?
she wasn't. So
Okay.
yeah, she
Because I was wondering, because you know that's like a divorce has a big stigma, you know, in religion a lot of times.
yeah, and then
So that's
she
why.
she already had a divorce under her belt. So before being a believer, really, and then with me, it was always kind of while we were married, I discovered that I kind of like fell for the best foot forward. Also, let me not even play her. I wasn't fully developed and mature and grown in my faith, so my standards weren't as high. And I'm not talking about standards as far as looks or you know the quality of person, but in her walk with God. I didn't even know what it looked like to be super mature yet. So why would I want somebody super mature? The thing is, it's like, okay, we were both probably even level, and I kept growing and she stood the same level. So that's even like a conflict for her. I don't think it was in her cards to marry a minister. You know what I'm saying? Somebody traveling that does ministry. She just thought, you know, okay, a rapper and you're gonna do some Christian rapping and we'll go to church sometimes. I think there's also like, you know, people watching what she does now. Like, yo, you're a wife of a minister, so you need to have this character. Um, and I think she just like probably ain't want that lifestyle. She connected with her ex, and you know, I guess something was going on behind the scenes, and she decided to go back that way. So that's what she did.
So, like, how long were you guys dating before you guys got married, though? Like, didn't you guys never had those kind of conversations or anything?
Yeah,
Like,
we were dating we got married exactly the day we made 3 years going out. So
wow.
we were married, we were dating 3 years, got married. I moved to Florida. And we had also it was hard to have those conversations. I just say this. Okay, we were dating. She lived in Jersey. In the middle of us dating, she had left the state of Florida without the consent of her baby father. So she
Right.
was in Florida. She got married. She had a baby. She left without his consent. I meet her over there. We kicking it for like 2 years. And then she had to move back because he won visitation rights. So when she moved back, we're doing the long distance thing. And now your relationship is phone and then when you can see each other. So I really can't gauge where she's at spiritually. And then to be honest, it's not even a priority to gauge where she's at spiritually. I want to just be with her. You know what I'm saying? We don't get to see each other. We used to be with each other every day. And then but now with our time apart, I'm growing. She's not. So I'm not even probably asking those questions. I'm just happy to see her when I do, happy to talk to her when I do. So then when we get married, it's like I married a different person, a completely different person, a more angry person, a more like something was up and I don't know what happened, but this is what I chose and I had to walk it out. So the marriage wasn't the best at all times for most of the time, but you know, like I said, divorce wasn't an option and we'll figure this thing out. That was my mindset. That's what I thought.
Did you guys try counseling during that time to try to
Yeah. It's something that she didn't want to do. I wanted to, she didn't. So I got counseling myself and she didn't.
got you?
Yeah.
So, I bring this up because it's like in all of that despair, it inspired your album Hell in the Hallway, right?
Yeah.
And it was like it started as an EP, but it became a full-on album. And in this project, you basically share things that you would be hesitant to even share with friends in a normal conversation, but you felt like this was important for people to hear. You put your heart and soul into it, thinking that people could relate, could make a difference for somebody. How uncomfortable was that experience like for you to divulge all of that personal information out there like that?
It was uncomfortable at times, but I always would kind of like bury the uncomfortable feeling with knowing that this was gonna help someone. And then also a little part of it was a little selfish too. I wanted to, like the Bible says, don't allow anyone to speak evil of your good. And then it also says that a good name is better than silver and gold. So if there's one thing I want to be intentional about is I don't want no one to speak ill of my faith, of Christ because of how I represent. You know what I'm saying? So the foul part is when you see a divorce, we automatically say, what did he do? You know what I'm saying? What did he do? Um, I'm sure that he gave her some reason. Now, I'm not saying that I was the perfect husband, but I showed up, I provided, I did the damn thing. I absolutely did the damn thing. I'm gonna boast on that. I'm gonna die on that hill. I raised her daughter like she was mine, loved her like my own. I showed up, I provided, whatever. So I know that that was what some people were thinking. What did he do? Did he tour too much? And I'm pretty sure that's the narrative she ran with to save face. Um, I but they don't see that when I would go on tour, instead of pocketing all the bread, I would fly my butt home in between, spending hella dough, bro, to do that. You know what I'm saying? To be back home so I could walk the dog, so I could take her daughter to school. So, stuff like that. And then go back, hit the road on a Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, come back. So if I just would have stood on the road, I would have kept mad paper, bro. Um, I made the album because it was multi-layered. I did one song, and the song was just for me to vent. It's the title track, Hell in the Hallway. I played it for a friend that was going through the same thing, and he's a G. He's a G, gangster. And he was crying like a baby. He said, yo, twin, you need to put this out. They need to hear this. So when I put it out and I saw how impactful it was, I was like, yo, I'm gonna turn this into an album because there's a lot of things I would like to say. and to build people up. And it also kind of like the little selfish motive in it was like, y'all also gonna know that even though I didn't buy, I didn't, I nowhere on the album did I say she committed adultery, had an affair. I didn't say that, but I allude to it in a sense. If you listening. But I just wanted to know, I wanted people to know, yo, it's also like, man, this is how you deal with pain. This is also the dedication you're supposed to have in a marriage. Like, yo, you don't just back away and back out. You fight for that mug. So yeah, it was multi-layered as far as motive. But the main thing was just edifying people, and it did, bro. It really did.
How difficult was that for you during what? Because you're like having a relationship with her daughter too, like for the span of the whole relationship, right? Of you got your guys' marriage, you guys' dating and everything. So her daughter pretty much became like your daughter.
Absolutely. I called her my daughter. And the plan was to stay in touch with her. I took her out once. I came, I picked her up, brought her out like she was my daughter. And as soon as the single, The Hell in the Hallway, dropped, and with the video, of course, she weaponized her kid. She told me off and then was like, you'll never see my daughter again. And I never got to see the kid again. So it was, the divorce was hurtful because, okay, I lost a wife, and then I lost my daughter, and then also my in-laws that I loved very much. Still to this day, love them. Lost them all. So it was, that was the part that hurt the most.
I think that people a lot of times they don't look at that. They mainly focus on just like the two main people. They don't think about the innocent bystanders. You know what I mean? The what is it?
The children, the in-laws, yeah. And then the nieces and nephews, like, yo, they all call me Theo, like I was their uncle, and
Right.
just a lot of people. And so it was a lot of mourning, and it wasn't just the marriage. I knew the marriage wasn't good. I'm not just saying that because it's in hindsight. As a matter of fact, there was a part of me that is kind of relief. Like, all right, I don't have to fight to make this work anymore. The next thing will work. I want something that works, not something that I have to. When you're living every day in a loveless marriage, it sucks. So, but the pain of losing her daughter and all of that, I had to mourn a bunch of people and move on.
And I think that I like the way that you use that word mourn, right? Because a lot of times people use that word only when like someone passes away, but mourning can be something even when someone doesn't die, but technically it's like you lose it from your life, right? You know what I mean? It's no longer a part of what you knew life to be.
The Bible says that God makes two become one. So I see it as like, when you got like a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, bro, and you got, if you were to separate both, you still got some jelly on the peanut butter and some peanut butter on the jelly. And it takes a while to like, yo, it's pried apart. The bread isn't the same. The bread might break up. So I see it like that. It is like a literal death. And that's how it felt at the time. And then you have to deal with getting some of that residue off of you. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it's definitely a mourning experience. You do feel like a literal death. Something happened.
The stuff that you guys enjoy doing together, the stuff that the person introduced you to, right? Certain music, movies, whatever experiences, it's when you come across those things, it's tied to that person a lot of times. It's a reminder, you know what I mean? Like and it's like there's a lot of layers to it, like you say.
Yeah, a lot of layers. It was a tough time, bro. But I will go through it 1,000,000 times over.
Now, you spoke about you were receiving counseling during that time because your ex-wife refused for couples counseling, right? What did you learn about yourself from going through that experience of counseling?
I learned that so I can err on the side of always being vocal, confrontational, wanting to have conversations right away, and always like that, macho, like, yo, you not gonna play me, you not gonna step all over me, like. So I would try to be patient, But then when the disrespect would continue, I wouldn't make things better. I would just blow up like, yo, who you talking to like that? It never got violent from my end, but like, yo, who you talking to like that? So that doesn't bring any resolve. So what I learned is like, yo, to be the punching bag sometimes. It's not a dude, beating me up, but it was my wife at the time. So yo, I sometimes be the punching bag. Like try to be a model of what I claim to believe, model this faith, be merciful, be gracious, and those things I learned. And I though they weren't effective there, it's something that I took with me, and it's why my marriage now is so successful. I would say, like, I have a great marriage, and a lot of those techniques, so to speak, I learned from conflict resolution over there. I bought it here, and it's the reason why my wife and I are married 6 years, and we don't blow up. We've never disrespected each other. It's cool,
Man, shout out to your current wife and everything, and that's a beautiful thing,
Truth.
I guess what I was asking is like the type of counseling you were receiving, was it more about how to make your relationship with your ex-wife at that time better, or was it about like exploring some of like the things that you've been through in life that make you the way that you are?
Well, it was like single couples, so since she wasn't there, so it was more focused on that instead of like digging up deep, I guess with the information that I shared, what was told to me and suggested to me is just like, yeah, don't be so quick to want to have to always get your point across, to explain, to like, yo, if they're not listening right now, fall the heck back and just like let it go. Learn to let some things go. And and it was like a short session. I didn't have the paper to keep going back. It was really short, bro. Like 4 or 5 sessions. You know what I'm saying? And that's what I learned. That's what I took from that joint.
One of the common themes I hear you talk about is patience and anger is something that has been difficult for you, challenging for you throughout your life, right? Like you was never really the type to take ish from anybody.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Has becoming a Christian really helped you with that?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I could still, bro, there's chinks in my armor. So sometimes it's like, yo, I lose my patience. Um, it just especially pisses me off when I know they not like that. And you're only doing it because you think you can get away with it because I'm a Christian. That type of stuff pissed me off. But it's just like, yo, I've learned how to hold my tongue a lot more, let stuff slide, not throw hands right away. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Yeah, for sure, man. It's we're work in progress, bro.
Yeah. And the work never
Trying
stops.
to become better.
Yeah, work never stops, bro.
I want to talk about this full circle moment in 2020 for you. You had a situation where your friend Armin, that is cool with Eminem, revealed that M had brought you up in a text conversation sharing your song Hallelujah all day.
Yeah.
M said that he respects your pen and multi-syllables. What was your reaction when you got that news?
Yo, bro, I freaking couldn't believe it, because if there's one question that was never answered, is like, yo, has Marshall ever heard me rap? I know that I've had multiple meetings at the label. I've submitted music, you know what I'm saying? Paul Rosenberg has heard me, Riggs has heard me. I appeared in a couple of his artists, because D12 was still signed to M at the time. I got co-signed by his best friend. His best friend told me I'm the truth, would hit my line. I always wondered, did he hear me rap? And to see that on his own, he found my Christian rap song. That joint was crazy to me, bro. It's crazy.
It's kind of crazy because people have said that M don't even have a phone because he don't want to be like that easily accessible. How did like Armin and M get so cool?
Yo, so first of all, that's a lie. So what I heard from people that know M is that he's plugged into everything, that he stays online. he got social media that nobody's handling his social media. That's all a front. I heard that he's super online, that he's super in touch, that he's listening to everything and everybody. My man told me that all Eminem does is listen to hip hop all day and watch TV shows. So he be on Netflix.
Well, that part I don't doubt, as far as like listening to music and paying attention to the culture and stuff like that. But I'm talking about like as far as like having a actual number that just anybody could, like, you know what I mean, anybody within reason can call him and get a hold of him.
Yeah. So I mean, I don't think it's low key anymore. I think Armin spoke about it, but at the time, you know, Armin was probably gonna come on to Shady. So they was
Oh,
yeah, they
okay.
was building. And then Armin has like stocks into like marijuana and all that, like legal marijuana. So I think yeah, I don't know. I know Eminem's clean, but Armin is not like behind the scenes. He has some sort of power. It's not just like, you know, when you look at his social media, you see him rap. He's more than that behind the scenes. He got stuff going on. So he got ties to a lot of important people, and that's why he be getting these big features too. Not only because he's super nasty, but he just got connects. He got something going on. Some Illuminati stuff. No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. So, yeah, he's tied to mad people, and I know that he was fooling with M for a while. So, yeah.
What did that mean to you? Earlier you had mentioned that, like, you know, 8 Mile was like a representative of like what you were growing up doing, battle rapping and everything, right? To have an artist, arguably one of the biggest rap artists ever, to, you know, to have done it, recognize your talent like that. Like, did M have a big influence on you when you were coming up?
Yeah, absolutely, bro. Absolutely. It meant everything. I just like I feel like not that I do this for affirmation from my peers in Christian rap, but I feel like the way I rap, it's not appreciated on this side outside of my fans. But I'm talking about by my peers. They want to keep up with what's going on, and there's no shade to that. Like, but as far as the multi-syllables, I think it just goes over their heads and they don't get it. I'm meant to attract the type of people that like the same hip hop I like. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, so not getting affirmed all the time, not getting the pats on the back, it's just like, all right, you could grow numb. But when M is like, you know, go MC, like, yo, he told my man, yo, you should do a song, y'all tones. You know, I'm just like, yo, this is fire. I, I'm good. I'm good with that cosign. I'm good with that pat on the back. Cause you know, like I said before, yeah, okay, I was supposed to mess with Shady. It was a possibility that I could have signed. You know, all this stuff with D12, it's man's. But you still wonder, has M considered this? Has M heard me? And now I know he has.
What made you want to go with Shady? Because I know that during that time, like, you were also considering like Def Jam or other labels too, though, right? Like, you were trying to see like other deals.
Yeah. I just was trying to get a bidding war going, and just I come from an era where you didn't get hot on the street first. You got hot in the industry, and then they put you out, and then you would be hot on the streets. The game has changed. Now that labels chase people who are already making themselves hot. So I wanted to get my buzz up in the industry, and I was. There was famous producers who wanted to work with me, who knew who I was. There was a lot of A&Rs who knew who I was. I was up at Def Jam. I was up at Columbia. But I wanted to sign with Shady because, one, they were on top of the world. B, at the time, Eminem was making some of my favorite beats. Renegade, American Psycho, you know what I'm saying? Like, he was killing it on the beats.
Can we talk about that? Like, see, this is something that I know a lot of times people, they'll like criticize his beat selection. They'll be like, oh, that's such an Eminem beat or whatever and stuff. But bro has made some real good beats that people don't really shine a light
Yeah.
on. I mean, like, you know, he produced Lose Yourself, right?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? With you know, with other people, but like, you know, he was a part of that.
Yo, bro, I'm telling you, in that pocket, he was making some of my favorite beats. Let's not act like people get amnesia or it be trendy to diss somebody and then they all keep up with it. It's like they're easily persuaded. I was outside, bro. I remember his beats being fire. Remember when he did the Tupac and Biggie joint, the dun 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 with like,
the running,
yeah,
the
the
running.
running joint. Like, come on, bro. He was killing it. So yeah,
But even Jay-Z's Moment of Clarity, remember off the Black album?
Yep, yeah.
Yeah.
And I think even when he did the Black album was kind of when he started to die down on the beats. But if you go from the Eminem show, the Devil's Night with D12, he was killing it, bro. He was killing it.
Yeah.
And that's when I wanted to sign with him. So I'm like, yo, he makes them dark beats. I'll go crazy on them joints. Like, yo, I felt like I would have been a good fit for Shady. The way I was rapping then, I felt like me and Nems would have went crazy over there.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. I think that the sound that you guys were going for would have fit that sound perfectly.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. So you had put out this clip from Smack not too long ago where it's asking like, who do you want to see come back into battle rap, into the arena, right?
Yeah.
Is that something you've ever really considered, you're considering now? You know what I mean? It's just an interesting conversation for you.
It's just an interesting conversation. It's just to see people's response because I would never, ever, ever, ever go back. Ever. I don't want to battle. I hate it. I would hate the pressure. I would feel bad if anybody said anything about my wife because I'm just gonna be sneaky and wait till they not looking and I'm knocking teeth out. It's not gonna happen. I'm not gonna put myself in a place where I'm under that temptation. These dudes disrespect each other and then go off and have a drink afterwards. I come from a different era, bro. It's just like, nah, I'm good. We could be friends in real life. I don't want to battle you and then act like we cool. So nah, I'm not interested in battling. I will never go back to battle rap, bro. Unless they got a stupid big bag.
Well, how do you feel about Christian rappers in general in the battle rap space?
Oh, they my mans. I don't mind. I just think that there's a concern that I think if you went in that environment all day, you are the company you keep. You know what I'm saying? Just like you said earlier. So it's like, I'll be concerned for them. Like, yo, I'll be careful out there because you around all of this stuff all day. It's like, yo, it might just, have some influence on you. But as of right now, I think they doing their thing. A-Ward is like, what, top 5 battle rapper right now? Yo, he's killing it.
He up there.
Yeah.
He definitely up
I think
there.
they did a list recently. He was 3 on that joint. So it's like, yo, they killing it. I love them dudes. I hope they keep killing it. I just hope they stand firm. That's it. Not that I think they're not. It's just, it's dangerous on them streets.
How often do you get like, somebody reaching out to you being like, come on, man, come back into the battle rap space?
All the time. All the time. All the time, bro. Somebody asking me. And it's just like, yo, they had to be outside because you not watching those 2 stupid battles I got on YouTube and you asking me to come back. Them joints was whack. You watch them and be like, man, keep that dude over there. But if you was outside when I was outside, then you'd be like, yo, he was something. He was something.
Right.
Yeah.
All right, man. There was a situation where a former friend of yours released a diss record, right? What happened with this situation? We ain't got to say his name.
Yeah. Bro, I think honestly, man, bro is having a religious psychosis. I don't think he's well mentally. I poured into brother, the brother helped him grow. And he just got weird, son. It's just like a mental issue. I don't know what it is. Yeah, and he's just, for whatever reason, bro, he separated himself from everybody and decided to like rebuke me on a record. So it's not so much like a diss. A diss is just like, yo, you stupid, you ugly, you broke, he's like trying to bring spiritual matters, like if I'm off. And it's just, it hurt because it's somebody that I loved. I still love the brother, but he's just not well. So, you can't, it's like incoherent, bro. It's incoherent.
I'm glad that you said that you admitted that it hurt, because like obviously you guys had worked together. He was potentially going to be the next one to sign to the label,
Yep.
right? And it was like it was a real friendship.
Absolutely.
You know what I'm saying? Right. So it's like it was a betrayal. Like I'm sure you were blindsided when you heard the song come out. You were just like, what the heck is this? Right. Because you responded on No Love and you rapped, I even lost a friendship I thought would stand the test of time. Matter of fact, this man was next in line to rep and sign with Menace Movement, but he changed and thought it's best we just divide. Inside, I questioned why we never talked to rectify or reconcile. Instead, he let a couple diss records fly. Now, if I sin because sometimes I do make mistakes, why wouldn't he just call me on the phone and state his case? I think it was really important that you said this because it showed the shift in the culture of how we used to resolve issues by face-to-face interaction, or at least, yo, let me get him on the line. You know what I mean? Like, this is my man's. I got a problem. Like, yo, you made me feel this type of way or something like that. You know, but now the culture is like so common where like see people will sneak this to put on their stories, and like it's crazy. Like, why wouldn't you contact that person directly? And I feel like the culture has normalized it. Like, oh, if you did something, it's okay for your man to go put it on social media and put you on blast. So it's okay to throw this friendship away and let public consumption rather than talk to you like a man and say, this is how I really feel.
Yeah. So the last time I heard from him was him trying to call me on something. And I made a good point. Like, he was just like, yo, I think that you doing this and this and this is off. And I asked him some questions and I was just like, yo, so how is that off? And he was like, oh, you know what? You're right. You're right. Okay. I apologize. Never hear from him again. The next time I hear from him, it's a rebuke on record where he's addressing me for the very same thing that we had a conversation about, and then other things. So it's like, yo, you already said by your own admission that you were wrong and I was right. And then you're calling me out for a bunch of other stuff that you didn't give me a call to talk about. What hurt the most was I had reached out to him a couple times and he left me on red. So I don't go chasing cats and whatever. He don't want to talk. He don't want to talk.
This was after the diss
No,
song?
this is before. So then now
okay.
I get tagged. This is after we spoke the last time. I get tagged in a post on his Facebook and I see it's connected to a video. So I'm thinking like, yo, he's tagging his brother. I'm excited to hear some new music. I literally was like, oh, snap. Like this, I took it as, okay, a bridge for us to connect again. And when I play it, he calling me out by name and all that, bro. I was floored. I was floored. I was like, yo, I can't believe this. And it just came at the wrong time. At the time I was going through mad health stuff. My blood pressure was at deadly levels. And now I got this. So I was just like, man, this sucks, bro.
Were you even mad or just hurt?
I was hurt, bro. I was hurt. And at the time I didn't have the information that I have now. And nobody told me anything about him. Just from observation, I'm like, oh, he's not well. He's not well. Something is like a religious psychosis that's going on. I didn't know that. I had to, after the freaking 6 diss tracks and watching how he moves, I'm like, something, he's off. So, but I'm just thinking it's my good old friend that I always knew. So if I would have known he was having that religious psychosis, bro, I'd have been like, yeah, whatever. I'm praying for bro because, you know, he's not well.
How long were you guys cool before that situation happened?
Dude, over 10 years for sure.
So a decade worth of friendship thrown away.
Yo, I would say I've known him for about 20 years. I would say we've been like best friend type cool for like probably over 10.
Wow.
For sure. For sure. I'm talking about like every day chopping it up. Like that was my brother. So I mean, I made my label, bro. to sign him and this other dude. Like I had them in mind. I signed one and it never happened with him. And I could see why. And I was like, I'm thankful that it never happened.
How much do you hold him accountable for what he does versus now being like, you know what, he's just not well, so I excuse that behavior?
I feel like the normal him wouldn't have did this. He would have gave me a call. As a matter of fact, I could remember specific times. I think bro truly has a PTSD where he thought, it's just it sounds like craziness even when I think about it, where just one time he was hyping me and I had another person hyping me at the same time. So my man was there to do his verse on my song. My man is a cock diesel grizzly bear looking dude. My other man, the one I'm not beefing with, is a little small dude. We walk off the stage. So anyways, let me backpedal. Bro who dissed me, he messed up his verse on stage. So now when we all get off, my man tells me, the short dude, and he like, yo, man, the sound system sucked. And I say, yeah, man, that joint was trash. Big bro is behind me. He hits me the next day, and he like, yo, bro, I felt some type of way. And I'm like, what happened? He like, yo, I saw you and Lionel, y'all was mocking me for messing up. I'm like, what? Like, bro, we didn't even say that. He was talking about the system. First of all, my man, little bro, like, is a pastor. Like, yo, son, you like twice his size. He ain't got balls that big. You freaking earth slam him. Like, but that's just my thought. I'm like, yo, son, nobody was talking about you. So he got like a PTSD, but at least he confronted me. Yo, moving on, I really believe, and it's gonna sound cocky than a mug. I just feel like he knew that sometimes he would feel self-conscious when he would try to voice his gripes, and I'm articulating myself. He just wanted to avoid feeling wrong because I'm gonna talk some sense into him. I think it's just he didn't want the accountability, and he's just like, yo, I'm gonna fire off and voice what I believe to be true. And he's not. It really stems from some sort of mental joint, bro.
Is there any possibility of reconciliation?
I mean, it'll never be the same. I mean, there's levels to this. You need to be able to see what you were going through, admit it, acknowledge it. Like, yo, I wasn't well. I know somebody who went through a religious psychosis and bounced back, and they say, yo, I wasn't well. I was tripping. So if
what exactly is that you're referring to, a religious psychosis?
Bro, it's like, I can't even, bro. It's like some psychotic, like, all right, one person out. I'm scared to say it because then they'll know I'm talking about them. Like, yo, they'll see things that aren't there. They're the type.
But it's only pertaining to religion specifically? Is based in religion?
Yeah, well, because they were already believers, and then it's just now it's like, oh, Jesus came to me in my dream, and I mean, not even my dream, he came to me while I was like, it's just stuff that just don't make sense. They'll be looking at the sky, it'll be a plane, and you'll be like, those are chariots of fire. Like, it's just, you're not,
I got you
you're
now.
hallucinating,
Okay, I got
you're
you now.
seeing things. I think with him, I don't know the depths of it, but I just know that he's not the same person. And he's pushed everybody away. He's always right. Everyone's wrong. And when he speaks, it sounds weird. It doesn't sound like Christianity. It sounds like, yo, where you getting this from, son? So I think he's having a mental breakdown, and he's been through a lot in his life, and trauma can really cause that. The mind is fragile, and the mind can crack. And, he's already been a Christian, so that's why, he just don't sound well, bro.
That's a really unfortunate situation, bro. I'm sorry to hear that, man.
Yeah, I love him. I pray for him, bro.
Yeah. So there were some Christian rappers that dissed you too, right? You kind of responded on the song "You Can't Beat Me." as a Christian rapper, you've done like songs where you address the issue, but it's not like it's going all out. I'm destroying you like the battle rap days kind of thing.
I'll be wanting to. I already wrote a couple raps. So, but yeah, I got one in particular. I don't even want to give him clout, but if I see that dude, I might have to put hands on him, bro. Yeah.
Why is that?
Yo, just the disrespect, son. Disrespect. Yo, they really be. So one of them, a couple of others have dissed me, and it's no hard feelings. If I see them, bro, it's nothing. There's one that's just really, really disrespectful and saying some real, and I'm not gonna say what he says because then he gonna know I'm talking about him. There's enough of them to where let them wonder, but there's one that if I see him, it's gonna be really hard to not send his front teeth to dance with his tonsils. So,
but he's a Christian rapper as well.
Yeah, he claims to be.
But
I think he's full of crap.
But what I'm saying though is like, how is that quote unquote a Christian thing to do to really?
It's not.
Right.
It's not. It's just, yo, son, people. I mean, yo, there's probably other areas in my life. Just me right now talking about some, I beat them up. That's not godly. It's not very Christian. That's the flesh fighting against it. So if that's the area,
I appreciate you saying that because I was just about to say that to you to say, well, don't you think?
Yeah, it's absolutely not very Christian. So just like that might be a character defect in me that I'm still trying to work out. Them talking crap about another person is just, it's cool to them. It's they got a free pass in their mind. But I just think, bro, a lot of people will talk slick. It's like what Mike Tyson said, like everybody got a plan until they get punched in the face. I think a lot of these people talk crazy because they never got punched in the face. They church kids and they never been outside. So my man is talking wild crazy, like wild crazy.
What percentage would you say Christian rap is made up of, where it's like people that were maybe from the street that lived a hard life or something like that and then converted over to be Christians and be heavily involved in the scene, versus people that were just like living a pretty decent life and decided that, hey, I want to be in hip hop and, I never had that kind of experience in the streets? Or
I would say when I first came into this thing, it was probably 20% street dudes, you know what I'm saying? 80%, like church kids. And now it's changed. It's almost like I'm seeing a lot of 50-50. Like I think there's a lot of, kids. Yeah. So I think what we did in the past really opened up doors for, I think we did enough ministry, and I'm not crediting just me or God Over Money, but the people that were like that, cut from this cloth, has done enough to reach people from where we're from. And now those people are, we're rappers and they coming onto this side and they rapping. Like the thing is, the problem I see is that 50% that comes from the street is really like the rough side. Like, yo, I gotta learn how to let some of this stuff go. Like the cleaner side is a cleaner side. Like they don't got the drama. They ain't got diss records like that. They just rapping for the Lord. The hood side is like, it's probably too hood sometimes. Like,
oh, so you're saying a lot of the issues that a lot of the issues that you're receiving as far as people going at you, is it mainly from the hood side or mainly from
it's
the
not,
good?
It's one of them is a goody two shoes. The other ones are from the hood side for sure.
Okay, got you. Okay.
Yeah. So it's like, yo,
so that just goes to show you though that even within the Christian hip hop space, that people do clout chase as well, or get like sucked into this whole,
absolutely
wanting attention and stuff like that.
Absolutely, bro. Absolutely. I think, we all have this flesh to deal with, and it loves the pats on the back. It loves attention. I think there's even people who came into this thing with the purest of motives, got a couple pats on the back, and then it's a dopamine fix. So, whenever you have any type of platform, from any religion, for any platform, for anyone can be harmful if not dealt with the right way. If you don't work through your crack, you can be a Muslim imam in a mosque, and the attention you get can be bad for you. And then if that wrong person gets, too full of themselves and grows addicted to the attention, then you can become a freaking Harvey Weinstein and what's the other guy's name with the files, the Epstein, and take advantage of your power and freaking hurt other people with it. So yeah, we all need to be careful.
Let me ask you this though.
Yeah.
Is there any legitimate points that some of these people may have about you that caused them to want to diss you?
Nah.
Like, is there any legitimate gripes?
There is legitimate gripes to diss me, but what these guys are dissing me for, nah, not what they are. I would respect it if somebody said something like, okay, yo, you do this, you do that. Like they're really, I hate this. You know what I hate is when somebody dislikes you and you be like, they're just jealous. Like, that's such a whack. No, they dislike you because you're doing something. So I don't want to just say that and sound exactly like, I have the excuse like it that I hate to hear other people say, but I really think it's just a jealousy. I think they are
well, you are doing something. Maybe it's you're winning.
Yeah. It's the winning. It's the bro, it's the I don't take crap. I don't know, bro. I don't take no crap. If I'm gonna call it like I see it in the most humble way I can, and they don't like that. I think what it is, all right, my mind is being refreshed. There are gatekeepers in every area. And regular hip hop, there's gatekeepers in podcasting, there's gatekeepers in freaking Christian rap. So I mentioned something about gatekeepers, and that's where it all started. Everybody lost their freaking marbles and they started whining like babies, and then the diss record started to follow.
What exactly did you say?
I was just talking about so first of all, I talked about gatekeepers like that prevent you from getting on playlists and stuff like that. So everybody was, didn't really have gripes with that. But when I spoke about that, I saw comments about, oh yeah, and there's gatekeepers with rappers because they don't want to give me a feature or like stupid stuff. Or this platform, let's say there's media outlets for Christian rap, Rapzilla, Proper XL. Oh, they're gatekeeping me because they never post me. So now I do a follow-up and I say, yo, if somebody doesn't want to post you on their outlet, that's not gatekeeping. If I don't want to invite you to my house party, I'm not gatekeeping my house party. It's my house and I don't freaking want you there. So I said this, and they lost their marbles and they started with the diss records. So
now it would be gatekeeping if you said, and nobody else post them either, or something like that, or like telling other media outlets don't post him either.
Yeah,
that's the difference. But you're exactly right. If I don't want you to come to my house and stuff like that, then that's like one thing. But if I start telling everybody don't invite this person to your house, that's a different story, right?
Exactly. So imagine some Joe Schmo hits Panda Chop Up and he wants
whoa, careful with that name, okay?
Yeah, word. And then you decide not to do it. What you want, are you gatekeeping? No, I just don't want you on my platform. That's not gatekeeping. So yeah. Anyways, that's what happened. Another reason is because my homie's a producer. He does like this he critiques people's music on Fridays. And you're submitting your music to be critiqued, and sometimes it'd be like, yeah, this joint is whack. So they started making diss records towards him. My man's not a rapper. So we jumped on the song, and I ain't diss nobody, but I was practically talking about, how that's self-entitlement. Like, cut the self-entitlement. You're submitting your stuff to be heard. And bro, they had a field day. They went crazy on me. And I got a message. I got a message from one dude, bro, in my DMs holding a machete. cry, I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna kill you.
Wait, a Christian rapper doing this?
Yeah.
Bro, what?
I
How
mean,
can you call yourself a
nah,
Christian
but
rapper if you're
he fresh off the streets. Like I'm talking about, I wouldn't even. Yeah, he trying to Christian rap, but he shouldn't be Christian rapper. He need to grow. Like I'm talking about, like my man is brand new, fresh off the block. His clothes probably still smell like weed, smoke, and crack. Like he's straight hood. He hood, like for real, for real. And so he brand new. Like, I'll give him some grace, but so he fresh off the block. It's not like he knows. He ain't been in the
But
thing for
does this
years.
stuff worry you at all?
Yeah, it does. My man look like, yo, like he really with it. And yo, people love me. They'll kill him. Like if something happens to me. Like not all my friends is Christian. So I just don't want to bring
Right.
no attention to it. God bless him. But yo, he with the machine. You, bro. He was crying, son. He was mad. So
Wow.
yeah. So
Now, be honest with me though, okay? Is there a part of you that gets a little excited, like the old Datin, for the spirit of competition? Because you see they talk, and it kind of brings out that old side of you to be like, yo, you know, I could fire back at some of these guys if I wanted to, and I would end them, you know?
so not with none of them except the one dude who I said I feel like with, cause he talking crazy, son. He's not only be
Okay.
talking crazy, but then he like, you could never see me, like telling me like that, like bro, like, and you could see it in his face. He believes it. He like, yo, cause you don't want this pen work, and he believes it. And I'm like, bro, I will annihilate you, fam. You will be easy work, bro. And then it's just like, stop, bro. He must be going through something. Let it go. You know, let it go, bro. I'm not gonna get sucked up into this thing. How is it gonna look, man? I'm trying to be a role model for people, and I done beat somebody up, and I know, like I know, bro. I know, like I'm not that naive. I will probably would have slapped, knock him out. I'm not so. What do I gain off of that? And it's just like the
Right.
diss record. I'm just gonna bring more clout to him. Is this record right?
Well, that's why I'm gonna ask you though. Do you think that this is a test from God for how much have you really changed, Datin?
Yeah. I mean, so God doesn't ordain sin. He's not gonna make it happen. He's not puppeteering this guy, but he would allow it to happen. And you know, he's sovereign. He could stop it, and it happened. So this is like a test for me, and I'm gonna pass it, bro. Maybe not with flying colors, because I wouldn't have just said everything I said, but at least I'm not gonna act on it. I did write a cold verse though. I wrote a cold verse. Ain't nothing. I mean, it ain't like I ain't cursing or nothing, but ain't nothing redeemable about that joint. It's just a straight battle rap. So
you say that you basically saying that you got one in the clip, basically.
I got two in the clip, bro. If I keep
or one in the hole,
yeah,
ready to go.
like
basically,
bro, I be telling my mans, and they be like, nah, D, nah. I spit it to them. They be like, mom was like, nah, I'm gonna let it go, bro.
yeah. But you know, I respect your honesty though.
Yeah, pretty good.
I respect your honesty, your humility, and how you hold yourself accountable for stuff. So, you know, hopefully nobody in the comments is going to start talking crazy, because this man just showed you that he kept it real. At least he knows his shortcomings. He knows where he needs work, but he's also a man at the end of the day. He's still human at the end of the day, and a work in progress, right?
Yeah, for sure. Just because you a Christian don't mean you perfect. Just like, yo, you fatting in the
Right.
gym. Like, yo,
Right.
yeah, just because you go to the gym don't mean you automatically get in shape. You're there to work this stuff out. I'm 18 years in this thing, and I'm still trying to work it out, bro.
All right. This next one, right? The situation with Lecrae, right? Do you feel like people were positioning you guys against each other, or do you think there were legitimate differences in ideology?
Yeah. I don't think nobody was positioning us against each other. To be honest, bro, I just think he was trying to figure out, you know, he's blazing a new trail, bro. Trying to do something different, trying to do something nobody has done before. And in that, you know, I'm pretty sure he would admit some of the things he said just didn't sound truthful to us that have been observing him for a long time. Like when you just say, nah, I'm not a Christian rapper. We absolutely know you were. And he didn't give us, his fan base or the genre he comes from, an explanation. Like, so maybe his intent was to not be a Christian rapper anymore, but just be a Christian that raps. But as they were asking him these questions, he was just like, nah, I'm not. So it's just like, whoa, hold up. And at the time, I feel like he let one of the guys up at Sway kind of diss
Right.
Christian rap. You know what I'm saying? The dude has said something that just wasn't favorable about us. It wasn't good. And he didn't.
It was the narrative,
Yeah.
the negative narrative,
Yeah.
right?
So I just took issue with, you know, what the dude said, and then kind of just wanted to affirm Lecrae, like, yo, son, you know, we care. Like, yo, we out here, we representing. Don't let them talk like that about us. But I didn't have full context. You know what I'm saying? I'm just looking at Big Bro, somebody I look up to. I don't know him like that, but somebody I admired from afar. And he dropped the ball, and I shared my opinion. If I could go back in time, I wouldn't have done that. I feel like even recently he did an interview, and he said he was sharing his heart about the mistakes he made, and just like things he could have did better. And he was just like, yo, you know, I kind of like, I took it hard when everybody was so hard on me. It's just like, yo, I'm trying to do this new thing. I had no blueprint set before me. I'm trying something new. And then, you know, people making videos about me. And I feel like that was a sub at me, or just not even a sub, but he considered what I did. He addressed me directly once and told me he appreciates the way that I did it, but still, I know it was a nuisance, bro. I woke up at early on a Saturday, and I was going, like, you know, to get away, do like a staycation somewhere in Florida, and I posted the video. And dog, I thought it wasn't gonna, you know, do much. I look, it's at 40,000 views, 100,000, 200,000, 600,000. It's just like it's my first viral post. And in the comment section, it's like I invited everybody to attack him. This is somebody I don't see responding to people, but he responded to me graciously, and then he's going back and forth on his Saturday morning with people in the comments, and they calling him the devil, and he sold his soul. And I felt bad, so I deleted the post. Like, I didn't try to clout chase and, yo, I'm gonna keep my 1,000,000 views. Somebody else, Rapzilla, post.
Oh, so he was actually responding to people in the
Yeah,
comments.
but just like trying to be gracious, but they were attacking him. So, yeah, I felt bad. I deleted the post. He addressed me, and he said, like, yo, he appreciated it, but I could imagine it left a bad taste in his mouth. Though I was gracious, though I didn't come at him crazy, I think my approach was proper, but it's just like, in hindsight, you don't want to be nagged over everything, bro. So, if I could go back in time, I wouldn't have made the post, and, you know, what the heck? Just let him figure it out. You know what I'm saying?
He did thank you though, like, for the way that you handled it, and he said that, like, that he told people that's how you handle it.
Yeah.
Like, as far as, like, you know, making a post, like talking to someone with respect and everything like that. So I think that was very genuine in what he was saying, but I can also understand that you're associated now with a very, like, difficult time for him, like a painful time for him. So there's, of course, going to be those negative feelings in a way, you know, even though he knows that you didn't really mean, like, malicious intent.
Yeah. And then that sucks. So with him, when I think of Lecrae, I think of you know, his music edified and he poured into me, and it helped me. You know what I'm saying? At a time when I needed it. That's my thoughts of Lecrae. And his thoughts of dating is I'm a nuisance. Like, just I'm tied to something that was annoying and painful and people took my side. So how do you view that? It's just like, oh, you're the ops. Like all the people that called me the devil, they was in your corner. And I never thought he was the devil or any of that. You know what I'm saying? We not cool. I don't know him like that, but I don't think anything negative about the dude.
And people try to make it seem like you were taking shots at him on songs on the Menace mixtape too, right?
I actually shouted him out. They just don't know how to interpret lyrics. I said, he had an artist, Andy Mineo, and I said, when it comes to them, I think if you ask me, I think it's brave and manly to do what God has called you to do, despite the way the fans are, because the fans can keep you a prisoner. They want you to just, be just keep Christian rapping and you'll be okay with us. And they started to branch out. I said, I think it's brave and manly. And I said, I can see them being used to paint a picture that, that these people outside the space can see. My issue is not with them. My issue is with everybody now. They see them gaining success, so they want to emulate that. And now they're not following what they're called to do. They're just trying to copy what these guys are doing. So I defended them, but it's like nobody has ever. I'm like, yo, did I do a good job at articulating it? Because it always just seems like, oh, well, I heard you dissed. I never dissed them, bro. I never dissed them, bro. Yeah.
Yeah, but like the people in the comments, right, that were obviously going at him and stuff. I'm sure they weren't doing it in a nice way.
Nah,
right?
John, when they say you sold your soul, you the devil,
Right.
you let, of course you let them just Christian rap because you hate Christian rap, and it's just like, bro, it's just ignorance.
But these are the behaviors, though, that people that are not religious get upset about, where it's like it's contradictory, right? Because like you're not supposed to be judging people, and that's what it comes across as doing in the comments if you're going at this man this way and criticizing him.
Yeah, I think, bro, we all have some moral code. And secular hip hop and just Buddhism, Islam, whatever it is, wherever you come from, we all have some moral code and we all break it. I can't get why with the Christians it's always like, yo, son, and then don't let the moron represent the one who's trying to walk it out the right way. Like, yo, every faith has its idiots that follow it, and you know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
So, yeah, those people were absolutely idiots. Nobody said anything of any value in the comment section as far as the ones that were coming at him. They were like tearing him apart. And when you love God, the last thing you want to be called is a devil worshiper, bro. So,
yeah. I mean, that's like when these days being called a racist, basically.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? And if you love everybody and stuff like that, you don't really look at it that way.
Exactly.
So yeah, for sure. One thing he said was some people make music for the church and some people make music from the church for the world. How did you feel about that?
So he didn't. So when he said that, he wasn't. He just started.
Right.
Lecrae has always been making music for the church. Absolutely. And to say otherwise is not being truthful. So that's why when he was saying these things, people were taking issue because we didn't get any type of explanation. I think what would have been smart is to address like, yo, look, I love y'all, CHH, but I'm about to start changing directions. And then when he would have said these things, we were pre-warned, like, oh, okay, word. But he started talking like this on interviews, and we know him for something else. Eventually, we started to see him do that. He started to make music from the church. And okay, all right, now it makes sense. So he can't get mad at people taking issue to those claims that early because we didn't see you doing it yet. You just, it looked like a lie. You know what I'm saying? It's fair for the person to believe, oh, you just kind of like trying to get in with them. You trying to be cool with them because you lying. You absolutely are a Christian rapper. He like, nah, I'm not a Christian rapper. But and now in hindsight, with more information, he's just like, yo, presenting himself as how he was gonna be moving forward. You understand?
Right.
Yeah.
So like it was something that would have been more accurate was I'm no longer a Christian
Exactly.
rapper.
I was, but moving forward, then it's just like you're truthful to them. And then even those people interviewing you, they're like, I'm not stupid, dog. I go back and I heard these records. You are absolutely a Christian rapper. So
Right.
that's it. But then again, can't be that hard on him because you know how it is in an interview. You one of them under them white hot lights. You're nervous. You're up at sway. Somebody you probably look up to, and you're gonna fumble a couple questions, bro. And it's okay. We should have gave him the grace to do that.
You know the rapper Flawless Real Talk, right?
Yeah,
He was on Netflix Rhythm and
yeah,
Flow.
for sure.
He had put out this video recently where he spoke about the Epstein Files being released and is showing everyone in a position of power around the world participated or practiced demonic rituals involving children, and said the reason why people would do something like that is because they believe it will bring them power and they believe the devil is real. And if you believe the devil is real, then that means God is real.
Yep.
He said there's a spiritual war going on right now. Do you believe that there's a spiritual war going on right now?
Absolutely, 100%. I believe that. I believe everything he said is accurate, and a lot of the stuff that we see in those Epstein files, a lot of that stuff. I was talking about the exaggerating stuff, like some of these claims you see on YouTube are just nonsense. And then there's a lot of the stuff that is sick and satanic, and that was in that literature. So, I wonder if he knows how much he really knows, because from what he said is pretty accurate.
Did you see the post that I'm
I
talking
saw
about?
that post. I absolutely saw the post. Yeah. Yep.
So what was your thoughts when you first saw that?
I said, amen. I think I even typed amen. He's right. He's absolutely right.
Mm.
There's a real spiritual war. There's real Satanists out there that do really sick stuff and harm children and all of that. And it's a part of a spiritual battle, bro.
How do you feel about, everything that has been released from that? It's been made such a big deal. It's taken so long for these files to come out and everything, right? And then everything that is the people that have been named, nothing has come from it really. It's like, is it even real at this point that these files were released? Is it released for distraction? Like, what do you think, like, overall, your thoughts about that?
I really don't know, bro. I've asked myself the same questions you've just asked me now. Is it a distraction? Is it real? Why did they let it out? I don't know what to think. And it's scary that I think, like, look how desensitized we are to, like, oh, nobody's rioting, nothing's happening. It's just like, oh, okay. It's just it's turned into social media content for us to gossip about, but there's no real consequences. Like, so I don't know, bro. People are being mentioned. You see people defending their favorite celebrities. I just feel like nothing's gonna happen. Nothing's gonna come about this stuff, and I don't know, bro. I really don't know
Yeah,
what
but
to think.
that's why I feel like it's almost like in favor of that argument that this is a distraction, though, right?
Yeah.
It got everybody just talking and just caught up in this, right? And it's like, what is really happening from all this talk, really?
Bro, I believe that they test the waters and they want to see how much they can get away with. If they can leak information like this and there's no repercussion and nothing happens, no consequences, then they be like, oh, look what we could get away. We literally can get away with murder. Let's just keep doing us. So, yeah, it's crazy. Maybe they put it out to see what the response would be. I don't know. I can't even wrap my mind around this stuff. It's just crazy, bro. It's crazy.
Yeah,
But
for sure, man.
it's proved a lot of the conspiracy theorists right. Like, yo, people have been saying this stuff. before this stuff came out. It just confirmed it.
Right. So I spoke to our mutual guy, Temperamento, and he told me about how he reached out to you years ago saying he was a big fan, asking to do a collaboration, and you told him your best friend that just passed away at that time was a big Temperamento fan.
Yeah,
right?
big Temp fan. Yeah.
And he said that you guys have been real friends ever since then, man. So
yeah, I was gonna sign him in his squad, man. It didn't work out though, but yeah, Temper's a good dude, man. He's super dope.
yeah, he definitely went through a lot in his career too, you know, witnessing some of the things in the record industry and everything too that when I interviewed him we spoke about. That was pretty crazy. You guys worked together on some music though, right? What was it like working together?
It was dope. Yeah, they came through to Jersey. We filmed the video. The song is dope, bro. Man, that guy has like a favor on him, man. That he had a group, and everything they were putting out was doing big numbers, like, and it was organic. It's not like these guys had a marketing strategy. It's not like, it's just whatever they did, man. It just did well. Put a song out with them, and joint almost got like 1 million views, and the song was dope, and it's a song that, like, yo, I wrote at my kitchen table and, you know, didn't think much of it. They let me like kind of lead it's like, you write first, lead the direction. And it's like a lot of my fans be like, yo, man, you're gonna perform Son of a King? And I'll be like, dang, like a lot of people like that song, bro. A lot. And it's dope to me, but it's like, you know, is it one of them ones? Like, no, it's just dope. Like they be talking to me like it's the one. So yeah.
Yeah, man. Shout out to my guy Temperamento, man. He's been doing this thing for a long time, you know, and I think that he has a great story, man. You know, like he did his time in prison and turned his life over to the Lord and everything, you know. Similar things I feel like you could relate to as far as like the street aspect of, you know, going through stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. Absolutely. Yep. Shout out to Temp,
For
man.
sure, man.
It's my bro.
Yeah. You've had interactions with artists over the years that made you feel a way. Now, you know, we don't have to say any names, but I saw you saw I interviewed some of them and they actually, you watched the interview and it made you appreciate aspects of them or reconsider that you had them wrong.
Yeah.
Right? You know what I'm saying? But you've also experienced this in the Christian hip hop space where you're at a show and you say what up and they respond awkwardly and you think, oh, this person's got an ego or something like that, you know. But then when you really sit and talk with them, you realize, oh, they just lack some social skills or something like that, right? Yeah. Can you talk about some of those experiences? Like, I think that the main point is kind of like to end on a positive note of like, this is why we don't judge people.
Yeah. I'm grateful for those experiences because they have definitely kept me from having some sort of animosity or just judging somebody. It's been plenty of times, like you just said, you know, yo, I've met somebody, they've been socially awkward. I didn't see it that way. I'm just like, yo, he's a jerk. Like, he's full of himself. And then these people, after conversing with them and then hearing them even share their heart about being socially awkward and uncomfortable in these big public spaces, it has now made me patient. So I don't jump the gun right away when I do meet somebody that may just like, don't sometimes, like I remember one time where the dude, like I said, what's up? And he just turned around. And I think, yeah. So I think normally I would have went to freaking jerk. You know what I'm saying? Like, but I was just like, oh, okay. You know, maybe something's going on. And sure enough, like, yo, I got to talk to them later and they was mad cool. It was actually a fan. Like, oh man, Meyer, what you do? And I didn't bring it up to him, but in my mind, I was like, man, I said, what's up to you? Straight turn. I don't know. He probably felt awkward and was you know, trying to turn before I even said what's up. He committed to his turning around. You know, he committed to that joint already and just did it, even though I'm like, what up? So
He's like, I can't bust this illegal U-turn.
yeah,
right
yeah, word, and just turn around and then just make it worse. He probably was like, dang, I could have said what's up to Datin. But and it's like, yo, there's a couple people that you interviewed and as far as their social media presence, they buttholes. But then when you hear them share their heart, I'm like, I like this dude, yo, he cool. So you've made me a fan of a couple people where I'm just like, as far as their personality, where my interaction with them would be different. I immediately thought they was douchebags. You know what I'm saying?
You see, I do some good things, guys.
You
Okay,
do,
so you
you
guys
do.
that criticize and be like, oh, you know, you just cause more problems for people and stuff. Come on, man. See, changing perspective for people, man.
I don't see you causing problems for other people. You just, man, this is stuff that you're asking them based on information that you can find yourself. So, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but
You just kind of,
some people feel like I'm trying to bait people into answering stuff, but it's like, honestly, like if you really knew the amount of stuff that I've cut from interviews, like on my own free will, without the person asking, I'm like, yo, that wasn't really that good. Like I should, or like I'll tell them, I'll be like, yo, man, I don't know if we should put this out. You know, like we just had a conversation about something, possibly not putting something out too, like, you know, earlier, and I didn't give you no trouble. I was like, yeah, we could do that. We could cut that. I don't have no problem with that, you know?
yeah, I don't want to get no picture text to my phone, them holding your head. you decapitated. Like you next, you next. Or vice versa. They gonna say, yo, don't put this interview out freaking with my head on a platter.
No.
God forbid.
But I just think that like people, sometimes they don't hold other people accountable to a certain extent where it's like, look, it's a grown man on a podcast talking. If he didn't want to answer the question, he necessarily didn't have to answer the question. He could say, or they control how they answer it, right? You know what I mean? Like, when you see me interview people, do you really see me like push people? Like, you know what I mean?
Not at all. And you know I'm watching. I never seen you push.
I don't like apply that pressure like crazy or anything like that, you know? Like,
nah.
Yeah, I don't know, man. But again, this is like one of the things that you and I have spoken about, where it's like people will see something and they'll like to twist it in their own way for whatever they want to believe, right? And they put it out there.
Yeah, people got nothing better to do but to want to be mad about something, want to have something to complain about, bro.
Yeah, for sure, man. In 2024, there was a situation with you and Phanatik where you baited the people to think there was going to be a rap battle between you guys, but you guys actually sat down and had a conversation about him going in a new direction and moving away from Christian hip hop.
Yeah.
Right. Now, on the song Hold On to My Faith, in the second verse, you kind of combined general statements and older lyrics with things directed towards him. And this is something that you guys had a conversation about.
Yeah. He wanted to, we met up because he heard the verse and there was absolutely parts in there about him. But I also had, you know, with my raps, I let nothing go to waste. If it's dope, I'm gonna have it like in a file, like, okay, come back to either pick this verse apart, use some of these bars, or use this verse if it's an extra. So I had wrote one verse about another brother that had departed from the faith, that was a role model to me. And then, you know, I added some ill multi-syllable joint. Just I forgot how many my syllable count was, but I went crazy. And some of it addressed my man Phanatik. And he wanted to talk about it because he wanted to unpack the verse. We got up and we ate, and yeah, we had a good conversation. That's it.
Where do you guys stand now from that?
Oh, we good. That's my man, you know. He's not a believer anymore. But you know, we still good. He's texted me not that long ago with a song, and you know, it was a Christian rap song, and he's like, yo, you already know where I stand, and he put mad fire emojis. So like he could still appreciate the skill, you know what I'm saying?
What would be crazy is if you guys had that conversation in rap form on a song.
Yeah, I think that that wouldn't go well in our space. Like I think
Oh, I see what you're
yeah,
saying, though. Yeah.
because he's, you know, he has a podcast and he's, you know, dissecting the faith and, you know, talking about why he's deconstructed, you know what I'm saying? They be like, why are you platforming this dude? There was people who took issue with me meeting up with him and me posting him. They're like, why are you just paying him any attention? Like, he's been very disrespectful towards us. So it's not the fact that he's not a believer anymore. It's just they feel like he's been disrespectful. So he
Got you.
hasn't been
Okay.
disrespectful to me as a person, but he has been disrespectful to the faith. So they just like, yeah, just leave him alone. I'm like, that's my man, that's my big bro. He was my big bro. He featured me on records before. You know, we did music together. His last Christian rap verse he gave to me. I never put it out. But yeah. So there's a level of respect and love I have for him. But yeah, I understand why they would take issue with that.
Right. Now, do you feel like there is a proper way to leave the faith as far as in this space?
I mean, I would not want to see anybody depart from the faith, but if they do, I think it's just like, I don't know, man. I can't gauge everybody's experience. If I think ideally I would just like to see somebody just, yo, okay, if you done, you done. Just be on your way. But it comes with attacking right away. And to me, what it looks and it sounds like when they turn around and they start attacking, it's just that bitterness, that church hurt. And it's like they're allowing someone or something be the object of their pain and they're taking it out on God. So with me, it's not like I've had this this perfect walk where, nobody has hurt me, nobody has offended me. You asked me in this interview about a friend dissing me. I've got did dirty by Christians. I never blame God for it because I know we all screwed up. We all screwed up, bro, trying to figure it out. So it's like, yo, bro, I'm I'm not gonna turn around if I'm not gonna ever leave the faith. But if I did, my mindset isn't gonna be like, yo, when I left Catholicism, I didn't turn around and start dissing Catholicism or blame the priest. The priest did some old weirdo stuff, and I never was like, that's why I'm not you know what I'm saying? So I don't know. I would like to see him just go do his own thing, but yeah, he's being a little disrespectful to the faith. But I got love for him.
Have you seen people leave the faith in this space and not be disrespectful, but the fans be disrespectful towards them? So is there like
Nah. So the couple people, and it's very few that have left and have not been disrespectful. Nobody bothers them. There's one right now who he left the faith and he's really blowing up as a secular rapper. Nobody bothers him. Nobody says anything. Nobody says, "Oh, you're a freaking," because he's not attacking the faith. Yes.
Right.
So yeah, no, I don't see no comments, no nothing. Nobody says anything about him.
So would you say that the way that Phanatik is doing it is like, because obviously like with him leaving, I would believe that people would want to know why, so he would have to explain himself, right? But it's done in a way that is like, I guess, a little too much, like not like just like explaining like, hey, this is like
I believe so. I believe he wrote a book and he explained in the book. And in order to explain why he doesn't believe, there are some things that he needs to discuss about the faith. So in the book, what I'm observing is this. In the book, he says some things and then Christians responded. And maybe as Christians responded, it wasn't so charitable. So now this causes some kind of beef because it's just like we believed him to be like a theologian in this thing. And then his gripes that he has with the faith, a lot of us are like, wait a minute, those are like easy answers though. Like you didn't know that. And That's been the critique. So now instead of just this peaceful dialogue where it's just like, wait a minute, there have been a lot of people that have been, you know, like, hey, bro, like, I think that's kind of a whack excuse or, well, you know, because we have answers for these questions. Some people have been disrespectful. And instead of him just like, okay, well, you know, these are being disrespectful. Let me peacefully have this dialogue with the ones that just want to genuinely have a peaceful dialogue. Nah, I think he's getting bitter and now he's attacking the faith as a whole because there's a couple that come at him crazy. That's what it just looks like to me. And I could be wrong. And if he watches this, he'd be like, nah, it's not that. I'm just saying from my view, that's what I think is going on.
Got you. Talk to us about the new project, man. The new Ark, right? You actually been working on this album since 2010.
Yep.
When you were inspired by Lin-Manuel Miranda's In the Heights, right?
Yep. Yeah. So I went to go watch the musical. It wasn't my thing. I didn't think I would like a Broadway musical. I had never been to one at this point. And when I went and I saw how the message was being conveyed using hip hop and all of that, I said, yo, I would like to do a story album based on my life, based on my story, growing up in Newark, New Jersey, that can be turned into a musical. The reference, I knew it could be done because my reference would be like Sticky Fingers, Black Trash, the biography of Kirk Jones. He did that thing like a freaking movie. So I said, I would do something based on my story. I've seen Sticky Fingers do it. Prince Paul did it before. I know people have done it afterwards, but at this point, my only two reference points was Stinky Fingers and Prince Paul. I didn't like the Prince Paul album like that. I liked Sticky's. I thought it was a classic. So I made a plan right then and there. I said, yo, I'm gonna do something called the New Ark. Because I'm from Newark, New Jersey. And then, you know, it has a double meaning. There's a redemptive meaning in that. And you know, right there I started picking beats, started writing music for it. And, you know, all of that stuff that I wrote that early, none of it made it. But, you know, I was determined to see this through and try to finish this album.
Wasn't it true that like you would walk the streets of Newark and listen to beats and then like select the ones that were really representative of the city?
Yeah, yep. I took in bro, I purposely copped a ticket to Newark, conditioned myself on a treadmill to do like 10 miles because I was doing 2 miles a day. So I was really like, yo, walking to condition myself. And yo, I got ready. I rented a whip. I parked on my old block. And I walked from my old block all the way past Central Newark and then back. And as I was doing that, I was listening to these beats, no songs, just these beats. So to see which ones captured the feel of the city, and I did that pretty fast. Like on my way to Central Newark, I'm like, okay, this don't fit, this don't fit, this don't feel like Newark. Let's get rid of these trap beats, let's get rid of this. These feel like Newark. I'm gonna listen to them repetitively so that they bring me back to the city. You feel me? So whenever I listen to them.
What kind of like flashbacks were you receiving, man, when you walk in the city like that? Because I'm sure you did a lot of reflecting and everything too.
Yeah, man, just, yo, bro, a lot of good times, man. A lot of, when I first formed my rap group, Divided Minds in Newark, it was such a dope time. Like we became like hood celebrities, so known for rapping and me really trying to take rap serious for the first time, doing a lot of shows. It's just a good time, bro. So it was a lot of that. And a lot of the things I talk about on this album were from that time period. Things I was experiencing when I really got into the streets. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, it's a lot of it takes place during that time period of my life.
I saw it's getting really good feedback, man. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
I saw like 6 months ago you were saying you had the chance to work with Knots, Domingo, Heatmakers, and Eric Sermon hit you up, right? But none of that made the album.
None of it made the album. I still got my Knots beat. I still got production from Domingo. Eric Sermon never sent the beat. Shame on you, Eric Sermon, send the beat. Yeah, and the Heat Makers joint ended up on somebody else's stuff.
Now I noticed you got my bro John Connor on there. How did that come
Yes,
about,
sir.
man?
Yo, just first, I had no relationship with him. He did a feature sale, and I knew he would kill, because Connor's just consistent and dope. I knew he would kill this verse, and I reached out, I got the feature, and then after that, he followed me back, and then he was talking about some record, and I was just like, I forgot. I think he played the beat. I can't remember. All I know was just like, yo, son, you need a verse. And he hit my DM. Yeah, send me a verse. So I did something for him that he hasn't put out yet. And after that, it's not the, the feature, pay for a feature thing anymore. He like, yo, whatever you need, I got you. So, yeah.
So when did this collaboration happen?
2020, bro.
Wow.
2021. Yeah, it might have been
Damn.
2021. I've been holding on to that verse for a minute. Maybe it's probably 2022. It was after the pandemic. People was back outside again. Yeah.
I spoke to John today, and he said that you a solid brother, and he got so much love for you, man.
That's what's up, bro.
Yeah,
That's
shout
what's
out to
up.
my guy John.
Yeah, he's a freaking absolute one of the illest MCs in the world, bro. John is crazy with it.
Yeah, he's definitely crazy. He has an amazing story too, man. I was very grateful to interview him.
I appreciated y'all interview. It was super dope.
Yeah. The song A Pistol's Praise. I remember when you put out the clip on IG, I was like, oh snap, it's OG Triple OG Datin back. Yo, but the song goes crazy hard, man. Like,
thank you.
Do you think that songs like this is like you kind of got to be careful, like it's like teetering the line a little bit?
No, not at all. Not at all. It may not like service the genre, the people that if you looking for that unapologetic Christian hip hop, this song might not be for you. It's from the perspective of the gun, but it's in no way celebrating gun violence. It's in fact, like showing the reality of it. Like, yo, this is we worship guns in hip hop. We praise them. And this is what the gun would probably think of us if it could talk. Like, yo, you're an idiot. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So I really ain't care about it offending anybody. It was like, it's the truth and tough.
I always know that you're gonna come with the multi-syllables, but to me, the song really shines because of the cadence that you used when rapping the song, right? And the chorus is super catchy. At the end, when you chopped and screwed it and started hitting with the melody, when you were saying, I'm begging, don't shoot. I thought you was about to go into that falsetto and start hitting us with that high note, man,
Nah, definitely not. I'm begging, don't shoot.
Right.
Nah.
Don't shoot. But man, I want to highlight the song you did with MC Jin and Iman, right? Iman is the guy that did the song back in the days. If you guys had the unlucky chance of being cheated on by a girl and you was in the crib crying, going, I'm
talking you back. My man Amen is a beast, bro.
Right. Amen. Now the original inception of this song had Malice from the Clips on it.
Yeah.
But that didn't end up working out. So what happened with that?
So yeah, man, it's two things. I know that he had given me the verse a long time ago. And he was at first like, yeah, this is not the best representation of where I'm at right now. As far as, because you hear the Clips album, he wilding. I disagree. I think he killed the verse. But there was already some hesitation with that. Like, yo, man, you held that joint for too long. So, but then now with Spotify, you can't, or just any of these streaming platforms, you can't just get a feature from anyone anymore. If they're a premier artist, you now have to get the label to clear it. So they've made things more difficult. There's times where people have done a song with me and I have to clear it now. Like the person that hit me up, yo, Spotify got you as a premier artist. And I'm like, what, Brian? You know what I'm saying? And they like, you have to sign off on the joint. So yeah, I just couldn't get it signed off on, and it's a wrap. I just couldn't use it.
Man.
So,
But you end up picking up Jin to put on the song instead, right? Shout out to Jin.
Bodied that joint.
Yeah, that was crazy. What was it like for you working with him? I mean, it was kind of like a full circle moment for you.
Yeah, man, we got mad history. Like I told you about when I first met him, but there's so many other times that, bro, Jen is just, he's always been a kind and cool dude. And by far, like the most humble celebrity, I guess. He wasn't like multi-platinum, but like, yo, I remember Jen with his Rough Rider chain. We in New York, we go for this tag battle, and the joint don't work out for whatever reason. They shut the venue down. So all the rappers is outside battling, and Jen was supposed to perform that night. Jen walks up to me and my mans, like he's so much a MC, bro. Like he's with Rough Riders. He just won on 106 in Park. So he's as hot as he's ever been. Boom. And he ciphers with us. Like that's the type of dude Jen is. He like, yo, he called, he like handpicked, yo, come here. Yo, I gotta get my bars off. And he spit his verse. Yeah, like, yo, son, he really liked that. So anyways, we stood cool. And then when he became a believer, I mean, I remember even a time when my stepdaughter was mad sick, and he knew that, and he called me just to pray. Like, he's just a good dude. But we've never got to get a record in. So more recently we've talked, forgot whatever, we jumped on the phone, just talked, and he told me like, yo, son, let me know when if you need me on the album. I'm like, definitely. So I was planning on getting him on another record that wasn't gonna make this one, and had the beat picked, verse written, but then when, I couldn't get Malice cleared, I hit Jen up, and man, he turned that joint around in a couple days.
Yeah, man. The joint is crazy too. Like, you guys should definitely check it out if you guys haven't heard it. It surprised me though. Like it definitely did. It wasn't what I had expected. You know what I'm saying? But I knew it was gonna be heat.
What you expect? You expected us to kumbaya on a beat because we Christians, or?
No, I don't even know what I expected. It's just like, it just kind of like, I was like, oh wow, okay, yeah, this is dope. I knew it was gonna be dope, but it was just like, I don't know, sonically, I didn't expect that. I think the beat choice was just fire,
Yeah, word.
Wait, I thought Bodega Bams was supposed to be on the album, man. What happened with that?
Yeah, I'm gonna do a little deluxe, and so the reason why the song didn't make the album is because I want the joint with Bodega Bams to be a single. So with these songs that we have, we agreed that they would be the best singles for the album, and then if I put the Bodega Bams joint, it would have just remained the album cut. And I wanted to give it a visual. I want it to be a stand-alone joint. So I'm going to do a deluxe version, and that song is on there. It's already mixed and mastered, and yeah.
When's the deluxe coming out?
Probably, I think I'm going to wait like a month and a half, let this one sit, and then boom, just give the project new life, 5 new joints.
So by the time that this clip comes out,
it'll probably be,
But as long as this interview has been,
I know, bro.
Yeah, for sure, man. But you guys actually linked up because you guys were both hired to write for like a musical or something like that.
Yeah, yep. That's the first time I ever linked on a whoops. We have a friend that's a celebrity barber, and he had linked us once, but I mean we really ain't communicate. It was like in a DM. But he was aware of who I was. I already knew who he was. I was a fan. Long story short, I walk into this thing, this writer's camp to write for the musical, and he was there. And, when everything was said and done, and like, we had time off, him and I got to talk, kick it, and build. And now that's my brother. We talking every other day, or texting, leaving the voice text. So yeah, it's my bro.
For sure, man. I know he's been on and off whether or not he still wants to do music, but I really think that he should, bro. Like I know he's turned his life over to God now, right? I
Yeah.
feel like he could really get his message and his path out through music.
Yeah, I mean, he's cooking, bro. He's cooking. So he said the same thing to me, but then he's been sending me music, bro.
Oh, okay, that's
I'm
good to hear.
actually right now writing a feature for him. So yeah, and it's fire, bro. He's gonna keep the same consistency. Just the message has changed.
That's dope, man. All right, last question, bro.
All right.
You've been a father for like 2 years now, right?
Yep.
Well, I mean, you were a father previously to your daughter, your
Stepdaughter, yeah.
stepdaughter and everything, but this situation obviously is a little different. What has that experience been like for you? Bringing life into this world and caring for everything, right? Basically, being responsible for every need, everything.
It's the greatest thing ever, bro. I tell, there would be people who would talk to me about having a kid, and I kind of like didn't want to have one anymore. I was just like, yeah, I'm over that. I'm too busy. And they would say these things that would almost annoy me. You don't know love until you have your own kid. And I'm like, yeah, I love my nephews like my kid. I raised, baby girl like she was my. No, it's not the same. You don't understand. And I'd be like, blah, blah. And man, were they right. It's just like this compartment of your heart that's not open, that's reserved for when you have kids, and it just opens up and you just like, oh, there's a whole different level of love I didn't think I had in my heart. My son is my everything, dog. I think every single day, since he's been born, I think I cry tears of joy. Just things he does, just holding him. He's my little man, bro. It's been the greatest thing ever. Nothing else matters anymore. This music thing could stop, all of that. Nothing matters, bro. As long as he's good.
For sure, man. Have you found any healing or challenges like along the way because, while being a father? Because they always say that like children are like our mirrors. They
Yeah,
force you to really look at yourself.
I think what I found is it just makes me appreciate God more, because if God looks at me the way I look at my son, now I understand his mercy, his grace, and his forgiveness, because sometimes you can reflect your own, like how forgiving you are on God. So sometimes, in my own heart, I might not be so forgiving, and I think God is the same way. So it makes me feel more shame sometimes when I mess up. But then when I'm with my son, um, my reprimanding and my discipline comes from a place of love, never anger. I want him to do better. I want him to grow. If he messes up, there's nothing he can do that will make him not be my son. There's nothing he can do that will make me not love him. I'm going to forgive him and always try to steer him in the right direction. And in those moments, I feel God talking to me. Like, I view you the very same way, my son. I have the same, even more, not the same. There's more love, and my grace and my mercy I extend to you. What you do for your son is just a fraction of how forgiving I am towards you. So it makes me be less hard on myself, and understand God's love more, That's what I discovered in raising my son.
Man, that's beautiful, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like that's amazing.
Thank you.
How what have you taken from your parents and the way that you were raised and applied or changed towards raising your son?
Just a lot of love and affirmation. My parents affirmed me. My parents were affectionate. My parents were loving. My parents weren't suckers where they weren't abusive, but I admired the way they disciplined me. Because like, I think there was a lot of times when I was in the streets, I never been locked up before. And I made sure, like, even when when I would hustle and I would pick up my work, I wouldn't go. They don't stop cabs in my city. I swear a freaking cab could run somebody over and the cops will never stop them. They're just doing their job. So when I would go pick up work, I would do it in a cab, not my own car, so that I don't get pulled over and I have a duffel bag. Why? Why am I saying this? Because, man, I didn't want to get caught and forget jail. I didn't want to shame my parents. I didn't want to make them be disappointed because what they thought of me mattered to me. And that comes through from discipline and affirmation. I knew that me messing up would break their hearts, and I know it would come with some repercussions. So I want my son to think the same way. I love my dad. I don't want to let him down. And I also know he's not going to let that slide. So, yeah, that's kind of what I'm trying to apply to my son.
All right, Datin, man, I just want to thank you for your time, bro. Is there anything else you want to say to the people before we go ahead and wrap it up?
No, man. The new Ark out right now. Go check it out. Stream it. Run it up. Man, and I want to say this. Just because I'm a Christian rapper doesn't mean I make music just for Christians, especially this new Ark project. There are projects like The Roar that's for the church. Kind of like when we were talking earlier about Lecrae and this one. This is for this is from the church to the world, not me doing it for the church. This particular project. Run it up. You a fan of bars, multi-syllable storytelling and all that. It's a story throughout. Check it out. It's worth it. Yeah.
It's definitely crazy, man.